Boom. I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Somebody named Greatest in here. I'm the world, man. I can feel it. A novel for real? Yeah. What's his name? My boy Official Robbie made me think of this one. He said make this a topic, so we're gonna talk about it. It's interesting. I see. I'm trying to see different point of views. Trying to expand on things that's like that or relative type of things where people turn a blind eye to. Yeah, baby. A little bit of hope. Dun, 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 dun. I can feel it. Ooh. World greatest. I'm that mountain peak up high. Alright, what did I put? Let's see something real quick. I can feel it. Can you feel it? Alright. You do that and you gonna learn a day. This one ain't no skim through. You actually got to read. So people don't like to do. Mountain peak up high. Hey, you made it. Pour some water, y'all better chill. I don't know about that machine that got that wall with one red boy. That got that wall with one red boy. Sheesh. I can feel it. The world's ready. Right. You. If it isn't Sean in the building. My boy Sean in the building. Alright, question. Sean in the building. The other fight just got off. Now we on to the next one. Is it Ryan Garcia next? We don't see. We don't see. So give you a minute, alright. Alright. Is it in the comments for now? For sure. I think they both in the wrong though. I say so. I will say so. I was thinking about that too though. And you can say wrong for that, and wrong for who, wrong for that. And that my baby.
My boo. Hey.
I really need it. I'm so argue about pro-life. I think she went first, but they both like impulse. True. I like that. These people in here actually reading. Some people like, oh, this too long to read. I don't want to answer that. That's good, man. We need more like that.
Man, I just got done.
Too many people in their phones, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I was saying, I think they both in the wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he already told her what he wanted, and she still stayed. But the other thing is he punched her. So, and then she poured the wine on him. So you can't really say.
But she poured the wine first. Like, what was he wrong for before she poured the wine?
I don't think you should hit a woman unless they hit you like really hard, and it's like some physical damage, or unless she got something in her hand, like she hitting you with something hard, then I feel like yeah, you should hit back. But like,
right. But the question was, where did the disrespect truly begin?
that's a good question.
Well, that's why we here.
That's a good question, man. I guess when she came, because he already told her he wanted to have sex with her. I guess is that what? Hold on, let me reread this.
Yeah, you got to read it.
I am gonna actually change the top of the topic though.
Oh, never mind.
I want to stick with because I was thinking about when I put who is in the wrong. I want to focus on that last thing though, so I'm gonna change it up. I'm gonna just say how you feel. That's what it's gonna be called. He said you gotta think on that one. Okay. Yeah, that's one thing. You in here, we gonna make you think. Hey, my baby do it to me, so hey, she gonna get everybody else.
I mean, then again, wine ain't gonna hurt nobody for real. I'm gonna be mad.
That's not dope. See, dang.
Let's see. We about to get somewhere. See why? Okay.
I don't think
a little wine ain't never hurt nobody, but she shouldn't have did it. That's definitely.
If he was clear from the beginning that that's what he wanted, and she's making him wait, and she knew what time it was, she knew what he was after, then that's a different story. I don't think it warranted her throwing wine on him. But I also think that, he shouldn't have punched her for throwing wine. Maybe throw it right back at her. My husband's always told me, if you throw a glass of wine in my face, I'm gonna throw a glass of wine right back in yours. That's what it is.
So what made that go wrong?
Now, if he wasn't clear from the beginning that what he was after was simply one thing, being intimate with her, if he was not clear on that, and now, he's now led her to believe that by showing up for all these dates, he's as into her as she might have been into him. So it's, he might have misled her, and now he's it's a little bit of a bait and switch to say, oh, well, I'm really here, to get in the bed with you. And she's thinking like, hey, we could actually really be something. Maybe that's why she would have thrown the wine in his face, because, he caught her by surprise and she was actually starting to like him. I think it's still a lack of impulsivity control.
Nigga, you going 6 feet?
Nah, he must be going somewhere with that wind.
I mean, was that the quota though?
Huh?
Was like that the quota or something for him to get some after the date, or try to figure that out?
It said, if you read the thing, it says if these dates aren't leading to intimacy, then it's a waste of his time. I need a return on my investment. So,
Oh, so he told her that before then.
Did you read what
I read it, and I think I'm reading it. I'm not.
She'll say something like that. Did you read? I swear I had to look at the phone like, what?
It says she's a mom. Well, how you say your profile name?
It's just it's Samantha, but with kids. So Samantha.
Yeah, okay. I know a mom when I hear one. Be like, did you do your homework?
Did you read that? Read it again. Were your eyes open?
I hate to interrupt, but I just liked your live 1,000 times in the last 1 minute. Nice. The last 60 seconds.
Oh, nice.
I tapped it 1,000 times. And now I'm going to sing you a song.
Uh-oh, where it went left.
Hold me now.
Okay.
I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking, baby, 6 feet ain't so far down.
Hey, this Friday, okay.
Killing it.
And that's what I came to do. I am 6 feet from the edge.
You know what? Hell yeah.
Start that.
Rock on.
Hey, hold it down. Let it drop. Oh, come back. He manipulated us.
Right. Ain't that what these men do?
Right.
What's up, November 27th?
I'm fine. Hi, everyone.
Oh, God.
What the heck?
Did you...
Can you... child?
Can you speak again?
That's somebody,
I
kid.
say hi, everyone. I'm fine.
Oh, hold up. I got you. I'm going to tell you how real quick.
What if it's an adult with a youthful voice?
You messed up already.
Oh,
I can't take it back. I don't want to trust it.
Hold on. It's Khalifa.
They going like crazy. Please don't start this off like yesterday.
Yo, seriously. I don't know what's up with your live. It's attracting so many weird profiles. Not y'all two though. Y'all good.
So what's on my profile?
Nah, you. Actually,
I'm trying to figure out how to get girls.
Actually, your profile's pretty cute. I'm sorry, I had to let him go.
Yeah, please. You know,
wait, what is that? What is that book they're reading? How to
I just told you how to get girls.
Well, you got to start off by reading the whole thing.
I just reread it. So now I'm back to thinking they both in the wrong.
They both in the wrong? Why are you back to thinking that now?
That's wild.
Because they both escalate the situation.
You sound young.
No, one person escalated it.
But who?
Okay, but it wasn't his right to punch her though.
But did the wine leave marks in the skin? Did it?
No, that's what I was saying. It wasn't his right to
I'm
punch her.
not talking to you, obviously. Like what?
Ooh.
You're talking little boy.
You see,
over
hey,
18?
hey, that's that disrespect. That's what that disrespect.
There we go.
I ain't gonna say nothing to
Obviously,
her.
I'm
I ain't
not
gonna say
talking
nothing
to
to
you,
her.
like-
She rage baited me. I ain't gonna say nothing to you.
What are you even talking about? Like, there's no way. Like, am I okay? Now am I in the wrong? Like, why would I be talking to him?
No.
Literally said that. Thank
Oh
you.
wow, this is so funny. Even the
Literally sounds like a kid. I can't.
even
do
a
that.
novel get proven.
What do you
It's
expect
like-
me to do?
But yeah, is the wine leaving a permanent mark that will last a week? Well, not permanent, but like you know what I mean. Like a mark that will last like weeks or even
Well,
months.
The question said, "Where did the disrespect
I
truly
thought
begin?"
this is the question.
All right, babe. Did you want
Wine
to
got to do with it.
have them answer the question, or
The disrespect
Or you
began
good?
when he said like if it's leading to STS.
That's what you believe?
Yeah.
All right, so who next? Let's all right, we can get everybody and then we can go ahead and talk about it. Uber.
Wait, why do you
You're
think
being
that?
so rude.
But before we do the questions, before we do it, because we're gonna live. I'm gonna
Answer
hear
the
everybody
question.
answer first. Huh?
You just answered the question, though.
Yeah. So what you got? What you believe?
Yeah, so did she.
What?
yeah, she answered, and then we're moving on to you.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Do you want to answer, Uba?
Like
Oh,
put
me?
one together?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she was.
Is your
answering
first time
me,
on
just
Earth?
cut her
What's
off and
happening?
was being rude. God damn it. So funny.
Go ahead, answer.
Onto what?
What the
Come
Oh.
on.
I'm just joking.
Oh, you was about to get dropped. You better, boy.
Sorry, I'm trying
Boy?
to like. It's okay. Yes, boy. Can you answer now? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, you better hurry up.
can you answer?
Are you talking to me?
Are you slow? What's happening?
I don't know.
Do you know where you're at? Do you
you.
know where you are? You're on Earth. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm done. I can't
Oh
do
my
it today.
god.
Yeah, she was
Oh my
trolling.
god.
What you got?
That
What you
is
got for me? Not likely.
10 out of 10 rage bait.
Okay, so it's not okay. It's off topic, but I just need to ask y'all real quick before I drop. So there are these guys that are moving in front of my apartment complex, right? And if y'all have ever moved before, y'all know that moving is a pain in the ass. You have to unpack and pack. And so I just like 4 people, they were all moving. And so I went over to them and I said, I know moving's a pain in the ass. I'm going to the gas station. Do you want me to bring you back a water or something? And they stared me down. So let me ask you, is that weird to ask somebody, or are they just
Yes. Why are you going up to random people? Leave them
Just random
alone.
strangers.
Why is it weird to simply be nice?
there's nothing
Especially-
wrong with
What
that.
city are you
I don't
in?
know. Hold on. I don't know what's in that water.
Okay,
You trying
but
to
if you
reach
open
me
the
out.
bottle of water,
Exactly.
if you can
Could be trying to get my booty. I don't.
when you
No.
open
Like that sounds
tell it's already
creepy.
been
Like if
opened.
a random man came up to me.
Okay, let's let let's let mom go. Go ahead, mom.
But if you hand somebody a bottle of water, you can obviously tell whether it's been opened or not. So I
I
can't
don't
imagine.
care. You can pop balls.
I understand you disagree with me, and that's fine. But I'm gonna need you to let me finish speaking, please. I just don't understand. Like, why can't we be neighborly? If you see someone new moving into the neighborhood, why not say like, "Hey, I'm headed to. I'm okay. Like, that's fine. Hey, I'm headed to the store. It's a hot day. You guys have been, really busy. We're so conditioned to just being rude and mean and nasty to each other that being nice is weird. Think about that. Being nice is weird. That's because we're so conditioned to just being assholes to each other. That's insane.
Yeah, because of all the women that have been raped, have been milled.
Nobody's getting raped offering water.
Like, but you
I
never
don't
know
know
what's in
about
that water. That's the
I
thing.
think
I
I'm
feel
like,
knocked out
mom, look at
sniffing
her.
that water. Like there was cops who died off of Fenty from just having it on their finger. You think I'm gonna go around drinking some water that somebody gave me? No, my mama
Okay,
told me not to take nothing
they
from
were
strangers.
I don't think you
Hello,
can
what's your mom?
die by. I don't think they died.
Yeah, they were guys. First of all, they were 4 guys, and they were moving, into the neighborhood, and they've been moving for like 2 hours. So I just asked, "Do you want something from the gas station?" Maybe it is weird. Maybe I need to just start talking to
I
Yeah,
people.
don't
just
know.
stop
They might
talking
think
to
they might
people.
think come for their
Leave people
booty, bro.
alone.
Wait,
Don't
not
stop,
like you.
listen.
What was?
I'm sorry. Don't stop being yourself.
Yeah.
If that's how you're being neighborly, I just moved into a neighborhood. All of us are relatively new. Our development is new, is brand new. And anytime I see somebody move in, I will walk up to them and, welcome to the neighborhood. My name is such and such. I'm in this house or whatever. And we chat a little bit, shoot the shit, and now every time I see them, hello, good day. There's nothing wrong with being neighborly.
Do you watch
If you
true
don't want,
crime?
That's
I
nice.
don't care about true crimes. I live in real life.
Oh, this girl.
They're not going in your house. Yeah, leave.
They're
I
not.
don't
I'm not.
care. They gonna be in my business in the window peeping. I'm
No,
trying
they're
to do none
not.
of
You're
that.
literally offering. Okay, you're literally offering them a bottle of water. They can say no, but at least the
I don't
gesture
know.
is nice.
Something gonna be in it. I don't know. I don't know what to
Okay.
say.
Not like you. Not like you. Like, how did they react to it?
Let me see how they reacted to it, because they looked at each other like I was a fucking crackhead. I just got off
You
of
want
work.
this bottle of water?
Yeah, because
I
I
would
just
too.
hold on. Let me tell y'all. I just got off of work. Let me go to a quieter place. I just got off of work, so I'm not looking dusty or dirty. Like I'm in a nice uniform. I don't know.
You know
Like,
you
like
don't
I
work.
was a crackhead. Like I was just some random person, and I am a random person, but I'm a nice random person. I'm offering you a bottle of fucking water.
Well, maybe
Okay,
that'll. You know what?
from
Maybe
their
that'll
perspective,
teach them. Maybe
but from their
that'll teach
perspective, a
them.
random dude just came up was like, "Hey, you want a bottle of water?"
Like, Jeeves, I'm running in
You know
my
what?
house.
They actually,
Like, what's going on?
I
you
agree
know what?
with
They actually have people that are like on the corners. Like when I'm driving to and from work, they stay on the same corner.
I
And
don't know
some
you're
of
gonna
them, they
charge me after I grab that
they're
water.
just usually on the corner and they're like, need help, will work for food or whatever. So, people stop and give them stuff all the time. I stop if I have a snack in the car and I don't have any money, I give them a snack, But I
Okay,
think
that's
it starts,
different though.
yeah, I think it just starts from you. I mean, like she said, don't be that person that stopped doing for other people, being a part of what's you because of how other people are. I mean, if anything, maybe that'll treat them how to be respectful and kind to the next person. So
I
don't ever stop
definitely
doing
get
what you're
that.
doing.
I
That's
get
I
what
true.
you're
mean,
saying, but
people
I like
offer me stuff
also.
all the time. I take it and I throw it away, but
Okay, we
I'm
got
not.
you. You don't like people and you hate yourself. We got it.
No,
But
I
I'm
love
just saying
myself, and
is
I
that
just
there
don't
are
trust
people.
people
Okay, I
because
got you. I got you.
why would
The
I trust
adulterer
people?
speaking. The adulterer speaking.
Yeah,
All
I'm
I'm
an
saying.
adult, paying my own bills, own a house. California was good.
All I'm saying is that I definitely. This is why I came
Look
up
why
here
it looked
because every
weird.
time
That's
I
why
come
they
in.
looked at you
Okay, I
weird.
got you. I
Yeah,
came
I
into
got
the
you
But I
parents.
too.
do agree with the
Okay,
host.
chill
I do
out.
agree with the host not like you. I feel like maybe like you're I think like just kind of going up to them and be like, "Hey, I'm going to the store. You want anything?" They're like, "Whoa, first of all,
No,
bro,
that's not what
where
I
you come
said.
out of nowhere from?"
I don't know.
No,
You
wait,
probably
let,
look
let me
weird. You're
tell
not
you
supposed
what
to
I
do
said.
those
Let me
You
tell
things.
you
want
what
a
I said.
bottle of water?
Hold on, don't do that. Let me tell you what I
So
said.
you know what I was thinking? Would it
Hold
have been
on, wait a
different if it
second,
was
wait
a
a second,
woman?
wait a
Would it
second,
have been
y'all.
different a
Probably got.
response if it had been a woman? Do you think the response would have
Yes,
been different if
it
it was a
would.
woman?
No.
Ah, hell no.
No.
I
She
still
would
wouldn't
have.
have
She
took that
probably would
shit.
have
That's
thought he
worse.
was
I think it
flirting.
a little bit different. It
I
might
still
be.
wouldn't have took that shit. What you talking about?
Okay, hold
I
on,
don't
give me
think
one
it would have
second.
been
Let me
different.
tell y'all what I said. Because, like I said, they was outside
No,
and they're
you went up
moving.
to them with dirt
Hold
under your
on,
nails,
I'm
saying you
not
want some
talking to you.
water.
Chill out.
This
He
girl is
probably
so
gave.
Talking.
Wait,
annoying.
I didn't
listen real
cut you
quick.
off.
Listen real quick. He probably gave
Yeah.
him a half drunken water,
Hold
saying
on.
you want
Okay, I
water.
got
And
you.
sweaty as shit.
Can I hold on? Can I fucking
Yeah.
speak? What
No,
I
you're.
said.
Yeah, because I want to hear what you
Came up
said.
hands
Yeah,
sweaty
because
as shit talking
Mania
about
is doing
some.
Girl,
too
please
You
let her.
want a
much.
bottle of water?
Let me respond. Goddamn,
Okay,
you
hurry
said that
up. Oh my
already. You make
god.
the same joke 5 times. All
Okay,
I'm
hurry up.
saying is that I went up to them, and this is what I said exactly. I said, "Are y'all moving?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "I know moving is a pain in the ass. You got to pack and unpack. I've been moving for a while. I'm going to the gas station up the street. You told me to bring you back anything like a water." And they said no. And I said, "Oh, okay." But it was
They
the way
probably
they
just said no. You got offended. Not gonna
no,
lie.
that's not. It's not the way they said no. It's when they looked like I was a fucking
Why
crackhead.
you laughing?
That's what pissed me off. Because you can't be nice to people anymore. Because like this other day, I went to
You probably
Walmart.
look
Hold
weird. Show
on.
how you look real
Oh
quick.
my
Let's see.
god.
All
We
right,
have
You're
to
Mia,
see
so
the
let
picture.
her finish, Mia.
We
Even
have
though
to
you
see
This
the
girl
started.
is so
picture. How long is
annoying.
it gonna
weird.
take? Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, for example, I went to Walmart and there was a Spark driver. And I said, "Hey, are you a Spark driver?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you think it's worth it? I got approved, but I don't know if I should use the platform or not." And she stared me down. So I'm just gonna stop talking to people. That's the point.
Okay,
I
what are you
don't know, bro.
wearing? What are you
What
wearing?
state do you even
I
live
was
in?
gonna ask,
Hold
where
on.
are you?
Florida.
What state you live in? Hold on.
Florida.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
that
in
makes sense.
Florida.
That makes
Oh,
sense.
that said enough. Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Huh?
We're in Florida,
from
not like
Florida. Okay,
you.
yeah, what part?
Offering water, talking.
I'm like on the Panhandle.
Oh, no wonder. Oh,
Ah, yeah.
I don't know why they said that.
Motherfucker sketchy up there. I don't know
the
about that.
Panhandle is all sundown town, honey. They won't even. Okay, that kind of makes it because I'm in Tampa. I talk to everybody. I don't care. I talk to and if you don't match that energy, you don't want to be bothered. I respect that. I get it. Some people come from work, they don't want to be bothered. So okay. But I talk to everybody. I don't care. But you in the Panhandle,
I've dealt with too many creepy women, men, don't matter. I
Yeah,
got too
Florida
comfortable
is.
too damn fast in California. Like, no, I don't trust nobody no more.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
I used to
Coming
live
up.
in West Palm Beach. That's some crazy people up there.
Hold on, I'm from Palm Beach. Did you
I
graduate,
mean, listen though.
did you graduate from Palm Beach Lakes?
Huh?
Did you graduate from Palm Beach Lakes?
Nah, that's just where that's just where my grandma crib is and stuff like that. We gotta.
I'm talking about the high school.
The high school? No, I ain't never been there.
What?
I ain't never been there.
Oh, okay. What school you went to?
School.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, he sounds like he's still in school, so I don't know. Not gonna lie.
I'm not no still in fucking school. What you talking
Are
about?
you? How old are you?
2004.
No.
baby, what a baby.
Don't do them like that, Mom.
I'm 41. I feel so old.
I feel old.
I feel so old. 20.
Where I be feeling that way
Yes,
too.
I'm
When
20.
people in their 20s, I be like, dang, I'm my grandpa. But
I'm
That's
46.
Just kidding. I don't give a fuck. I got a good ass life. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm 46.
I'm not no damn 46.
Girl.
You sound
right.
like
We
you
all had to
19
like, wait, what? No,
No way.
boy, no way.
or 16. It's like you 19 or 16.
I'm 19.
Man,
So
look at a little lip poked out of that picture. You know they ain't no 40-year-old doing
what
that.
was even the
Sounds like a man. Oh, what the?
She left.
Oops. As soon as I crack a joke, she want to leave. That's crazy word.
Good. She was getting on my nerves.
That's all it took for me to crack a joke.
Man, she was getting on my fucking. I ain't even do shit to her.
She about to come back with a bitch. I hear you, Mom.
That's okay.
You said, y'all pony ass bitch. I'm on y'all dick.
Oh, y'all little jig.
And most definitely was the man that was there.
Trust nobody.
Oh, I thought I.
But nah, I don't mess the water thing. They could have did anything to that water. I don't know. I ain't gonna hold you. Not saying that you would do something to the water, but nah. I've been through some harsh times. I can't do that.
Shares up in this thing, man. We need more
End up
people.
end up with somebody's fingers in my booty. I ain't doing that.
What is up with you and these booty, man? That's what I know you.
Happening? Why?
You done mentioned booty about 40 times today up here, brother.
I mean, that's what happens.
You been locked up before?
Nah, he just young. That's what
You heard that silence?
Listen, nah. That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Let me talk.
Oh,
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
I just showed this.
I think it's too young to get locked up, boy.
What? He from Florida. He not too young.
20 years old. That boy still on the bottle.
I'm a grown ass man.
Locked up.
No, you not.
gonna
You
be
can't
long.
even drink, bro. You can't do grown man things yet.
Right, that hurt right there. Yeah, that did hurt right there. Boy. All right, don't let
I mean, I don't know if you
let
do
no
or
other
you
kids
don't.
drop out, man. We already got one that had the poked out lip left. Now,
I make more than all y'all up in here. What you talking about?
That's how I know you young. That's what I used to do when I was young too. I couldn't think of no comeback. I like money. I make money.
I work in wholesale real estate. What you talking about?
It's all right, man. Yeah, stay here, young grasshopper. We gonna
You
teach
ain't
you.
even remember what high school you graduated from.
And that was probably like 3 years
I said
ago.
I used to live in Florida. I used to live in
Last
Florida.
year.
I'm in Michigan. Now I used to live in Florida.
Oh, okay. Oh, snap. Kev, he in Michigan.
Well, be where I'm at, man. Where you at? You in the city?
Hell no, I'm in Detroit right now.
I just said you in the city, man. That's not, what the heck?
Oh.
You gotta know off rip, man. What
What you
other
mean?
city I'm talking about?
Which
I said
city?
I'm in-
Which
right.
city? You got Southfield.
When you
got
say the city, we already know off rip.
Detroit.
Man, that's you can't be from Detroit then.
You talking about the D?
What city?
He's not from Detroit. He said he moved from Florida.
Oh yeah, okay, you right. I was about to say.
I used to live
You
on 8
from
Mile.
Detroit. All I had to
Come
do
on
was
now.
say you in the city.
I used to live on 8 Mile in Kenfield. Let's really talk about it. The one by JJ's Fish and Chicken.
Man, there's a bunch of them things around here, dog.
I ain't gonna lie. You probably 18. You just graduated. You ain't even. You a senior, ain't you?
What are you talking? I graduated 2023.
Yeah, he might be 20.
Oh, 2023. Yo, you sound
Wow.
mad young because I'm 2024. Oh no, I'm lying. Wait, that's crazy. I meant
I was wondering, like, how the heck you just graduated?
I was like, wait a minute, you just graduated high school?
Like, what's going on? She
You
got
up to
me.
him
I'm
for
dating
being
a
young.
baby. You trying to get me sent to jail? You going to jail now?
Dad, I meant 2004. Oh my god.
Oh,
2004.
boy.
God damn.
You try to be young for real. You little young.
I was born the date you graduated.
Yo.
I don't know who dropped that annoying ass.
I graduated in 08. So wait, hold up.
I graduated
That
straight
mean
from
you was in Hold up, don't say it. 02.
Who you talking about?
Me?
Wow.
Oh.
I graduated straight from Mumford.
02, right?
Who, me?
Not talking about
Born.
my baby.
Me, I just told you mine. We're only 04.
Oh, okay. Dang, how the heck I get that out?
Right.
04. Okay. Oh. So hold on, you just said you was 40 something. So she
I'm
graduated.
not 40 something. I'm 39.
Not you now. I'm not talking about you now.
Oh, me? I'm 41.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna guess yours. Yours is old. Yours is old. 2.
When I graduated high school?
Yeah.
I think it was 2000.
Ooh.
I ain't gonna think.
That can't be right. My
listen,
dad, how old are you?
First of all, I haven't been in high school in years. I have had kids. I've had a career.
So you're 40, right?
That's just,
I'm 41.
Hey, that's how. Hey,
Yeah, my dad's
how to
40.
say
My
I ain't
dad's
give a F
42.
about high school without saying I ain't give a F about high school. That's what she just did.
That ain't math. My
It was
pop's
not
42.
important to
That
me.
ain't math,
She-
man.
I
She's
did
some-
not care about high school. I mean,
I can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, it was what it was. I went to high school in New York City.
Like, what did we really learn? What did we really learn though? Really, like, I feel like I learned way more outside. All I remember is math a little bit.
Geometry and
Pedmus.
I don't remember
and
anything.
calculus a little bit. That's about it.
I don't remember.
All I remember is math.
My son will be
Shit,
like,
I don't
Mom,
remember
did
shit
you
from
learn
English.
Did you learn chemistry? Did you learn about this and this? I'm like, I don't even know what that
I
is.
did chemistry. I did
Biology,
physics,
anatomy.
physics, anatomy, chemistry. I did all that.
Me too. I did have
Man.
a few AP classes.
First one I came in not chemistry, but it was what was it? I was finna say gravity for a second. physics. Yeah, when I came from physics, they talking about the Mew. I'm talking about what you talking about? Carry the Mew.
How
Talking
you
about
doing?
Pokemon.
Carry the Mew.
What up, Daniel?
Love
The
said he
Mew.
was in O2 also.
Oh, he
Okay,
was in
we
02
don't
too?
forgot about the whole prompt. Okay.
02
Well,
too?
well, yeah. On the prompt,
But
real quick. I'm 27, by the way. On the prompt, this is not allow the woman to pour wine on the guy. She could just get up and leave and say, "Don't contact me again."
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't need to resort to all that.
She the one that started the disrespect?
No, she started the.
I don't think you gotta do her
She
like
started the
Prime Mike
physical
Tyson.
violence. Yes.
I don't think you gotta do her like Prime Mike Tyson, bro.
Who
I
started
don't
the
know about
initial
that.
disrespect?
What?
Who started the initial disrespect?
You could say the guy.
Why?
Which I said you can say because I guess you might think it. But
What?
honestly,
Whoa,
honestly,
whoa, whoa.
hold
Do you know,
on,
like in high
hold
school
on,
and stuff?
hold on,
'Cause
hold
I'd
on,
call it high school. When you come from like London, you'd call it high school.
hold on. So
Every time I try to give her a chance, man.
he's
Why
being
did that's why.
he's being
She
pretty
failed me.
straightforward, right?
No,
So-
wait. Why did you say you think that I would think that?
No, because someone might.
Nah. You
Obviously,
said
you.
You know my
No, the way you said
No,
no was
you know-
personal.
No, but I can tell by your tone that you're gonna say, "Oh, that's just."
No,
it does not
actually,
equate
I'm
to
trying-
pouring
no,
wine on the guy.
Actually, I'm trying to challenge you because I don't understand
What?
why you don't see that she was the one that was initially disrespectful. I don't find what he said disrespectful.
I don't either. That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I don't know why you assumed I would.
By your tone, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you would, but
What?
no. Forgive me. No. If you don't, forgive me for jumping the gun. I apologize.
That's fair. That's very nice of you.
Yeah.
Accountability won't
And
work.
to be honest, I wouldn't have expected that from a man.
What?
That's fine.
Whoa.
And that's why
a
he
little
said
sexist
what he
there.
I'm just playing, Daniel. I'm just playing.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't. It's fine. I don't care.
I'm just joking. But yes, I agree, Daniel. Like I think she was the one that started the disrespect. Like all this stuff could have been avoided. Like
Hey,
just take,
get up and leave. You know.
yeah,
and be like-
just take your L. Just take your L and go. Like everybody's not gonna like think of you the way that you think of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like when I go out, like I've told girls at a bar, like, damn, something similar to this, even without even going on a date. I'm like, I really would love to do this tonight. And if they're like, yo, what the fuck?
I really want to
Like,
crack.
So let's get another question because I'm gonna think of something as we go, so I can expand this. So, who do you believe was the more like entitled one? Like, do you believe the man felt more entitled that he should have got the punani, or do she feel like she was more entitled to them 6 dates and not giving anything up?
Well, the woman needs the man more, so you can do whatever you want with that info. But yeah,
Oh Lord.
repeat
No,
that question?
we're not. No.
sorry.
there's more women on this planet than men.
Wait, can you repeat the question?
And the standards that
I'm so
and
sorry.
the standards that you look for in men are much higher than we look for in women.
Yeah. So the question, so everybody be on the same page, I said, who would be more entitled in this situation? Is the man feel like he's entitled because he want the stuff, or is she feel entitled because she been on 6 dates to those meals?
I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with her saying no. Like, there's nothing wrong with a woman saying no. I gotta wait till
Well, those
marriage.
6 meals and didn't have to give anything up. That's on the bad.
No, but that's your standard. You know what I mean? Like,
She
that's
can
fine.
at least
I'm not gonna
give up
say
a
like you're
few-
an evil
few
person
20s.
or
Cedric, don't do it.
You can at least give him a few 20s. I ain't gonna hold you.
Don't do it.
Okay, wait. But so first of all, if you're going on these dates, both of you guys are showing up. Obviously, you both are on two totally different pages. The fact that he continues to invite her, let's say to the extent he continues to invite her on these dates, right, is showing that there's an interest. If she's saying maybe she's at a point in her life where she's like, you know what, I'm not putting out until some women have a 3-month rule. I sure did.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry. I don't care how you feel. If you can't wait the time, then bye.
That's
and that's
fine.
why
Like,
I'm
At least
happily married
slob
to my
on the
husband.
knob a little bit. Come on
and
now.
instead of pouring that wine, you would say that. Like, you know what I
I
mean?
wouldn't have. I mean, I certainly would not have poured the wine on him. First of all, but it just speaks to, in my opinion, it just speaks to being upfront. You know, people have to know your intentions. Otherwise, you're just you're wasting each other's time. He's thinking like, okay, you know, maybe this date I'm gonna get some. Maybe this date I'm gonna get some. And she's just like, oh, he's so nice. He hasn't even tried to sleep with me. It's been 5 or 6 days. I can't believe how nice he is. And he's like, God damn, I can't get nothing from this lady. Two totally ends of the spectrum.
Do you
There's
believe
no
in that? If that's the case, is women that naive to believe that they just can keep going on dates without no
Yes,
expectation?
because you keep
Me
inviting us. If
personally.
you keep inviting us and you're not communicating that at some
Wow.
point this is what you're expecting, we're gonna keep showing up.
I
Why
mean, me
not?
personally, can you throw some neck? Like, dang.
Oh my.
Ignore the
I mean,
young
if I'm
dog.
paying for all
No,
this, at least throw some neck. I ain't
I
asked
can't
for the.
ignore
I
the
ain't
young
asked for the
folk.
punani nanny.
It may be a teaching moment on both sides. I'm like you. I'm married. I'm good. I'm chilling over here. But from my own perspective, and again, I'm a little bit older. To me, dating nowadays just seems like the trenches. I would have probably jumped in an alligator infested pool or
I feel you on that.
Yeah,
That's
but
what.
you
than
got
dating
a
this.
husband. You got a husband.
Huh?
You got a husband.
Yes.
Then you should know what I'm talking about. You definitely be throwing the neck.
What the heck?
To my husband.
That's what I'm trying to
I
say. But
also
if
knew
your
my husband. I
husband,
also knew my husband for 20 years before we even dated.
oh, okay.
But for me, I'm not, no. Like, if you keep inviting me somewhere, that would lead anyone to believe that we enjoy each other's company.
Wow.
So
I mean,
we're clearly on two different pages. If you're not signaling that you're trying to get
Okay,
me
but at
into
least
bed,
$50. At least give me $50.
oh my God. First, okay,
Pass me a
why
little
do
bit of
you?
money.
Okay, first of all, man, you guys don't even have to take anybody on a date.
True.
Why do you feel like you have to spend all this money?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really required these days.
Okay,
Unless
so
you find that person.
isn't that what you're looking for?
I mean, I ain't gotta look no more. But
It
yeah,
says
that's what I.
your
I
whole
mean, that's
profile
what I look
says how
for.
to get girls.
Actually, the funny story is my girl put that up there because it's a whole joke. It's a whole thing. It's hard to explain. It's
Oh, she's sitting right next to you. He can't be honest. Well, he got quiet.
I already got a girl, so I can't even.
oh, damn, he got real
Did
quiet.
she?
He got real quiet.
Did she throw the neck?
Hell yeah.
Yo, too much info. What's up,
Bird in
man?
the building.
You be throwing some good ass fucking neck.
Good.
Sasuke.
Enjoying y'all conversation over here. Sounds very
Bro,
interesting.
we swear these last couple of days we thought your thing on we had to look your promotion was going. They had some
Every time we hopped on, there was some weird people.
people up in this store. I'm like,
Yeah,
dog, what
that
is
was me.
going on?
Nah, I ain't throwing
We
nothing
was like, where he at? He's somewhere around here though. Like I had to refresh the live yesterday. I was like, what the heck is going on?
That wasn't me.
Yeah, we had to make sure. He like, was he on the outside or something?
But back to the expectations of it all, okay? Because I think Kev had a good question, because which one of them had the highest level of entitlement?
Mm-hmm.
Who would you say? For me, I feel the person who had the highest level of entitlement in this situation would have to be the guy.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Is that part of the yellow questions or that's something he asked random?
I gotta add more because this is just a scenario, so I'm just adding a bunch of different angles on there. So the question was, in this scenario, who you believe was the more entitled one? You believe the woman felt like she was entitled to free meals and without giving anything up, And do you believe the man was it?
How many months was
Entitled?
it though?
Hold
How
on, hold
many
on. I
months
can't even
was it
finish
when
the
y'all
whole
was on the
thing.
date? God damn it.
Who knows? Who knows? Who
My
knows?
bad, my bad.
No, it literally says it. It's well, it doesn't, but it said
It
his
don't
fifth.
say how many months
It just
though.
say
It
But
six
says
days.
it
6
says
dates.
fifth or sixth date.
Yeah, it say dates. Yeah. Unless they did it all
Okay,
at
it could
once.
be back to back dates though. It could be like every week.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'm pretty sure it's way longer than that. But I should have
My
said.
nigga could
Well,
my
let's
nigga
let's
could have
let's
that
say
bag
let's say
though.
let's say let's say in 3 months. Let's do that. 6 days in 3 months.
6 days in 3 months.
Yeah.
I feel like she should warm up that spit and get the neck though.
Yo, stop. Listen, this is disrespectful. This
So the
conversation is disrespectful
so
as hell.
yeah, right. Do they? So the
Hey,
question
cause
is.
I'll do the same. I'll eat. I'll eat all day. What you talking about?
So the question is, I'm gonna to Sasuke so he can caught up. Is that do the man feel like he's entitled to getting something out of the date, like punani, because he been taking her all this time, or is the woman feel entitled to the date of getting all these meals without having to give anything up? So who do you believe is the more entitled one?
I guess in that scenario, I would say the woman would be more entitled because he doesn't have to ask her out on a date. And if your whole sole purpose was just to lay in the bed with her and kind of do yourself a disservice, so that's how you want to play it, then that's on you, fella.
But how does that make the woman more entitled?
Because she getting a bunch of free meals.
Okay, but he keeps inviting her out, and if he has an ulterior motive, which is to get her in the bed, how does that make her entitled just for showing up to his invitation?
Yeah, because she's getting a free meal.
Wait a minute.
But he's inviting
How was
her.
that an
Yeah, but she's getting the free meals though. I don't understand like
ulterior
how
motive? Why else?
like even if he does have a different type of motive, she's still winning because she's still getting free meals. She's going out. She's dressing up. She's a night in the town. She's still getting entitled. So I don't understand what the.
Do you understand what entitled means?
Yeah, about to say I don't know if you got to run into the definition of
I
that
think
one.
the context, I don't know if your context is the same as the prompt.
What do you mean? But she's
So,
entitled.
so
What?
entitled is just basically feeling like you deserving of something, or that you're because say like because I'm a woman I get this, or because I'm a man I'm supposed to get. So that's like kind of, I guess, to sum it up, like entitled, or because I'm old you must get these treatments or something like that. Like they feel
Yeah,
entitled.
yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? So that's
He
it.
understands.
Yeah, like you feel like certain things should be automatic to you.
No, he fully stands by it because he's
Yeah.
saying that the one, the woman, but Sasuke's not understanding the other perspective. But he's saying that the woman feels like she is entitled to these things without having to do anything for it. But
I
then
understand what he's saying, but what I'm saying to him is that she's being invited, which is giving her the signal that he's not bothered by her company.
Yeah.
He's not bothered by doing these things because he continues to invite her.
She knows what this is though.
No, she doesn't.
These are within 6 months too.
So you tell
Yeah, he
Not
can
6
do-
months, 3 months. So
Yeah, I will say, I mean, it's a situational thing, but it's rare to find a woman these days who doesn't feel entitled to a date. To be honest, if they're thinking that a man is supposed to court them, like they're socialized to believe that this is what they earn from being a woman.
Right. Yes, I agree that women can be conditioned to think that just because you're a woman, that merely being a woman just gets you anything. Yes, I believe there is a sense of entitlement. But in this context, I think that this gentleman continued to invite her to dinner. I can't imagine now. Let's say to the extent that he didn't tell her what he wanted. He didn't communicate to her what was going on. Hey, listen, this is where I'm going. I don't know what advances he might have made to her, what kind of signals he might have given her to, if she would have thought that, okay, he's trying to get some. But the fact is, he continued to invite her. So whatever she was doing or was not doing was acceptable enough for him to keep wanting to see her.
All right, let's do it the reverse way now. Who would you think be the more naive one now? The one that the woman thinking she going on a date wouldn't expecting nothing out of it, or just to get to know him, or the man thinking that he was gonna get a date. I mean, my bad. Damn, I said it wrong.
I know what you mean. I know where you're
Yeah,
going.
basically opposite way. Yeah.
I would say she's naive. I mean, you know, you don't get something for nothing. You know, unfortunately, that's just not how things work. And I think at some point it has to come across your mind, this dude don't want anything from me. Like, you have to think about whatever it is. Like, there has to be something in the back of your mind that's telling you, like, hey, at some point this is going to come up. You know, wherever this is heading, that's gonna come up. He's gonna want something from me.
Do
You
you
know?
believe a lot of women be disingenuous?
Yes.
Yeah, because
Hell
I was
yeah.
thinking about that, because it's just like I had a scenario, right? Where, or like how some men, right, where they know that they gonna get with a girl, you know, they sleeping with her, all this stuff or whatever, and be like, yeah, I'm just want to be friends, you know, and all that, but no, you're not gonna never get with her, but you you just string her along type situation. I feel like that's like the same scenario, the opposite way, that the woman is stringing along. Oh, well, you give me dates, I'm not gonna say no. You know what I'm saying? That's what it seems like. So it's no different from a dude that be like, well, we just gonna be friends, knowing darn well. That's why I be made by disingenuous, knowing darn well that she trying her best to be his man and all that stuff or whatever. And I mean, her I said his man, her girl. Man, what the freak? I'm talking all week tonight.
I just wanted to say one comment in regards to the entitlement conversation. I know we already moved on, but I believe that the only reason that we feel that the guy is more entitled in this instance is because he actually spoke his mind. So if we
Did.
know how he actually felt, we wouldn't know who is more entitled.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm finna head out right fast.
What'd you say?
Oh, he said he's
I'm
going
finna
to
head out.
got in trouble after that girlfriend thing. He had
Get
to
that
talk.
neck.
Get that
That neck.
I'm trying to beat up some cheeks right now. That's what I'm
Oh
trying
my
to
god!
do.
Yeah,
Gotta
you
go.
gotta go before you get in
Read a
trouble.
book on that.
Make
He
sure
said,
you
gotta
follow the
go.
host. Hey, Cece.
CC done snuck up in here, I ain't even noticed.
I
What?
know she's so quiet. She's just chilling.
I love CC.
Oh,
Aw.
yeah, Sasuke. But hold on. Why Sasuke says you were confused? Are you not? You're no longer confused, right?
Nah, I was still confused because I didn't really understand. Because at first she said the last part when he switched it that the woman was in denial, right? And said that she should be in denial that he wants something from her. But in the other way around, it wasn't like that. It was,
I said she was gullible, basically.
yeah, but I thought she said in the other way around.
Not gullible. What the man? I mixed all those. She was
It wasn't gullible, naive.
naive. Yeah.
Naive.
Thank you.
So I guess that kind of confused me because when I said the woman was entitled for it, it was that she doesn't know what the man wants. But when it flipped around, now she knows what the man wants. So it was kind of confusing to me.
Yeah. That's why I said I think both of them, like, is she being disingenuous, even though I don't actually, you know what, I take it back. I don't believe a lot of women naive. I think they just be disingenuous. They like to play that shock role, like they didn't know. You know, ain't nobody, we know for the most part nobody ain't doing nothing for free. We just know that.
Yep.
You know, off rip. Just like the dudes. I'm not letting them slide either. Like, they know that I just want to be friends. They know they don't want to, they just trying to smash.
Well,
Keep me up to speed. Give me up to speed. Give me up to speed. Come on.
I'm gonna think about it and all this other stuff. I'm gonna think about we gonna be more than that and all that that stuff. He never thinking about that, man. He gonna try to see as long as he can smash that. That's all he cares about.
I think a
Most
lot of
dudes.
women have false hope that they will find that this like unicorn of a man. You know, I wouldn't say that they're being disingenuous. I think
That's
a
gonna do
lot
what
of
they
women
want.
want to be the one, the special one. So
I
they,
can see that too.
yeah, so they might look at it as like, oh man, he really does like me just for
Nah,
me.
we ain't fall that
Yeah,
no
it
more.
could be all. That does so funny.
It
But it
happens.
could
It
be all
happens
three
that way for
actually. It
women.
can
It
literally be
happens
all
that
three.
way.
You said what, Smoothly? What you got, man?
I said it happens that way for women though. But do me a favor, kick me up to speed real quick, real fast, so I can be on page with y'all.
Just look at the prompt. Look at the prompt and see what you got out of that. How you feel about
I
that?
swear, people really don't like to read.
No,
It's so funny.
I did. No, you laughing, but I did read it. But I
Mom about to feel real well with this room. I like it.
No, I did read. I read the first part. It said who's more wrong, manipulative what impulse. You know what I'm saying? I didn't read the yellow part.
Yeah,
but-
yellow part is where it's at. That's where the party at.
All right, let me read that then. Okay. But I mean, I can already just understand basically by a few words of what y'all saying, but I'm gonna go in and read it. Yeah, right. I'm 51.
Ooh.
I don't know. The conversation has kind of been
you
all over
going
the
on
place.
already being 9 times out of 10.
What? So put your reading glasses on, 51, and go ahead and get to going.
Smooth. Yeah, Sasuke though. Sasuke.
Keep talking. I'm gonna read. Keep talking. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. Keep talking. I'm gonna read.
Hey, she beat me to it. I was trying to hurry up. I couldn't.
Did you already read? You read?
No, I'm gonna take my time.
No. I was talking to
analyze it.
I was talking to Sasuke.
Okay.
You know his brain got it.
Yep.
So where do you feel like the initial disrespect began, Sasuke?
The initial disrespect?
Yeah.
I would have to say the leading to sex part would be the initial disrespect. Because if a man is doing it just for the sex part, you kind of, he's being disingenuous at that point. On it just for the sex part, you kind of, he's being disingenuous at that point. That's all he wants. I think that's where it starts. But her pouring the wine, you know what I'm saying? She ODing though. Like, the black eyes is crazy though. Like, yeah, you can't hit no woman just because she pours some wine on you. Just pour the wine back on her. Like, I think you do more disservice by messing her hair up than punching her in the face.
Oh my God! Wait. Okay, so you believe that him expressing his truth is the initial disrespect?
If he's only doing it for sex, like if I'm reading this correctly, he's only taking out for the date just to have sex with her, then yeah, I think that's where it starts at disrespect.
How is that disrespectful?
No, but him vocalizing it.
If that's his only reason to take her out on a date, like that's your only reason. Your only reason is I'm only taking you out on a date so I can have sex with you. I think it's a disrespect.
That's a lot of men's reasons.
Yeah, but
Wow.
look at what the
Man,
prompt
it's some
says.
bullshit y'all wrote
If
on
these
here.
dates aren't leading to that, then this is a waste of my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the initial disrespect right there.
I do think it's kind of
Please tell
I
me
get
a
it
guy
to the
wrote
point.
this.
I get it to the point, but I think it's a little rude to put it that way. I don't think she should have thrown the wine on him. There are some men where you do something like that and you just don't know how they're going to react, especially when they're already, maybe on high alert or whatever, or they're very reactive. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got some men out here where if you even try to act like you're going to punch them, they're not going to flinch. They're just going to hit you.
Quick refill. And also,
That's
like,
young guys. That's young guys.
why would I even think to throw a drink at a man that talks like this?
But that's young guys though. Young guys strike for one. Most of them.
Man, we know that them old guys and back in the day was beating on mamas and stuff.
Yeah, but nowadays though, I mean you don't strike.
We do it just loudly. Y'all do it quiet.
You know what I'm saying? In the house, beating them bad. Like they can't go nowhere.
This right here, I'm reading, man. It's just bullshit, though. Really,
Probably having the dookie lips with it.
that means right now that nobody has no impulse of just chilling, cause you don't own nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. People don't understand. If your woman gonna cheat on you, let her cheat. All right, man. You gonna deal with it and figure how to get some money out of it, or you gonna walk away.
That's fair. Fair
That's
point.
key.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, if a chick does some drink on you or whatever because of whatever reason, is because it's an impulse, and she think that's just something that she's saying or something that she think that's
He
something to
impulsive.
do.
Took both her eyeballs out. Impulsive.
No, fuck that. Then you go to jail. Then you lost your money, you lost your house, you lost your guns that you ain't got, all that shit. So you gotta just take it like a champ, like a man. Cause see, everything falls on the man at the end of the day anyway, because that's how it's set up.
That's true. I agree.
Because you're supposed to be the leader. You know what I'm saying? And the leader supposed to accept everything that comes down, whether it's right or wrong, because he's supposed to lead it.
That's why man's mental health is bad like that. They made
Those
society made us to
those who can't really understand and accept it, yeah. See, man, I'm telling you, I'm groomed in this shit.
They
Man.
basically telling men not to never express themselves.
No, you can express yourself. You just got to do it in a way where.
Don't say it like women, because that's what they do. They don't want to hit people. They
No,
hit
You
people.
got to do it with other men that's like you, and
I
like
agree
your
with him.
mom.
I agree with Smooth. Men should express themselves. And like you said, host, there's a crisis right now. Men's mental health is really in the tank. Because they hold everything inside, because they're expected to be, stronger, or expected to, don't let that bother you. Just let it roll off your back. Well, no, it does bother me. And you should be able to say that it bothers you. But I think, like Smooth was kind of alluding to, it's the way that you say it. You can be assertive without being aggressive.
But see, things have changed though. You know what I'm saying? And they always change in generations. You know what I'm saying? That's really the key. You know what I'm saying? Like the way I had to deal with things is different from the way that, maybe some of these guys that's younger than me on here had to deal with has to deal with things. You know what I'm saying? So it's always a vast difference. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. If I can't teach or show or be update with how things have changed, then I can't show him how to grow and how to change the next generation. You see what I'm saying? See, I was already schooled on how to change, how not to slap a chick. I'm 51.
That had to been back in the day if you was schooled.
I mean, I was schooled by dudes that's already dead now or about to die.
TikTok language, unalive.
I mean, unalive. You know what I'm saying? So, you see what I'm saying? Unalive parts of what I just said. See what I'm saying?
That's another school.
So, it's just, man, a growth thing, and people got to be more civilized and be more respectful to each other and be more receptive and calm. Like I said, like when it comes down to, look, I don't own you. People got to understand, you don't own nobody. If she want to cheat on you, then you either deal with it or you figure out how to get some money out of it when you dealing with that person, or just walk away. You ain't gotta pop nobody up about it, and you just gotta just go to the next level. Drop it like it's hot, not like it's not.
She said, "If you my man, I own you." Yeah.
But that's true to a certain extent when it comes to my money and her money.
Like,
yes, you do. Cause that's a transactional business contract when it comes to marriage. That's all it's about, money. People think, well, no, I own you. No, you own part of my money. That's why when you go to court, you got to split stuff because it's all about money. And people don't understand that, man.
She said, "That's my joystick."
What's going on, everybody? Can I
What
answer
up,
your
straight facts? What you got for me, my brother? Welcome.
Appreciate you. So I'm gonna just answer the prompt. You know what I mean? So I feel like this is a lot to unpack first and foremost. I feel like there are multiple levels of disrespect that led up to the end cause, right? So first and foremost, let's start at the
I
beginning.
thought I knew your voice, man. I was like, "Who is?"
Yeah,
I'm like, "I
this
know you."
turtle.
What
Yeah,
up,
this
Turtle?
turtle.
What you been all right, man?
Man, I've been good. How you been?
I'm good, man. I'm blessed.
He sounds like
So
Shine the rapper to me, but okay.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I appreciate it.
Bad.
So let's start at the beginning, right? If you take a woman on 5 or 6 dates, by the 5th or 6th date, she didn't already decided whether or not she want to give you some box. Let's just be honest with it,
She know
right?
that before that.
It may not be now. Shit, it may not be later, right? However, she's already decided that. So first and foremost, if you come out and you say, "Hey, if don't nothing come from this date, then I'm wasting my
Let me
time."
talk, bro. Let me talk, bro.
Dang, you gonna let my man finish first?
Hold on, bro.
I'll let you finish. Go ahead. Speak your
Look,
mind.
look. If you come out and you say, "Hey, if I ain't getting nothing in return for what I'm putting out," I don't feel like you being disrespectful, right? Depending on how you say it. Now, how it's stated here, that you know what I'm saying. If it ain't leading to no nothing, then I can see how she could feel disrespected. However, these are conversations you should have been had from the beginning, before
Hold
you
on,
even got to the
hold
6th date.
on. Let me give you some old school
Old
advice from
school,
my
Hold
man.
mom.
on,
Hold
Wait,
hold
let him
on.
land
One
his
time,
plane
and
though.
I'm
My
gonna
boy
go. Let
straight
me
face
just say
made
this one
everybody
thing,
open
and I'm
their
gonna
mouth,
go.
and it's the men talking.
Yeah.
It's over.
Let
I
me
ain't even. Hey, I ain't even got into the just of it.
Right.
Damn, you feel me? Shit.
I would have thought that been the women trigger. This is all the men. What's going on?
Check it out. So, right? So these are conversations as adults we should be having prior to or during the fact of the first and second date. See where
no,
this is really going. Let me tell you what
no.
my intentions are, right? So we don't waste each other's time, but this is not what's happening. People are putting out expecting a return on something they don't know what they're investing in, right? Then secondly, if you throw a cup of wine on me, I'm gonna be pretty furious as well. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna just be honest with you. That is highly disrespectful. But I'm not going to put my hands on you. That's just me. I'm not that guy. But it's a lot of dudes out here who gonna smack fire from me. You feel
Man,
me?
can I say
So
one thing and that's it? I'm
look, I guess my plane is landed. Y'all got
And we
you
know who
got it.
the impulse control.
You got it.
let me just say
You
this
making
one,
us
and I'm
men
gonna go,
look bad,
man.
and you old school, man. How you doing this, man?
I just want to say
I'm dead.
I just want to say one thing, and I'm for real. I just want to say one thing. And
Oh, my mind's tearing him up. Just let him finish real quick, man.
all right, go ahead.
Thank you, man.
So with that, I think it's disrespectful to throw a drink on a man. Highly disrespectful. However, as a man, you should have enough self-control to say, you know what, this raggedy thing and did this, but I'm not gonna give you the reaction you're looking for. You mad because I told you I need some box out of what I'm putting out. Cool, you threw the drink. Cool, we can leave it here. However, both of y'all are showing very childish mind states by doing the things that you guys are doing afterwards when either of you could have just simply walked away. She didn't have to throw the drink. She could have said, cool, I'm not on that. We can walk away from here. Do you get what I'm saying? So I feel like y'all was just playing tit for tat and trying to see who can be the most disrespectful. And you can go ahead and take it from there.
All right, but if you had this kind of mindset, this would
Mike,
have
you next after him.
this would have happened. All right, look, I'm gonna tell you what my mom used to tell me. This is what my mom used to tell me, and I was young and I didn't listen. She said, now I took a pay. Now this is what I do now. I'm 51. This is what I do now. And women, they don't like this shit. Okay. She told me a long time, like I was 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. She said, find out how this woman think. Okay. She said, find out how this woman think, talk to her, get to know her. And if you and see, y'all don't know this. I don't know if y'all how young y'all is, but you know, she was always say, get to know her, find out, you know, how she think. Because if you get to know her, you find out that you don't want to screw her. Now, if you do that, if you go into a relationship or you go into a date or whatever, not trying to get into her drawers, and you try to find out how she think, how she talk, and what her verbiage is, and everything that is before you try to get into her drawers, you'll find out that she gonna be a problem. You won't even want to screw her. I don't care how big her butt is, or any of that, because you're gonna find out that she's a problem.
But OG, one thing I don't think you taking into consideration is your time and this time is two different eras. Things move a whole lot different. The way
They
y'all
move faster.
hold on. The way y'all courted then is not how they court now. And there's a lot of differences that led to the way you courted then. Let's
It's
just even
just,
talk on
it's
the
still
hold
the
on.
same way
Hold on,
because
OG.
women want the
Hold
same.
on, OG. There's a lot of differences, right? And let's talk about just one simple one. Y'all were courting women when y'all were in the era of listening to music like I Got the Month of May and things of that nature, right?
No,
They're
no, I'm
courting
not
women.
that. No, that's 70s.
I'm just using it as an example. I'm not.
I'm 74 and 90s.
Okay, 74 and 90s. That's a big ass gap. But look, either way, it's a difference from what you were intaking then and putting out towards the dating world than what these other
Yeah,
people
but
are
what
intaking
I'm
and putting
applying
out in
is
the
this.
dating
Like
world.
right now, I'm in Texas, right? They'll fuck you before they feed you. So what you got to do is you got to understand that it always gonna boil down to the man. Look, a woman want the same thing a woman want. I mean, a woman want the same thing a man want. Don't get that twisted. She want the same thing a man want in her way. She want the same thing a man want. Once you understand that, you have a better grasp of what her needs is and how she gonna come at you. She want the
The
same thing
only
you want,
thing,
dog. She want look good. She want to dress good. She want nails done. She want to floss. She want to be the boss. She want to drive good. She want to ride good. She want eat good. She want everything that you want the same way in a woman's way. And once you understand that, then you have a better grasp of how to come to her, and then you better come to her in a way where, hey, look, all right, you gotta take a page out of her book. See, back in the day, in my day, back in the day, they should be like this, you know. Let's get to know each other. Let's talk. Let's go out. Let's eat. But everything besides screwing. And that's what you gotta think. And my dads and my uncles and they used to tell me, think with your big head, not with your little head.
I hear
Because
you, OG. I hear you. And I don't mean to interrupt because I don't want to be what I keep asking you not to be to me, right? However, that's not true. Yeah, they gave that game back then, but y'all was out here fucking out each pants leg. Let's be honest. That's why y'all had 6 and 7 baby mamas and 13 kids
yeah, we
in
was.
5 different states. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
we
let's not
was.
make it seem like they're doing something now that y'all wasn't
And
doing
women
then.
doing the
The
same thing.
difference
Look how
is the
many kids they got.
approach.
Cause they open their legs. Now see the thing is this is a trick. If a woman this has changed the whole game and put everything back in balance. If a woman keep her legs closed and she go back to
Oh my gosh,
let,
dude.
I'm just keeping it real with you.
We live
If
in a
she say, hey,
fantasy
look,
world, man. We
let,
heard
let,
this
let,
before. Everybody heard this already, man. This is a fantasy land you talking about. Like,
okay, all right,
women's
all
not a
right.
monolith. Like,
I ain't got no
mean,
look.
Hold on.
I'm
Let's
still
say
in the
let's say
game,
that that's
player.
hold on.
Look,
Let's say
I'm
that
still
that's
in
the
the
facts, right?
game.
OG, let's say that that's the facts, right? The ladies start keeping their legs closed. Where's the accountability for the men that's just out here sleeping with any and everything? You sleeping with women that you know you have no desire for in any matter.
don't start the turtle up. Don't start the
But
turtle up.
remember what I said though. She want the same thing you want. So it's some women out here that just want to just kick it and have a good time. and just have sex and have a good sex. Cause see, look, it's more women than it is men. So they say. And some say it's about equal. Okay, either or. We still have the upper hand as far as dealing with being promiscuous and being conquerors. And they don't have the luxury of just actually just sleeping around without catching some or being feeling like they being ran through.
All right, let's go ahead and get some more. Let's get some more heads up in here real quick.
Look, man, the game is cold, dog, and I done already developed it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
The issue might have been.
Hold on, real quick, Junior. So we gonna get Charlotte in, then you next, Junior. Then we gonna get China in, so it get everybody voice going. Then y'all go back to open panel. What you got, CC?
Hello, Mr. Kev. And Miss Rachel and Hannah. Um, so I was reading the questions. I don't know about the white mark. I don't know about what that is. So I'm just gonna go to the yellow one. So when I was reading it, so the guy took her on a date, and then because I ain't gonna read it all, because I know everybody done read it and da. So he took her on a date, or they went on a date, and then he said he don't want to keep doing this if it's not gonna lead to smacks. And then she gets offended and poured a drink on him. So he bop, and he got two darkened eyes. So how I think about that situation, I think that's that's what we are. I don't know if you're on the second one. So the first one, I feel like within that date, she should know what she was dealing with. Like that to me tells me that she didn't properly, assess the situation to see what he wants. I think that no, she did not deserve the two. I don't think the bop. She shouldn't have got that. I mean, but she should not have at the same time poured a drink on him. So I mean, you get what you give. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough situation. Like, I mean, if he said that, I mean, why not be lady enough to be like, okay, well, for me. Well, I'm glad my dad always told me when I was younger and going on dates, you don't never go to a date empty-handed. He would have, said, "Hey, I've been dishing out all this money on these dates. Okay, well, let's calculate it, sir. How much have these dates been costing you?"
Oh,
And
let's
blah blah
go
blah blah
Dutch.
blah. There you go. Like I'll give you your money now. I'll pay for this dinner tonight and good night. See you never. Okay, goodbye. Because it's like if it's not leading up to it, it's like, why would you say that out your mouth? How do you not know tonight was not gonna be the night? Like you didn't wait till we got back to the house. You said this at dinner. How could you? Like, I don't know. Like I think that who was wrong first? I think that she was wrong for pouring the drink first and not expressing or doing the adult thing would have been, like I said, maybe went ahead and got in her wallet and said, okay, no problem. How much was the other dates? Or, I can, like somebody said, go Dutch on right now on this date, whatever the case may be. But I feel like he, just verbally saying like this is what I'm expecting right then. You don't know. That night might have just been the night for you. And now you done ruined it all because now you verbally, what am I gonna get me? You would have got you tonight, but you done ruined it. Now you ain't getting that tonight. But that's my outlook on the first one, Mr. Kev. I don't know if
Six.
we're on the second one.
All right. Yeah, we gonna get deeper in it. Let me get Junior in. Hey, 6 days and she just said that now. That'd be capping me.
Hey,
I
let me
mean,
say
the
something.
disrespect comes from a couple different sides. I think one, he's trying to get things on a payment plan, uh, and if he didn't have enough to pay for it all at once, you gotta wait. You lay away, you gotta wait. Secondarily to that, the bigger statement might have been waste of time because that's the only thing in this scenario that can't be replaced. So therefore, you're telling me I've spent 5 evenings with you, I've talked to you, I've listened to your boring stories, I've laughed at your jokes, and that has no value. And so it may have been a value proposition because if that was his only goal, if that's the only win, there's shortcuts to that. So yeah, you told someone that the time they spent, the effort that they put in a world where people are trying to find their worth, you said that the time I spent with you had no value if it didn't have an end goal.
Everybody have a different neck though. Some people don't have a neck, man.
Smoothly, man. We trying to hurry up and get to this open panel.
Well, I mean, we said fifth or sixth date, so in 6 dates he wasn't communicating well enough to let it be clear on what he wanted, and equally decided that none of the other factors of the date had any value. So tempers flare. As far as the outcome, yeah, there. I don't know of any outcome that justifies that reaction. So I can't give that I can. That's an easy disrespect thing. But I think it started because they both probably started out, or at least he started out disingenuous because he had one goal and one goal only.
But he got to understand.
Yeah, my boy think he on a phone call or something. All right, let me get China in real quick though. Then we can get this open panel going. But real quick, why y'all as much as you know how to tap the screen smoothly? That'd be smooth though. Back in your days, I know they did the tap screens. Hey, this is a new thing now. If y'all can tap the screen real quick, all I see is my baby tapping right now. That's all that's happening right now.
You cut me off, man.
You cut your own self off, man. You gotta wait. You gotta wait till everybody is done. I literally gave a order, and then I'm
trying to give you some game.
We good. We gonna get your game in a minute. You gotta let everybody speak. You can't be the only one speaking up here. But yeah, if y'all can share it out, if y'all have not shared it out yet, join the team. It'll help push me on the if y'all got that little heart near y'all name, it only costs 1 penny. Y'all can join the team and help push me on the popular lives. Y'all can gift y'all favorite people that might be preaching in here, you know what I'm saying, that y'all feel like might be talking about some stuff, you feel me? Also, has a couple hashtag FYPs down there. Even if you want to use y'all pizza money, you know what I'm saying, y'all can put a meal to the side. I know if I look at some of y'all guts, y'all can miss some pizza. Go ahead and subscribe to your boy, you feel me? And then we good now. So let's go ahead and get China in, and then we open panel after that.
I agree with Charlotte. I was gonna say, you should never put your hands on, or not put your hands on somebody, but throw wine at somebody. I think that's disrespectful. But for the question where did the disrespect truly begin? I think it really began with him being on the 6th date with her, and just now saying on the 6th date that that's the only thing that he really like, or that he wants that out of her, if that makes sense. Because I think if that's the type of relationship it's going to be, because even me as a Christian, I'm not looking for something like that. So I'm assuming that if somebody is out with me, they know that I'm not looking for that type of situation. So I'm going to be thinking like, oh, like, he's still asking me on a date because, he agrees with like how I'm living my life. He doesn't want me. Yeah, like he agrees with my morals. So if somebody were to just be on a date and then all of a sudden they hear you say that, that's kind of like objectifying them. And not only that, like it's kind of like, it's really disrespectful to them because you just see them as an object. If that's the type of arrangement you want, you got to make that clear from like the very beginning. So I think there's disrespect on both ends, but I think that's more disrespectful than pouring the wine on him.
Interesting. Let me ask this too, since you said that. So I was gonna say, there go the stars coming in the building. Come on up, my brother. He the one that got me thinking about this topic. About my boy official. That's where I got this topic from. But I was gonna say, okay. Let me ask this for the women mainly, right? Do y'all believe that when y'all don't think men, like when they take you on dates and stuff, they don't want to sleep with you at all?
That's an attraction, dude. Come on.
Hold up, I said women.
I'm just saying, man.
I would say I do think that sometimes you said, do women think that when men take them on the date, they don't want to just sleep with them?
No, I didn't say no. I'm not gonna throw that
Okay.
just in there. I'm just saying, do women eventually, right? A man is going to want to sleep with them eventually,
Right.
or at some point.
Right.
Okay. Because I was
So
like, I don't
you saying do women think about the some point that they will want
like.
to?
Do they really think that men take them out on dates and not sleep with them at all? You know what I'm saying? Like they just
Oh
really
well,
want to be
yeah.
friends. Do women really think men want to just be friends with them?
Yeah,
That's what I wonder.
I would say, for my opinion, I would think that some women that don't understand what a man thinks about, don't have a man in their life that tells them that, they might think
Mm.
that. For me, my dad told me very young. I had a school guy who got me something. And my dad said, "Boys and or men, when you get older, don't do nothing and don't expect nothing for return." My dad was really hot about a little necklace that I got from a little boy. He said, "Give it back." And I thought it was cute. I was like, "Oh, but
You
no,
ain't give you
dad." He
that
was like,
necklace
"Give
for
it
us.
back."
Gonna be a neck for a neck.
Right, give it back. So yeah, my dad told me real quick, no, no, because that little boy gonna be expecting something. So I was like, my daddy told me I gotta give it back to you. I was heartbroken. It was pretty, but yeah, like for women who don't have that, I think that they or didn't have that. I think that yes, they might think like they're surprised because how dare you think of me as an object or something. It's like, but that's in a man's nature, just like it's for us. Like, when we want it, we want it. So when a man, gets to that point, he wants it too. I mean, I don't fault the man really in that sense. It's like you're just being a man, but yeah, I think that a lot of some women don't.
Going
Yeah.
back
But
to
So
the
yeah,
after
I
all
topic.
think.
the after all the women answer though, yeah, we just straight up open panel though. I just want to get that question out the way. That's all.
Mhm. Well,
I,
yeah, I'm.
oh,
Oh,
you could go ahead.
no, no, you didn't get to speak yet. Go ahead.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think it is obvious that some men like if you're I'm not trying to throw any shots. I'm gonna say this very respectfully. I think if you're dealing with a certain type of man that when he takes you like my dad kind of taught me that like if you're dealing with a certain type of guy after some dates he may start wanting that, but I also think it depends on the type. Like you should be vetting the guy to make sure that you're not in the situation that's written on the screen. You should be like shooting for a guy that like I'm a Christian. I don't believe in smacks before marriage, but if like let's say I like that aside, the goal is at least to be in a relationship. So I would be shooting for a guy that's like, and it's hard to find that sometimes, but I would be shooting for a guy that's okay with that, and he doesn't, because I would be shooting for a guy that is valuing other things that I'm bringing, and he genuinely thinks I'm bringing other things to him and adding more to him that he doesn't. He may want to, but he's not like, oh my gosh, this is so bad because she's not giving it up yet. So I would be shooting for a guy like that.
All right, babe, you next, and then mom, you next after that.
And when I'm next.
Oh boy, he's ready. He's
Go right
fired
after
up.
right after the
Whoa.
last woman go. You can come on in. I know you've been trying to get in for the
At
long.
least he asked. That was good.
Right, hey, he's learning. See, I like that. See, old dogs can learn new tricks. You said I was saying.
So,
He had to laugh at that.
Y'all on there bullshit.
when Cece was talking about the women that were never taught that, I'm that woman. I was not taught these things about men. I did not know men will just lie just for everything. I grew up listening to love music, NSYNC. I grew up very naive in a bubble, thinking everybody was, had good intentions. So yeah, but now, honestly, being on these panels is what really taught me. I just sat back and listened to what men really thought. And so now I know that's how it is, but I really didn't go on dates. I don't even
TikTok
go.
saved you then, huh?
Yeah, no, for real, because I didn't go on dates expecting anything. I just thought, hey, first of all, I've been the type to
Queen. Oh.
yeah, no, I've been the type to pay my half. Like I'll be like, yo, that's fine, I'll pay. Like I don't got no problem. I'm not coming on this date for you to give me nothing. I don't care about that. So yeah, I'm a little different.
Okay. So it is out here then. Okay. So What you got, mama?
I think no, we know that at the end of the day, it may lead to that. We're not naive to think otherwise, right? But I think we want to know that we're worth, that we're worth putting in the time, we're worth putting in the effort because we are. And so I'm not, like I said, I knew my husband for 20 years before he and I got together. Excuse me, it wasn't 20 years. We've known each other now for 20 years. So I knew him about 10 years before we actually got together.
Dang.
Yeah, no.
You might be smoothly then. Okay. Teach us.
And in all the time that I've known him, he's always been very real with me when it comes to guys or whatever. All we want to know is, are you willing to put in that time? If you are, and if all is going well and we're digging each other and all that stuff, yes, at some point we are going to organically get there. But I'm not going to get there just because that's expected of me because you bought me some meals. We're in a time right now, women and men are making money. Okay. If I didn't have my husband now, I make good money. I don't need anybody's food. I don't need your dinner. I don't need anything from you.
So you say you strong and independent and don't need no man.
No. I don't subscribe to that because I think we do. I think women do, and I think men need women. We do need each other.
Yeah,
but if I was by myself, I'd be just fine. You don't impress me because you bought me a plate of food. I'm good. Show me something else, and I'll show me what you got, and I'll show you what I got. Because what I have is worth you putting in that time, putting in that effort into me and into what we can develop.
Okay.
Am I next? I gotta get up.
He's like, I heard all that. Yeah.
Get up and get this over.
Right. Blobbity blah. Am I next?
And I'm gonna cap it off.
Go ahead, smoothly. It's open panel from this point, y'all. Y'all gotta jump in. No, it's not you, Days. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, smoothly. I forgot. We gotta get the person that inspired this prompt. Let me go ahead and get him in this thing. What's up, Rob? How you feeling, my brother?
What up, bro? I'm in a grocery store buying mayonnaise. You know what I'm saying?
I think for mayonnaise.
Nah, just chilling. How y'all doing today, man?
Good, man. Friday.
What's up, Rachel? Let me see who's more wrong. Okay, you want me to skip to the yellow or the white?
Hey, whatever.
Okay. Who's more wrong, manipulative, or impulsive? Well, shit. On this prompt, I think. Okay, can I have one bag, please? I think the disrespect started with pouring of the drink. I think the way a lot of I ain't gonna spoil it. I was gonna say the way I think people would respond, but then they're gonna respond how I say they would, and you know what I mean. I don't want to be the master predictor up in here.
Yeah, don't shake the room up again.
Nah, but I think yeah, if she pours her wine glass, like she could have walked away and stuff, instead of doing that. But when it's high emotion now, like yo man, sometimes they justify some crazy stuff. Like, my one friend, he got socked while he was driving. Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay. I hit the I tapped out by accident. Yeah. My one friend, he was driving and stuff, driving his woman somewhere. They in an argument, and she like, man, I'm gonna just square up with you right now. Like, why are you driving? It's like I don't know why the ladies do that. Like, if you want to square up with your man, wait till he parks the car. Damn, like. Square up afterwards, I don't know. I'm not an advocate for violence, but what I'm saying is, while he's driving you is wild, So yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Smooth. I know you about to say. Go ahead.
I knew that was Robbie. I was like, that sounds like Robbie. What's up, Robbie?
Robbie.
What's up, man? How you doing?
All right, look. Like I said, it boils down to knowing that. First of all, when you start dating somebody or whatever the case may be, first of all, a man gotta be a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be a gentleman, he's supposed to be smooth. Of course you wanna hit. the natural attraction is why you talk to her in the first place, because you want to be intimate with her. That's what a man, that's his natural instinct. He want to be intimate with her, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. As far as he want to be with her. So, then it comes to the point where you got to understand that when a man, hold on, let me get this right. Okay. You have to understand that a woman wants the same thing a man wants. She do. She wants to be intimate with that guy. That's why she dealing with him.
They do want Punani now. You right about that?
At some point, she wants to be intimate with this guy. That's why she talking to him or waving to him or whatever. She like him, whether they look or
We may
whatever.
just want to see what his pockets weigh like.
And then and then too, it comes down to that too. Can because she have her needs. Can he support her in certain ways? Can he do what she want him to do? You know what I'm saying? So it's always to the, it leads always to the man to be a gentleman, be cool. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to go after the draws, because I'm gonna tell you like my mama told me. She told me, and I think I already said this. My mama told me this, and I was 13, 14 years old, 15, 16, 17 years old. She said, look, a woman want the same thing you want, but when you talking to a woman, you got to realize, you got to find out how her mind thinks, and what she's really want and what she's after, because and how her mind thinks, because she can be crazy. Okay, so therefore you gotta if once you find out those things, this all boils down to the man. Once you figure out those things, you might not want to fuck her. That's what you might not want to screw her. That's what my mom told me. She said, find out how she think, find out what she want, find out how she is as a person, because you might realize that you don't want to even deal with her that way, because it's gonna cause you a problem. So get to know her. See, that's the old school way. If a man refrain from just trying to hit it and quit it, he'll save himself a lot of trouble. That's like Shannon Sharp. You know what I'm saying? Or he already knew what she wanted and stuff like that. He is dealing with a young chick or whatever the case would be. This is going off course a little bit. But he already knew he is supposed to just hit it and that's it. You know what I'm saying? But he kept going. That's why he in the trouble he in. And then he is probably set up anyway along the way in some other kind of way. But let's go back to just me, you, regular, not millionaire, maybe millionaire type people. Okay. So you got to realize that when you talking to a woman, you got to find out what she want, how she think. See, that's what they really don't want.
It's too much. It's too much, bro. Why?
Hey, I know what it is. This is game. This is what I found out in my years, because I'm dating women. Look, let me tell you something. I hit on the first date because I'm a handsome dude.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I ain't lying. I swear to God, 9 times out of 10, I'm hitting on the first date because I'm a gentleman. I take them out. I don't seem like I want it, even though I know I want it, and they know I want it, and they want it too.
Tendencies.
I take them out, we go out, we kick it, you know what I'm saying? And we might not do it on the first date, give or take or whatever, but then we go on the second date.
That's why the investors acting like that. Okay.
Because they because they want the same thing you want. They really do. They want to be intimate, they want to be in love, they want to be treated right, they want to go out, they want to have a romance, they want to find somebody that's all that. But like I said, it always leans on the man. That's why the man always get all the trouble of whatever happens. It's his fault. And you got to accept it as a man. It's your fault if you don't guide, because you're supposed to be the leader. That's why when you go into a relationship and you dating and stuff like that, you supposed to try to set the ground rules a little bit, and you supposed to be able to be lenient, and you supposed to be able to bring her in, but not bring her in too close, and you supposed to keep it cordial, and so you can get a foundation going. Once you do that, she'll be more acceptable to give you the sex because she found the one she feels. Now it's up to the man if he
She
type of man
feels. She feels is the
feels.
key word. She feels. Go ahead. My
Yeah,
bad.
because a woman, because you could tell a woman anything, and if it's sweet, if it's smooth and sweet enough, she'll believe it. It's like how you look at women like these supermodels, and they look all good with all that makeup on. Then they take that makeup off, they're like garbage. See, I only date women that don't wear makeup for real. Now I ain't against women who wear makeup, because some women can wear makeup and look good without makeup and just handsome even more. But generally, I don't date women who who wear makeup, because once I see how they look, it changes the whole aesthetics of how I feel about them. Because I'm attracted to, because men are attracted to the way women look, just like women are attracted to the way how men talk to them. So that's just it, man. You know.
Well,
And the drink.
Smooth, I'm sorry, I got lost. What is the main point?
The main point is a woman need to keep her legs closed if she want to get a true reaction of a man. And a man need to keep his cool and spit his game and show his realness, and it'll come out. If she keep her legs closed, see back in the day, look. Let me tell you something.
So basically, this is all about just smashing women. This ain't nothing about actually like having a relationship, right?
No, it ain't about smashing women, because
that's the whole purpose of what you saying. Spit game.
No, because she want the same thing you want.
Boy, try to be a player and a counter player. That's like one of them. You know when they do the casino. They go to the casino and they say, "Fight your addiction."
Right. But you gotta
He's an anti-player. He's not for either side.
No, I'm trying to tell you, a woman want the same thing, and
That
woman
boy don't know what he want to
If a
do.
woman tell you that I'm not telling you, she need to say it now. A woman want the same thing a man want. She's a half a man. Why
All right,
wouldn't she?
we got you, man. Who next, man? I'm trying to see if what y'all now. Y'all want to stay quiet now?
Yeah, because it's game speaking. That's why.
Gosh,
I
This
disagree.
this 50 years a game.
I
I'm
got
giving
you,
you,
man. I
right?
got you 50 years ago.
Go ahead, China.
I disagree because I don't know. Maybe I was just raised very differently, but like my dad always just say like a man will be honest. Like
I said that.
just say, but I don't feel like you gotta like butter them up. I feel like the issue
You don't like no
nowadays is
butter.
people are trying to keep things too sweet. No, just give us the blunt truth.
But you
If
don't like butter on the truth.
no, don't butter nothing else.
China,
Just tell me.
no disrespect.
So if
but
I tell you
your dad-
pretty,
hey, your dad lied when he told you that men are just gonna tell you the truth.
No,
'Cause 9
he
out of
didn't
10 of them gonna
say.
tell you a lie to see how far they can get with it.
No, he didn't say men are
Facts,
gonna
facts.
tell me the truth. He just said a good man that you're supposed to, that's worthy is just gonna tell you the truth.
Did he
Like
tell
if
you
a
what?
like if a like
if we
a
tell you the
man
truth,
that
you
the
ain't
man
gonna
that
really
has
really
success,
like it.
he doesn't have to lie to you. He just because I know a lot of like not a lot, but I've encountered men that they'll just tell the girl straight up like on the when meeting her, like, listen, I want just a sexual like arrangement. And I think there's definitely people, I'm not shaming anybody who wants to do that. I think there's definitely going to be people who are down for that. But I think if you have to butter me up and wait and do all of that, I'm just going to look at you as more of a weasel, because I'm going to be like, what?
No, because see, let me
You
say
could have
this.
just got to the
I tell
point.
women, I work with nothing but women, and I tell a woman
That's why
that
so messed
she's
up right now. Like y'all keep telling women what they want to hear instead of just actually just being you and being yourself. Why you gotta do all this extra craftiness just to get the attention of getting
Come
what you
on.
want?
We
Because
can't
women
be
like
we
attention.
can't be disingenuous,
Because
fam. We
women like
already know.
Nah, but I'm saying for real though. Why you?
We know women don't
You're
like the
not gonna.
truth. There's
Let me
no
tell you
way.
something.
But
You'll
Let me
that,
never
tell
but
you
get
that
real
no
do,
quick.
you'll never
but
get
that,
cutty if you was to be
but
straightforward. We know that.
that
Listen,
do, but
I
that do
tell
you
them,
a favor though. Like that does you the favor
Yeah,
because.
now, but we talk about in reality. We
That
know
is not
niggas got a
true.
Well,
lot to get it.
I
Reality
tell them
is,
women,
hey, reality is you more liable to get the cutty by just being straightforward than you are to sit here telling this lie.
Thank you.
but hold up. But
I
I'm talking about in a
disagree. I
smooth.
disagree.
I'm talking about in a generally
I
smooth
think you get
way.
way more
I
cutty
work with
lying.
I work with nothing but
Nah,
women.
but it don't last. It's just a headache, man. All that line
We
you
talk
got.
about quality versus quantity. Quantity,
You
you gonna get all type of stuff lying. I ain't
know
gonna
what I'm
lie.
saying? I
Hold
get
on,
it,
listen
but
though.
yeah.
Quantity, yeah,
I work with nothing but women. Now I tell women in 3 different languages that they're beautiful, and it lights them up all day. Now some of these
3
women
languages you
are
speak, fool.
Yeah, let me hear
Spanish,
Uh huh.
Russian,
Uh
and English. All right. Now, and,
Three languages.
in Nepal. Now, I tell them that they're beautiful every day,
You and everybody else.
and they light up, and it's generally, but now a few of them are not very beautiful, but it makes them feel good
Why y'all here lying to these women then?
huh?
Why y'all here lying to these women?
But
we know
I really ain't lying. I mean, because
it's
they're
game.
beautiful.
You
I
just
say
said they
this.
weren't beautiful.
Really
It's
ain't
They're
game.
beautiful
Do
beautiful,
y'all know
lying
beautiful
at
game?
souls.
somewhere.
Y'all do know game when we used to say game back in the day. That was lying. That was flat out lying. That's why it's a game. That's why they call you players because you're playing. So
But
that was always
they like that though. They want
yeah,
to.
they do
They
like
know
that.
it.
That's what I'm saying. That back then, yes, we already know. Like you had to come up with you had to be the fakest person to get these women nowadays.
But
He
beautiful
didn't.
can mean.
Niggas
But
be
beautiful.
broke, don't got no
Hey,
cars. They
he
have all
came
the
up in
Jordans.
the 1974 90s, bro.
But beautiful can mean. But hold up,
What the
listen.
heck?
But beautiful to a woman can mean many things.
They hear that all the time, man. That really ain't spending
But
no time.
it can mean many things though. Like for instance, you know what I'm saying, a beautiful soul, a beautiful person. You know what I'm saying? They can take it like that. They know that they know when they look in the mirror that they not that attractive.
They
I don't
don't.
know.
They don't know
I
that.
don't know
Okay,
about
well if
that.
they don't, then I tell them that anyway,
Nah,
and it makes them
hold
feel
Yeah, because
good.
if you tell him that every day and he got all these people lying to them and telling them the
hold
same
on.
thing,
Everybody
eventually
don't do that.
You
eventually
said it could
that's the
mean
truth.
Can I
multiple
answer
things
the
like they
prompts?
don't like they don't understand context clues. Go ahead.
But everybody
Um,
don't do that. Their husbands probably don't even do that. If someone be married, they like
can I answer the prompts?
Go ahead.
Okay. So it says, imagine a man on his 5th or 6th date with a woman. He says, if these dates aren't leading to sex, then this is a waste of my time. I need a return on my investment. So to that right there, why don't men just get a prostitute if they want a return on their investment instead of expecting regular people to just give up their pee because they're buying them dinner?
Man, dang, what the heck? I'm trying to see what part that say that in the question. That's
I'm
crazy.
saying it says I need a return on my investment. So if you
Oh,
want
I'm trying to
gotcha.
see
ROI,
what question
just
that
go to the
came.
street and get a prostitute.
Oh, you made your own question up. Oh, that's crazy work. Oh, wow.
It's asking the prompt is literally saying, if I want a return on my investment, then
Yeah,
why
so at
am
the
I not
bottom, the
getting any
question,
play?
at
that's
the
somebody
Yeah,
bottom,
who
you
just want to
you got to
hear.
read it all the way through.
You
It's
got to
one of
read it
read
those
all the
all
where
way
of
through,
that.
boy.
all the
Yeah,
way.
she
Yeah,
pours her wine on him. In response, socked her what twice, leaving her with black eyes. What does it say?
yep, you read it right.
Yeah, keep going,
Socked.
keep going. You almost there.
So did he punch her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore,
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Keep
We
going.
ain't
No,
there.
don't
okay,
answer
so
until you
where
read
did
the
the
whole thing.
disrespect truly begin? What was it? Was it when he made his intentions clear, when she poured the wine, or when he resorted to violence?
We did it.
When
Now
she
what you got
poured
It's
the
now?
wine.
disrespectful to expect sex just because you're paying for a date. That's
No,
Well, let's
disrespectful.
talk about it.
no,
Let's talk about it.
that's disrespectful. But
Hey,
It
Alter.
disrespectful
is
when you
because if
start
you
Truly,
wanted
arguing
a
man.
about
Come
return
it.
on
on.
investment,
You gonna take over the
if
whole live. I'm trying to hear more people.
I'm
if
gone then, man.
All
Gone.
right, do your
yeah,
thing.
because
Do your thing. Oh,
Anyways, like
you
I'm
just old
saying,
stubborn man. Dang.
in the beginning of the dates, he could have communicated that, hey, I only want this, and this is why I'm taking you out. But on the
You
fifth
call
or
me
sixth
old
date, he
stubborn man.
communicates that after the fact. Okay, y'all can just keep chit chatting if you want to, I guess.
It's self-explanatory though. You know who's wrong.
Hold up, man. All right, I'm gonna let you right back up, my brother. You just gotta get some time down there. Now go ahead. No, I gotta hear you clear.
So what I'm saying is that if he communicated off the gate that he wanted just sex, then she had the option to continue to entertain him or not, right? But instead, he waits until he's invested however many dollars and to now expect the sex. So that's disrespectful for one, because he didn't come with true intentions. He was disingenuous, and he's looking for something. He's transactional, so therefore he's giving her a false delusion of that he's actually interested in her as a person, courting her when he's not, and he's playing with her time and disrespecting her time. That's straight up disrespectful off the
What the
bails.
heck? You just throwing disrespect everywhere. I don't even know.
Because it's like this. It's like this. If I'm in a business meeting with somebody who I'm expecting to do a partnership with, and they play around with me, and all of a sudden they don't got their part upheld when it comes to signing them papers, they just wasted my time. That's disrespectful.
No, according
Because
to
I'm
your
out there.
logic, that means every man that's in your friend zone is disrespectful. Then
I don't have no male friends. There you
okay,
go.
okay, now okay, we can take that out. So any woman that do that, that put a male in the friend zone is disrespectful, right?
Is a woman saying that she wants something from them? Is she wasting their time? They have the
Yeah,
option to
she
stop
pretty
being
much
friends.
what cause she 9 times out of 10 she know that this dude want to be with her
But she
more.
don't have to continue to drag them on. A lot
So
of
is it?
men,
I'm saying according to your logic, is that disrespectful?
yeah.
You just said wasting time is disrespectful. This dude's that
But
wait
the
years.
woman who puts them in the friend zone, now they know they're in the friend zone. They have the option to stay friends, or they have the option to completely cut her off, right?
So they both waste each other's time if that's the case. So
No,
they both
but what
disrespect
I'm
each other.
saying is make your intentions clear from the get go, so people have the option to
He
leave.
did. That's why he in the predicament he in now. He made it clear.
It's the sixth date, bro. That's not intentional in the beginning. 6
Who
dates in.
who said it
Yeah.
had to be at the beginning? He decided to be clear now. He could have just
Okay, but he should have said. But he's already made investments, so now he's expecting a return on his investment.
so she
In
from that point she'd be like, you know what? On 7th day I got you or something. You know.
but that's not what she signed up for.
How you know? What the heck you this woman or something?
It's not in the prompt, is it?
I'm trying to see. Neither one of them is in the prompt. You just made your own stuff up. That's
It
what
says, imagine a man on his 5th or 6th day with
But
a
where
woman.
did it say she signed up for it?
It doesn't.
Right, so we on the same thing. So you can't throw stuff. Let me throw stuff in there if you want to throw stuff in there.
What I'm saying is this. I just gave you a metaphor.
That's why your name's Slick, boy.
If I'm on a business, if I'm doing business with somebody and there's a partner who's trying to get in on a business so we can make this business grow, I'm thinking that we're about to level up together, right? But then they come to me on the day that it's time to sign paperwork and they don't got their end upheld. They didn't stick with the promise that they kept. Yeah?
That's kind of
My
different.
keys in my car. Yeah, you could just push to start.
But
But
he is trying to make his business
They're
grow.
not business partners yet. They're looking.
what I'm saying is it's a metaphor. If they
Yeah.
are trying to be
metaphor
intentional,
makes
he
sense.
is coming into look, hold on, wait. You have a business that you're starting. Somebody says, oh, I want to go in on this with you. So you guys get to writing up plans, y'all going to coffee shops, wasting time that you could have been doing with somebody else who actually has that upheld standard for the business. But then you get to signing the papers, and the person who's been doing all this tic-tacking with you, they don't even have their end of the bargain held up. So therefore, they're wasting your time. And they should have said from the beginning that they didn't have their shit together to pursue the actual business, right? So this is the same thing. If you're supposed to be courting me and I'm thinking we're doing stuff intentionally towards relationships, commitment, and you come out the gate saying, oh, well, I don't got it like that. This is exactly just what I want. I just want sex. I don't care about a relationship or commitment. Now you disrespecting me by wasting my time. You don't give a fuck about me or my time.
But she
I
also
agree.
didn't make her intentions clear either.
How
Like,
did she? We
no,
don't have
there-
that information in the prompt, do we?
No, but it's her responsibility to tell him also the same way it's his responsibility to tell
We don't know
her.
either side. All we know is that
I-
within the 5th or 6th date, that he just now coming out the gate saying that this is all he wants, and she clearly didn't want that, which is
Yeah,
why
but
she
you're
poured the
talking
wine on him.
about them being. You're talking about going into business, and you're saying, "Oh, we wrote all the like we're thinking of doing this, this, and this." No,
But how many men will promise
is really
that?
discussed. Like, there's some people that you know, if they're doing the 90 days, right? They're like, I'm not gonna have sex for 90 days. Are they telling a man?
But what don't they want to? I'm pretty sure they talk about relationships and boyfriends and this and that. Do they not?
Yeah, but that's not a clear. Those are assumptions you're making that this person.
I'm going based off of the prompt. He's just now out the gate saying in 5th or 6th date that he wants sex. She's clearly disrespected by it and pours the wine out.
But you
So
were
she-
talking about wasting someone's time. What I'm telling
Yes.
you is he is also wasting his time.
But
by
he's choosing
assuming-
to do that when he can go get a prostitute and not have to waste no time.
But he did not know he would be wasting time.
But you know what? It's a guarantee if he just goes on the street and picks up a hoochie. He don't have to figure it out with anybody. He could just go directly to the OnlyFans source.
You were the one that was saying that the man should tell from the get-go their intention.
A lot of men don't keep it peak because they ain't got no game. That's what it is.
You're right. I agree. Like, okay, that's true. I'm just trying to stick by. You said that the man should make his intentions clear from the beginning.
Right, and he didn't.
Right. So what is the woman's responsibility to make what clear? They
We
have
don't know. We don't know if she made her.
I'm not talking about this scenario. I'm talking about in general. Do women not have a responsibility to make? You know,
They do.
Okay,
They do. But I'm saying that based off this prompt, we don't know what was said from the day one. Based off of this, she clearly was not for it. And
how you just made an assumption? You said we don't know, and then you just made an assumption.
she clearly wasn't for it while she pours the wine on him, right? In response.
She could have
And then-
been not.
and then
she could've
so
been
on top of that-
she could have been upset how he said it. It's not that she wasn't
But
down to
if
it.
we continue reading the prompt, this nigga punched her in the face.
I mean, I feel like
He punches her in the face off of a
What I'm
wine
saying
spill.
is you made an assumption about what.
Hold on.
This whole
So you
prompt is
think-
based off of
Ma-
assumptions, bro.
Miss Rachel, if I may, okay, so
I gotta
Miss,
ask Slick.
Slick,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
My
so
thing,
I wanted
hold
to
on, before
say-
you do that though, I
okay.
want to say this though. This CC, you can go though, but I'm saying the thing is, you can't be selective with your assumptions. Like either all of us can make assumptions, or don't make assumptions.
We
You know
don't
what I'm
know
saying?
if he made the
No, because what you did, you made. I noticed in your pattern, you made assumptions for the woman and said all these things that the woman did, and then say, okay, I don't know what the man is. So you keep switching up. So is he like both of us can make assumptions, or the other? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I need you to. I need you to notice.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about who disrespected who first. I guess you can say that he may or may not have disrespected her based off of if she said intentions on the first day, and we don't know that based on the prompt. So
Yeah.
we know that he didn't say nothing from the beginning. He said it 6 dates in. So clearly there was a miscommunication within them 6 dates. Either
Right.
way, if she spilled some bottles of wine on him or whatever the case may be, he domestically violated her, bro. So either way, yeah, you can say, oh, I talked crazy to somebody and then they threw me in the street and I got ran over by a car. Like, what's the levels of disrespect we dealing with here? Y'all are going from two extremes.
What if
like,
it got in his eyeball?
Yeah, well, no, but it's
so
simple.
that means sock her in the
I had
twice of the
cut
eye?
CC off. I gotta let CC go real quick.
Right.
That's wild.
Miss Rachel said I need
Well, hold
to
on,
be
hold on,
loud
hold
Hold on, wait.
and I
Official
need to be
Rob had a question
strong.
for me though.
Yeah,
Official
yeah.
Rob had a question.
No, but
Before you do
I
the
had a
question, I know
statement.
CC
I
had to
had
go
a
real quick.
statement. I had a statement. Miss Rachel said I need to be loud, I need to be strong.
That's right.
But,
She bring that chest out. Okay, I see you. You listening to my baby? It's a domino effect, little boy.
I'm trying, Miss Rachel. I'm trying. I would take more little cues. But no, what I was gonna say was that it's not gonna be long, Mr. Official. But what I was gonna say was that I would say that it was intentionally like, okay, yeah, you could say that the man was wrong for expecting something, but I would say that in a sense the woman was wrong for not expecting for the man to be expecting something in the sense because it's like, why did you not come prepared for this? Like, if you are a woman and you're going on a date with a man and you're not already
That sound
having
pretty
your money
selfish,
in
don't it?
hand, you know, like have that always have like, okay, so if he's a scumbag or whatever you want to
Sound
call him,
like she lying
okay,
because she can't keep it P.
go ahead and give him the money. Like, all right, well, I'm sorry, I'll go half on this date. I apologize. I didn't know that's what this was. And then go ahead and give him back the money on the other day. If he ain't cool with that, then okay, he can smack, da da da, do what he want to do. But you repay him for it. What your meal cost previously, what your meal cost tonight. Call it a night. All right, nice to meet you. Don't want to see you again, and keep it moving. But the slash of drink in his face because he was honest as a man. Look, we've been on 5 or 6 dates. What we doing here? We la da 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 da. And like I don't fault the man for like getting frustrated in that sense because if it's the same old, how you doing? Well, I'm good. How was your
Yeah.
day? My day was well. This and that. It's like, well, dang, if you gonna crack the shit like that, if I gonna know what like 5, 6 dates. Come on now, like just like I think that's a little bit too many of dates for him not to feel like he's achieved any level. Like he's just at the same level. 5 or 6 dates is like what are we doing here? I'm just
I
taking
think
you
the
out
bar
for
kind of
5 or 6
full.
times and spending money.
Yeah,
But that's just my input. I'm gonna
I
mute.
would say
Thank
that
you.
I would say that I don't think that the woman is wrong for not expecting it. I just think she's wrong for the wine thing. I think don't throw wine on people because that's disrespectful. Like if you're gonna throw wine at somebody, then don't get upset when they respond. But at the same time, I don't think she's wrong for not expecting him
Is
to
that
say
not a
that.
thought?
Because yeah, that's what I said. I said like I think she's wrong for throwing the wine. I think that
Mm-hmm.
part is clearly wrong, but I don't think she's wrong or delusional for not expecting him to say that because I think if it also depends on the men you grew up around. Like I would never find myself in this situation because I don't surround myself with people or I don't even go on dates with people that would even say something so crazy like that. If these dates aren't leading to smacks, then this is a waste of my time. Like what? I'm not even gonna find myself on a date with nobody like that. So
Well, you
yeah,
don't know
that's
he's like
my
that until he says that, and
Don't
then
say
you
the same
realize.
thing.
Hey,
no,
You
where
but
old
you
girl
can
at? She better
but
bring her
my
trigger
dad
self
taught me
back up
you
here. She ain't about to be
you
triggered and then leave after we get down to nah.
yeah, but
It's
I
not
would
happening,
say
Karen.
What
you
up,
could
Joe?
definitely
Hello, Rachel.
Yo, Mr. John. Oh.
Is it my turn to talk?
Oh, I was just gonna respond to what he said. I was gonna say you definitely can read. At least with me, and from my personally, you definitely can read the room. Like if somebody's carrying that energy, that doesn't just come out of nowhere. Like if you're honestly thinking that he just said that out of nowhere, you must just be in la la land. Usually, you're able to read if somebody's gonna say something like that, or if they have, or if that's their value system. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, some people are not very perceptive,
You
you
right
know.
at the official, John.
Yeah, nah, I'll be like 30 seconds. Some people are just not perceptive and they just don't really like pay attention like that to like patterns, behavioral patterns. And I think a lot of times women, they see the best in people to a fault, you know what I'm saying? Because like, it's possible to meet a monster and turn it into an angelic being. And it's like, he damn sure ain't that. But if your mind makes him that, you know what I'm saying? You'll be blind to his faults. So maybe it's possible. It's always possible that
They get their feelings hurt.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
And I'm
always possible.
saying,
Yeah, go ahead. I know you're smart and you're wise and stuff, but
yeah,
I don't know I don't know how many people got discernment like that to really.
yeah. And I'm saying that's
Because
delusional.
no,
I'm saying
because
you can
wait,
clearly, I'm
no,
saying
because
that you
wait,
can,
no, because official, what are you trying to say though? Are you trying to say all women are this way? I'm sorry, I just had to say that because of last night. I'm sorry, I
no,
just had to
You
do
right, get him yesterday.
no, I'm
Can I,
saying,
can I
I'm
just
sorry,
make
it's
one
just
Yesterday.
bugging
statement?
me. I'm
Can I
sorry,
just
Miss
make one
Cyrus.
statement to that?
It's all right.
Because I don't think
I'll
This
say
whole
it.
hold on.
conversation is bugging the
My
shit
I
bad.
out
don't.
of me.
Let me mute
I
up.
don't
Let me
think
mute
it's
up.
delusional. I don't think it's delusional for a man to want a return for his investment. Because at any
Well,
point, I don't care. Hold on. Whether it's your husband, boyfriend, a dude you just dealing with on a side fling, everybody's investing into you, and everybody wants some form of return, right? Whether that's to make you my wife, whether that's to see you just on the weekend, like whatever it is, I have some form of interest in getting a return from you, whether that's today or that's 10 years from now. There are short-term investments, there are long-term investments, right? So I don't think it's fair to say if a man thinks that he deserves a return on what he calls an investment, he's delusional. Like,
I would, I would
Are
say,
women that really selfish though? I think about the more I keep thinking about it. Do they really that selfish that they think that all these things that people do for them is just for just them?
well, I would say in my personal experience responding to ST, I'm just gonna say straight.
yeah.
Yeah. I would just say personally in my experience, I've never come across this issue because also I do think it's on like if you do not want to be giving it up right away, it is on you to communicate that. So once I communicated and I say that like listen, I'm not about that type of time. If usually one or two things will happen, the guy will either just leave, or if you bring more value to the table than that, they will be happy
But
to stay around.
that was my whole point, right?
That's my point.
The guy that didn't have the short term investor, the one who said, no, I need that right now. When I put it in, I need it now. That's a short term investor. He walked away from the deal. The long term investor that you're talking about is the guy that said, oh, you don't want to have sex with me? Cool. I can wait 6 to 9 months. I can wait 90 days. We can do 15 dates. I can wait until we get engaged. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
there
and
is
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying. Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm gonna let you respond.
no.
I'll just
I was just
respond
gonna
to.
say, like,
Go
I
ahead.
get it. Like, we're investing, but if you look at investments, there's no guarantee on a return on investment, no matter what you invest.
But I think the point of him saying that is just you expect the whole point of investing is something that's expect something out of it, even though you may not get a lot of it.
Kev, what you think is more predictable, stocks or people?
Dang, that's a hard one. That hurt my head, man.
Stocks.
All right, we can move on.
Stocks.
That's sad, right? Yeah, that's why I said that was like, wow.
Stocks.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah, people switch up.
Like, it's
So go ahead,
like
Mr. John in the building, brother John in the building.
now, me and my wife have been sitting back listening to all this rigmarole about this little. Imagine a man that spent 5-6 days taking this woman out, and he wants to know if it's leading to smacks. If not, it is wasting his time. Here is the ridicule and the dumb shit that I've been hearing on TikTok. Women love to say, and this is majority, well, my time is valuable. I'm sorry. My time is more goddamn valuable than yours. Because I had to stop everything I'm doing, plan the date, pick the location, pick you up, take you there, keep a conversation going, in the meal, take you home, and then I get to go home. So I fail to understand how a lot of women feel that their time is more valuable. That their time is more valuable. I fail. I don't get it. Personally, he was wrong because he should have said what he want. What that there is this leading to smacks. He should have. That should have been in the early stages of vetting her. That he would have realized whether or not it was going to go in that direction. If he was smart enough. She was playing games from the get-go. Because what the fuck is you doing on 5 or 6 dates and you don't know whether or not you're going to have any part of a sexual relationship? That's money lost. Where you could have been spending on another woman that would have been more invested in the effort you've been putting in.
Right.
Too many women love to say, my time, my time, my time, my time. Damn the man.
John, if I got
Disrespectful? Who was
yeah.
disrespectful? He was disrespectful for even putting that out at dinner time. That should have been set up long goddamn ago. I don't give a damn what anyone got to say. I got 6 decades under my belt and I never carried myself this way. And And I don't want to hear, well, it was a different age and time. The only thing that's changed from when I was in the dating scene as a young man in my teen years and my 20s is it's now you guys.
I
That's
highly
the
disagree.
difference. That
I
is the
highly
only real
disagree.
difference. I'm going to need you to close down. Let me talk. She was wrong because she's lying to herself thinking that was not going to ever come up in any type of conversation. She is not that naive. She was just upset and offended because she got called out on her BS. 5, 6 dates? Stop it. She should have put them boundaries in place before date number 1. It's her body. She got the right to say, no, that's not going down. Pouring a drink on, she got exactly what she deserved. Because what's missed in that whole equation, when he leaves to go home, gets pulled over by 5-0, they're going to assume he's drinking and driving. Now the situation has changed catastrophically for him. He might not even sat there and had a drink at dinner, but he smelled like alcohol. Now his world's turned upside down. Let's think about all the equations to the puzzle before we sit here and say, well, she wasn't wrong because, no, she wrong. He wrong. Real man is not going to put that out there. They're already going to have that conversation in private, not in an intimate moment at a restaurant. So everything I've been listening to, everything my wife has been listening to for the past hour, we've been sitting back laughing at the answers, the thought process. If your intention is to vet a woman, take her out, you should not be expecting anything until she gives you the green light. Cut, dry, period. That's what I taught my daughters. The problem with us men is we forget the dumb shit we did when we were young. Then when you become a father and you got daughters, you need to remember the dumb shit you was doing and realize here comes a second version of yourself in a younger Marty. If you look at things in that way as men, you might carry yourself differently. You'll cut this crap about having an expectation that regardless of how many dates you went on with the young lady, you are not owed nothing. You don't owe her the body. That's her body. She has the free will to say yes or no. That's the crazy shit about this TikTok platform. What I'm saying is nothing different than what a lot of people think. Just want to say it. Skip my age of being 62 and retired and married for 10 years. Skip all that. I still had to be single at one time or another. If you don't take the time to get to know the young lady's mind before her body, everything will fail. Because if you can't hold conversation of any type outside of the hour or two you spend in the bedroom, or wherever you decide to have sex, you have nothing. You absolutely got nothing. So everyone with their opinions about, well, no, that's the problem. Quit saying I feel. I know
What's wrong with feeling something?
that he was wrong.
Yeah, but what's wrong with having a feeling about how you feel about something? What isn't that how you learn
Because you make it too personal.
Okay, well, look, since we're not going off of feelings, right? I hear you and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, right? However, to say that times ain't changed
They
is
haven't.
is a wild statement, seeing that statistics show that hold on, committed relationships are down at its lowest.
Yes, I
The
know.
rate at which we're having children are down at its lowest. The rate at which we're getting married are down at its lowest, which shows us that nobody's looking for love. Ain't nobody looking to really be courted and to take time courting. That's not what they're doing. And we keep trying to equate what we've done in our time to what's going on with them. And it's not happening in these days.
Apparently, you missed what I said. It skipped my age, skipped my era from where I come from. The bottom line is you cannot expect a woman to give up her body just because you took her out on dates. It didn't
And
matter
that,
when it was my era, and it shouldn't matter now.
and that's all I was trying to say
And
earlier
I
was
agree
that.
with you. I agree
So
with you. I got all the respect in the world for you.
I want to say this question, did since y'all saying that, right? 'Cause that's kind of the same thing that I was. So my baby made me think of this question though. Man, I guess that's kind of hard for me to grasp. Do
Just
we
spit it.
believe that a lot of, huh? Go ahead. What you say?
Just spit it.
Oh no, I was about to say no. Do we believe that a lot of women is really like don't have no clue that men really want to sleep with them? They just think men really wanted to be their friend for real, like real talk. Like they don't. Is that true?
You asked this earlier. You just
Let
No,
me
this is a
let me
new
let me,
new
let me
panel
go ahead
though.
and answer that one,
it's
Rachel.
the same question.
Let me go ahead and answer that one, Rachel.
Yeah, because it's obvious that other people didn't hear it.
They want to play like they got no clue, and the reason why I say they want to play like they got no clue. Look how they dress.
That's all I'm about to get to. It's like the way it's too many things. The reason why I guess it's so hard for me to even grasp that women to think that they don't expect that a man wants to sleep with them, or it just don't make sense to me. I just can't. It just don't add up in a way.
No, it don't. But here's the thing. Yes, it's true. It's their body. They have a right to dress they want to dress.
True.
But they also have to
But all
understand
these assaults, all these things, and they think a man don't want to sleep with them. Like this, it just really don't make sense to me. Like all these things that they cry about, and
Mhm.
I don't know. Go back to that question I asked before because I'm like, no, is women really that lost?
No,
I
they're
just
not.
can't. I can't believe. I can't believe that, especially at a certain age. Like
I hate to say it because I got daughters. I got 5. And what I taught them was do not dress in a fashion that makes you look more sexual than what you really are and makes them boys and grown ass men look at you as an object. If you want to be treated with true respect, carry yourself that way. Don't be wearing half clothing showing where the bra line is at and you got your tummy open all the way down to your belt line. Wear tight ass clothes. You're gonna get treated the way you look. Unfortunately.
that's where the more I keep thinking about this. Like, so they looking at my butt. They look at my butt for what? So just to say, hey, you have a big butt. I just don't get it. Like I don't know. I just really can't grasp that women are this
They're not
clueless. I cannot
naive.
believe it. I won't be able to believe that, especially at this time of age.
The information age. That's what the internet is. They're not naive. They know what they're doing. They're marketed that way on TV, in the movies,
Right? It's
in the
everywhere.
videos.
That's what's blowing my mind. It's
So
blowing my mind.
yeah, it's a far cry from when I came up, like Straight said. But I have watched the transition from the way they used to dress when I was in my teens and in my 20s to the way they dress now. My daughters used to tell me, Dad, you just old fashioned. You don't understand. This is just how it is now. Now I'm telling them, well, here's what ain't changed. Men's desire. Whether you go back to my time or go back to my grandfather's time. We visual. That ain't never gonna change. That is the main reason why we step to a woman. Is because we see her, we look her up and down, and then we want to know what we want to know. How we move after that is on that man and on that young lady or grown woman. but will never change in this lifetime or not even in the next, is a man's desire when they look at a woman.
Mm.
It was going on my father's age when he come up from the 20s. It was going on in his father's age before the 1900s. Ain't changed. It's just the individuals have changed. Life has changed to certain degrees each 10 years. A lot of the stuff I hear now was stuff we wouldn't even thought of saying back in the day. But how we move far as chasing women, in general, overall, it ain't never changed. We still, as men, move pretty much the same way. We see a woman that attracts us, that we feel attracted to. We want to know what's underneath that clothing. We step to try to find out. So I go back to say, and I'm going to land my plane. The man was wrong and she was wrong because when they first started talking, all of these boundaries should have been set. Expectations should have been set. For him to wait to the 5th or 6th date to make the statement that's in that small paragraph means there was no boundaries ever set, no levels of expectation, no levels of respect.
Communication.
And then she turned around, was disrespectful for trying to play naive and oblivious to that's what he wanted. Because we don't know how she was dressed. There's a whole lot of parameters, a whole lot of what ifs on both sides of the table. But she was disrespectful, pouring that wine on him. She could have got mad, like some ladies have said up here. She could have got mad and left. She could have said, here's your goddamn money back, and stormed out of there, whatever she wanted to do. She chose the immature way of pouring that wine on him, thinking she would not get touched. She got touched. One thing I always...
It's funny, though, to be on that many dates, though.
Yeah, but see, I always told my daughters, don't put your hands on these boys because they're not like my generation. These boys are being taught if a woman hits you, you hit them back. You're not nobody's punching bag. I've had a mother tell me this when my daughter, the one who's passed, tried to beat up a boy that was 6'3" and she ain't number 4'10". They both got expelled from school for a week. Then we had to come together and sit down, have a conference with the school. Me with my daughter, the young man with his mother. Come to find out, the young man is very respectable versus what my daughter told me. The mama, though, was very disrespectful. So I politely checked her without using violence or any type of threat. But a lot of men today don't control that. They don't control the emotions. So, unfortunately, the way I view things now at my age, young ladies, if you don't want a man to hit you and you feel he should never do that, don't hit him. Don't do something that's going to provoke it because you're going to find out when it's too late. She found out too late. She got 2 black eyes. They're both wrong. They're both disrespectful. At the end of the day, they failed to communicate what the boundaries were. I won't land, Kev. Sorry for taking so long.
No, you good.
You know, I hardly talk this long anymore. But even my wife was on board with what I just got done saying, because half the stuff I said came from her.
She said, yeah, give me my credit.
She 58.
Okay.
And I've seen her run up on a grown man fresh out of the jail over her son.
Mm.
I quietly went and got a baseball bat to let him know exactly what time it was, though.
Miss Gardner playing, boy.
We don't play. We old. We ain't gonna play. We're gonna take it back to the old school days. Any rebuttals from anybody? Hi, Young.
Hi, how are you?
I'm blessed. I'm on my brothers and sisters panel.
That's wonderful to know. My dad is in your age bracket as well, and he agrees that the boundary should have been set in the beginning. I think someone's echoing.
Let me go.
Is it me? Okay, maybe it's not me. Okay.
What the?
Yo, why you mute? It's your
I want
turn.
to say after she done finished, she said she gonna ask for an echo and then stop.
But yeah, I think that the boundary should have been set on date one. If it was just like a lapse in judgment, then I think he needs to reflect on that, why he waited so long to tell her. That definitely shouldn't have been a fifth or sixth date conversation. It should have been a first date conversation. I would be worried about why he thinks intercourse is an like a return. Like, I don't know. That's just so weird, that mindset to me. Like it's a
I
exchange
can see
and
why he
just
got so
exchange.
based on me. Like when I was, even though I was hearing it from the beginning though, but I'm just trying to see that. I do be myself. I think he was most definitely super inside. That's why he got so angry because he thought, okay, maybe the first day, okay, ain't nothing happened. He got feel bad. He probably spending all type of money like a lot of these dudes do, anyways. All right, next time I'm about to get her. Next time I'm about to get her, he just got fed up. Like, dog, I'm rubbing her leg and everything, and she ain't doing anything. You know, he probably ain't no telling what was happening, but he probably I can just see that. Yeah, he was most definitely the more entitled one though. He thought he was gonna get something out of that. That's what it was.
But yeah, I think she did definitely unnecessary escalated. Like there's no need to pour
Right,
drinks
he
on
already
people. Like,
mad. Right, he mad already. That he gonna throw the what? Yeah, that's the
right.
part.
She took it to a because Robbie sent me this already. I don't know if this is
He
like a
was
trend
ready
in
for
your
that two
prom.
piece too. I bet you. He like yes.
I think that she took it to a 50 and he took it to 100. Like
He took it to how he felt
conversation is what
already.
it was, and then you poured a drink, and then you go to putting hands. That's
That
crazy.
was his 2 weeks. What is his 6 dates of frustration that came up. He's like, I'm already mad, and now you're gonna pour a drink on me. Now I got a reason. That's
But
messed
I'm
up.
like, if he didn't even tell her that this is the exchange he was looking for, he also could have not told her that he was going to see other women and sleep with other women while they were dating. Like he could have just went and slept with somebody else. He had all
Ooh,
that
I
information.
wonder. Okay. That
Could
got
have
me.
just slept with another woman. You're not
You made me think of
exclusive.
something though. So I
You're
wonder if the
not in a
woman.
committed relationship. So why didn't he just sleep with another
Hmm
girl?
Maybe. What if he did sleep with another girl while taking her out? I wonder how that went.
Now he needs to.
Well, she got mad and threw a drink on him again.
Prompt remix.
Right, prom remix.
I think that she still, yeah,
Yeah.
she still would have. I
So
just wanted
hold
to.
on, yeah. So yeah, let's talk about that now. Why would she? Would she be the entitled one now from that point?
Because she'll feel like that he's supposed to wait for her, and how dare you like do something and not wait for me?
Mm.
So that's why I say like
Both of
like the
them.
yeah, like men and women just alike. Like we may be a little bit later than men, but yeah, we kind
Ooh,
of somewhat want it too. Like, but
look.
just for him to come, I'm sorry, Mr. Gab, go
Oh no, my bad, my bad. You can say it though. I just at the tip of my tongue. I was like, ooh, I gotta get
ahead. Go
this.
ahead. I want you to get out. 'Cause you know you be
Okay. She
like,
say
go
less, say
ahead.
less. But I was thinking about it like since so say if she was like the woman that just be like I didn't see that coming. Say if he was smashing something while he was with her, then should that even matter? You know what I'm saying? Like you wasn't thinking about giving it up. He found somebody that giving it up while he take you on a date and being friends, right?
I don't think
They're not
Since
exclusive,
since
so
some women think that they ain't trying to get no buns up, so how about he get some buns from somebody else? Or I take you out and y'all continue being friends.
Bro,
Since a lot of women say they lost and stuff.
I think he ain't getting nothing in a while. That's why you're talking about a return on his investment. He probably got low optionality like crazy. You know what I'm saying?
People still, but my question is, people still take women out on dates? Damn. I
Nah,
mean,
you
if
gotta
you,
give a 40 ball now.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, let's keep it a buck. If you just want the chicks, man, just be honest about it. Say you want the chicks.
True.
Why pay money on a dinner when you just find a chick that's willing to give you the cheeks? Just
Right.
saying,
Yeah, then it's I was gonna say free. Nothing's free.
it's
Everything's
free. Yep, it's free. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
but
just,
go ahead.
it's just being thrifty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm being frugal by not taking them out on dates and just finding women that want to just give up the cheeks to me anyway
You
because
still
they
gotta
love my
get
pickle power.
Power, right.
you still gotta get her to like you. That's work though, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's no
Hey, that's the real.
financial
Oh, okay,
That's
okay.
right there. You made me think about that. Nah, I can't. Now we
I think
go.
it's
We
I
gonna
think
really
it's still
see.
yeah. I think either you charm her or you pay her, but either way you working. You know what I'm saying? Or it's like it's give and take type of shit. I don't know.
Cause I believe, like I said, I believe she would have threw a drink on him if she found out that he was. I feel like that's why I say I feel like that was a disingenuous throw, right? Maybe just because he said it a certain way, right? And she just felt like, oh my gosh, I'm a woman. You're not supposed to do that. But I believe he would have threw a drink on. She would have threw a drink on him, or worse, if he was sleeping with another girl while he was with her, since she wasn't expecting to give nothing up anyways. You know what I'm saying? They were just on a date. You know what I'm saying? For no whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
And imagine she sipped that drink halfway through, bro. Saliva all swirling in there. Come on.
No, my thing is how people how humans are
That's like
delusional
spitting. That's
enough.
like spitting on somebody. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just figuring like how humans are delusional in the sense that they don't realize all relationships are transactional in a sense, right?
right.
Because so I mean, when you look at it, most women are like, I shouldn't have to do this, but when they're in a relationship, their biggest complaint is usually a transactional complaint. He doesn't meet my needs. He doesn't do this. So like most relationships you deal with, even on a non-sexual level or just a friendship level, are transactional in some sense. So we all have to be honest about that. It might not be directly transactional. It might just be like you set something on auto pay and you set it and forget it. The only time it's an issue is when you need something fixed. It's transactional. I don't get it. So
Yeah.
either you want the easy transaction or you want the long
Yeah.
short term transaction or the long term where you just
Well,
like
when I say it's not free, like I ain't never seen cat fall out the sky. You know what I'm saying? Like type shit.
Hey,
Yeah,
let me
but
go
you're
ahead.
gonna pay something, whether it's dinner, whether you gotta buy the smoke and the drink that y'all chilling to. You know what I mean? You gonna pay something.
Right. Like even charming her, that's a cost associated with that. It takes time. Like so you're paying in time. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
time is cheaper than money though. Time is cheaper than money.
All right.
I'm gonna highly disagree on that, but all right.
Ooh,
What do you
that
disagree?
sound like something. Let's get a how would you say back? Oh.
He said he highly disagreed. I just didn't know what he disagreed on.
I highly disagree that time is cheaper than money.
Okay,
Let's put it like this. I take a chick out and say you spend like $200, right? You could have got you several PlayStation 5 games. You know what I'm saying? You could have got you a bottle of liquor and some movies and sat there and chilled and got drunk. You know what I'm saying? Because like we're gonna be honest, right? Some of these women, you rather just do the time because they boring as fuck. They don't have no substance to them. I know some women gonna get mad about this, but I ain't saying all. Some you meet, they just ain't got shit with them. You just might as well just get the cheese.
Yo, I got a question, y'all. What if Shorty was like, yo, this is date number 5, number 6. I tend to know how men roll. Like, I don't know if this will lead to smacks. I've been hurt, whatever the excuse is, but she's real about it. She's like, hey, like, ain't no guarantee that this will go anywhere, and I don't want you to feel slighted or blah blah blah. Like, I bet dude probably would have played it off like, yeah, I ain't here for that, man. I'm just here to spend money on you.
That's true too. Nah, baby, I really want to spend some time and get to know you. Yeah,
I'm trying to spend all my money on you and get nothing back.
right. Nothing at all. Don't expect. They do
At the end of the day, that's his fault. However, that play out now, because you set yourself up for that move.
Mhm. That is funny, dog.
But I think a dude could appreciate that, where she's like, "Look, like I don't know if this will go anywhere. It might not." You know what I'm saying? If you still
Now
want
you
to
know what? Now that you said that, I don't want it as bad as. No, I still want it bad, but not right now. CC, I think you wanted to finish up and then get main thing in next.
No, sir. You can go ahead and go to main thing.
Bird, dog.
Yeah.
With the 40th picture. I'm tired of trying to keep up with your pictures, man.
Yeah, he corny. He corny at me. I just think it's wrong to sit up here and place hands on somebody, especially I don't give a fuck. You ain't 6 dates doesn't determine if someone likes you. That just means that you have enough potential for them want to continue to get to know you. I think some people don't want to judge you wrong, but just telling by you swinging on a person
Well, I feel like you
without
skipped the
them
part.
without them even fulfilling the position as your woman, that says a lot about your character.
Did you read it to the
I'm about to
last?
say, did you skip the part?
Yes, I read it, but you said the 5th, 6th day. That doesn't mean we in a relationship. That just means we're dating.
I'm talking about the point. You know why he swung on her, right?
The part where it says,
Oh,
"Where did
because of the drink, right?
Yeah.
It's
I
still
thought
corny
you
to me.
you just missed the whole. I'm like, what the hell? You didn't even say that part why he swung on her.
I mean, a drink. Suck it up. Like
Oh
it's a
wow.
drink. I mean, yes,
What
it's
if it was a
disrespectful.
hot
I'm gonna say
drink?
yes. I'm gonna say yes, it's disrespectful to sit up here and pour a drink on somebody.
Yeah.
She was out. She was wrong. But
I'm
for
about to
you to
start throwing
punch
water.
her and give her a black eye, it's different. Now you actually affected somebody's appearance.
I got a quick question for you. Out of 100 men that get a drink poured on them, how many you think is gonna walk away, and how many you think is gonna respond by leaving?
I'm guaranteed probably 9 out of 10 don't walk away.
Right. That's what I think too. That 10% that don't walk away, they're dangerous, man, in my opinion. But she doesn't know. She didn't know throwing a drink what category he falls under. She probably assumed.
Found out quick.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know. So, yeah, man. I'm not saying that it's fair or right what dude did. But
These are transactional right here.
Right.
See, yep. See what happened? She poured that wine and she got that 2-piece with fries.
I should have laughed at that.
There's
My bad.
wine to make you whine.
What was that? 2-piece? That was like a 2-piece Bojangles combo.
That have been a 2-piece. You done got both the eyes, boy. He ain't do it one time. I could see one time that boy, he had to let out some frustration, boy. He got 2 of them.
That blue balls is real.
Oh yeah, that dude hurt. I ain't gonna. And he went 6 dates with him.
Would that guy
All right, man. I appreciate you having me. I'm out, bro.
Oh, for sure, my brother. Appreciate you.
5 facts. Would
Y'all
that
have
guy?
a good day.
All right. Would that guy be considered an incel? Is that what?
What is that? I thought I heard that before.
Involuntarily celibate?
No, he wouldn't be an
no,
incel. He wouldn't be an incel because he actually got dates.
No, but he's an incel because he can't get schmicks.
Well, no, because like usually they don't
take
have. They
him.
don't
Don't
have.
take him home to. Don't They take are him home motivated by that, huh?
But they don't have any interactions with women typically. When you meet a person that's an incel, they don't have any interactions with women. So typically, he wouldn't be an incel. He just probably just a frustrated guy. It just might have been a wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I gotta look that up.
Nah, stop. Nah. I want to Google first. I
Celibacy involves
always gotta be her
sex.
and Google it, man.
You know, he wanted to have sex with her and he couldn't. So he's involuntarily, like by definition.
But no,
Wait,
that's
say
just
that
like.
again, Kay. Say that again.
I said celibacy involves sex. He wanted to have sex with her, he couldn't. So he's
But that's a
involuntarily celibate.
but that's a one off. That's a one
Exactly.
off.
That's what I'm saying. How's that a one-off? How do
Okay,
you
how
know
many
that?
weeks does it take to qualify? It's been 6
But let's say
days.
for instance,
How many weeks?
let's say for instance, he met this woman. He was like, oh, this is just a woman that won't for him. Who's to say the next woman he might actually might get laid, might get him some cheeks. You know what I'm
No, to
saying?
be that frustrated and that upset, his odds are low. Very
But we're
low.
missing.
That's wild.
But like at the end of the day, when you look at the scenario, you missing a lot because you said fifth or sixth date. We don't know what happened on them dates. She might have gave him indication of like, yeah, you might get some of this.
Yeah, but if somebody who has other options is not that stressed about, they wouldn't even be taking you on a second date.
All I gotta say is she should have had better emotional control than to throw wine on him.
But we're talking about incels.
Yeah, but I mean, we could call him an incel, but she just
Okay, there you
fucking
go.
lack emotion.
I think he is.
I'm saying you can say that. I mean, because we like to use the term loosely, but like, let's be honest. She lacked emotional control. That's why she got that 2-piece.
I was about to say he can't be considered an incel though, because he's still attracted to her already.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the definition of it. Yeah, we both looking at.
Okay, wait, no, okay. Put the definition. What's the definition?
I got it on the other phone. I couldn't put it on this one because it's my backdrop. But it's a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with a view are hostile towards women and men are sexually active.
So why would he not be considered an incel?
Because he attracted her.
He attracted her.
No, that's not what it says. No,
attract her to the
it says
bedroom,
that she's
so-
not attracted.
No. Listen to read the definition again because they missed it.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
What is that? What is that? Go. What you got?
Because I think you guys are mixing up physical attraction and sexual attraction. She didn't have sex with him.
It don't
He-
say,
he
but it don't.
he
But that's why I said
physically
what we mixing up with
That's
incel. We think it don't say physical attraction. It just say a sexual attraction. You have to have some type of attraction. You have to have something to take somebody on
No,
a date.
not really. No,
So
we
can I-
know there are some women that will go on dates even if they're not attracted to you just to get their dinner.
And those are the ones.
Well, I think
those are the ones that
to
BJ
make
got.
it clear, because we don't know, any woman can change their mind. Like, oh, I didn't want to, I wasn't attracted to you or something. I just wanted whatever.
No, but I'm just
But I'm
saying.
saying, how can
you guys
that be?
No, but I was just replying to the statement that you made that nobody would go on a date with somebody they're not attracted to.
That's why I said that's the easiest way to. I can feel you on that, but I'm saying in this case or in general, right? I think an incel wouldn't be able to get a date because you gotta have. I look at it, you gotta have some type of attraction. I don't even think they can even get that.
Yeah, if you meet those guys in real life, they just lack social skills, so they would not be someone you would initially have a conversation with and want to go
My
out with
thing-
on a date.
Nah, have you
My
seen
thing
that video
is-
where
my
that
thing
dude
is, if
went
he-
on a date? I'm sorry, Jess. Have you seen that video where that like obviously you could tell he lacks social skills. Went on a date with this girl. He was recorded, and he got so upset that that she didn't want to go on a second date with him, and he like looked like he wanted to fight.
But they've been on 6 dates.
but he looked. He's not your typical guy that looks like would get it. What I'm saying is, it has nothing to do with looking like you can't get a date. Like people will go on a date with you to use you. People use guys like that all the time.
Yeah, I got a friend that
I think if you can react in such a way like over wine, I can only imagine how you are. Hold on. This is over wine. I can only imagine how you would react if y'all was in an actual relationship and y'all had an actual disagreement on something.
Hold
You
on.
punch
So
somebody.
if someone
You
throw wine
literally
on you,
punch.
And y'all about to
Hold
say
throw
on.
we
wine
thought.
on you, you don't want to fight?
Hold on, because I'm just simply saying, you hit somebody over being offended by something, your approach on a conversation, and it's like you expected somebody to not have a react. That's like talking. Like let's say this, right? Depending on the woman that you're choosing. Now, if she's like a church going woman and you saying some outrageous shit like that, she gonna look at you crazy. She might just throw a drink on you and walk away.
But the thing is, you
Low
throw.
key, they're made for each other. They both need to go to anger management
Right. There
together.
you
The
go.
way
I
they're
like that.
acting,
I
this is
like
But I mean,
ridiculous.
but I mean,
So I'm gonna put it this way: we can't be down in that wine throw. So I bet
Right.
money
Hold on.
nowadays somebody throw that wine the right angle at your face or something like that, you gonna probably blow that junk out. That I can't even let that
yeah.
slide. We can't just say it's just
No,
wine.
you look.
Hold on
Somebody
to the
throw some
ladies
wine
that
in
take
my
the
face.
girls
I
side.
don't even know how I react.
Hold on to the ladies that take the girl side. Y'all just defending y'all gender. Is that what it is, or?
Wait, who took the
This is
girl
not
side?
about a gender. This is about
No one
you
took the
putting your
girl.
hands
I
on
didn't take the
somebody.
girl side.
Well,
No.
not you, Rachel.
And
You said the
this
ladies
not
that
even
took.
about taking sides because they both wrong. What are you talking about?
But
Oh
my
no, because
thing is,
you was like tripping over the wine, which led to the punching and stuff.
I
But
don't think no. What I'm basically saying is, if I'm in a relationship with somebody, right? If you trip this hard, if we just been dating for a while and you already punch me, that's a problem. You're
right,
not the person I should be
Wine ain't
dating.
no problem.
but
well, she could
this
have
is
You
what
walked
should.
already
away.
punching somebody that you just literally on the getting to know terms.
But you
Right,
didn't have to pour wine on the man.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
I
Go make
just
that wine
hold
later.
on. Is y'all missing the fact that I said she was wrong for that?
But
No,
I mean, we
I
get
So
didn't hear
why
she's
you
that until
don't
right
wrong.
say
now.
that first?
I didn't hear
Yeah,
that
but
until
no,
right now.
no time
I
out. This is
did
what
say that first.
this is what annoys me. We have these women that do reckless shit. They say it's wrong, and they get mad because you catch a two-piece supreme combo with honey mustard.
You're asking for a fight potentially when you do that. Like, not everybody's gonna walk away. You know what I mean? At least know jujitsu. You know what I'm saying? If you want to do
I'm
that.
gonna go back to K answer. I think both of them made for each other because they both show that they lack impulse control. I'm not about to make one lighter than the other or something like that. At the end of the day, both of them was a physical assault.
Right.
Yo, they both finally do it, but they're gonna be black and blue.
So
Yo,
who
man,
thinks?
that
Hold
shit.
on. Who thinks the disrespect started when he made his intentions clear? Like, yo, I want to return on my investment. Is that where the disrespect began, or what y'all think?
I don't think the disrespect began there because all she had to do was just say, "Okay, cool," and get up and leave.
Only if he did it manipulatively. Like if he purposely
I guess it
withheld that
depends on how I say
information
it.
and he
Yeah,
knew
it
that's
depends on
what
how
he
I say it.
wanted, then yes, it would have been
But don't it
disrespectful.
say that she waited his fifth or sixth date to ask that to make it clear?
Right.
If these days are legal.
I disagree on the manipulation thing because the woman could have also been manipulating. You know, like I don't think that's the bar to see who's disrespectful. I think people are always constantly manipulating each other just to get what they want. That's so I don't judge it based off that. I can only judge it based off what I hear and see.
Anybody else?
At the end of the day, she should have just walked away and left it at that. That's how I straight up see it. With him, he needed to figure out a better way to get what he want out of women instead of sitting up here taking it to the limit of, damn, I done took your ass on all these dates knowing that I want something out of you. And I know that it's not going to be easy to get it. So, let me just ask you to see what's up. And I think that's what you do when you get tired of constantly trying to get somebody to, I guess, give you what you're looking for. You get to the point where it's like, oh, I'm going to just ask your ass. And shit, you got the answer that you wanted. Shit, the reaction that she gave. And that's why she got what she got.
Who you believe the most entitled when I asked this earlier?
Shit.
The woman for expecting a date to be for free, or the man thinking some punani gonna come at the end.
Cause I'm trying to picture out like what kind of woman is she a woman with her own money, or is she just looking to him for him to do everything? Like I'm trying to get into.
It is left open. It is. So
Yeah,
you right
because I'm
about
like it's different type of women, and I think everybody is trying to be. I think when it comes to relationships, everybody is a manipulator. I don't give a fuck. You both looking to get something out of the situation. It's just like who's gonna fold for who.
that.
It's like who? Okay, do I want you bad enough to sit up here and? Because some people don't realize.
Yeah, I'm manipulating Rachel right now.
I'm like, wait, man, you think that's sweet?
Yes. That's
You
how it
think
is.
everybody just
If you gonna whoever likes you more, because somebody likes somebody's more. That's what it be. It be like, oh, if she's into him, she gonna be just down with whatever. Like she ain't about to sit up here and tell him, oh, you gotta have money for this. No, if you into her, you understand that treatment about to come. You know you about to
My bad. I was gonna say the reason that I didn't think that you saw like that you were seeing it one sided is because earlier with the wine thing, you was like, it's just wine, you should suck it up, kind of thing. I'm like, oh. So when I heard that, that's
He
what
said he ain't letting it go. He ain't letting it
No,
go.
I just literally
That's
said
why you
I
got
said
attacked
she was
yesterday,
wrong
official.
for throwing the wine. That's literally what I said, and I left it at that.
You didn't say it's wine, just suck it up.
No, and yeah, I did say that. I did.
That's what
But it was just, but it's in my mind. It was more like, damn, she ain't hit your ass.
Oh,
She ain't
okay.
swing on you.
You're saying that he took it, so she took it to 10 and he took it to 1,000.
Type shit, yeah.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, shit, I don't feel like shit. They're both in the wrong. Cause ain't nobody sitting up here walking away.
Right, because that's what when you said that, I'm like, dang, someone threw wine on you, you gonna just suck it up, or you ain't gonna like. I'm not saying you're gonna swing necessarily, but you ain't gonna have no temptation to like.
Yeah,
Want
I ain't about to sit up here and swing on you. I'm a just leave it where it's at.
So if a girl came up there and threw some wine on your face,
I'm gonna leave it where it's at.
nah, come on, you don't even in your voice.
Nah, I'm
Don't
gonna be
seem like
real.
you
I'm
gonna do
gonna be
that.
real.
Come
I'm gonna leave it where it's
on,
at because
you sound like you
in
a fighter. Quit it. Quit it.
no,
What my cat
to be
said.
real, I don't fight.
You gonna
I
blow her
don't
jump
fight.
right out. I don't
I do
believe you,
not
man.
fight. My people
When she
know.
said,
No, literally, my family will tell you I do not fight. I literally will walk away because it's all about making it home at the
That
end
boy
of the
gonna
day.
get
I'm
right in your
definitely about that
eyeball. It's
shit.
gonna hit you that right angle that day. You gonna be like, boop. No, you didn't. I can just see you doing that.
I don't know about that, man. Like even I'm all patient, but whew, that thing gets a burden. Oh, even I'm liable to charge.
she
Like,
said, I
didn't I
don't
tell you?
fight, I don't
Didn't I tell you?
argue.
I did.
I
She
just
went.
hit
She
that
threw some
with
extra
a
words.
bottle. I hit that trick with a bottle. Say what?
I
I
told
hit
your
that
hoe
trick
ass
with a
run
bottle.
and threw some wine in her face. What?
And it burn your eye. Ooh, you got that makeup
Now hold
on.
on. Now it depends where I'm at though. I'm not gonna lie, okay? If it's
It
in
does depend the
if it's
situation.
in Detroit, I'm not fighting nobody.
Don't do my
And
place like that. Don't do it like that.
you guys come
Be like,
ready
you
and
can
strapped.
have it.
Right. If it's in the suburbs, I might swing on a little, white tea little lady, all right?
And we'll
You gonna
never know. It's so easy
swing
to
on
say
Kim?
it till you get put in them predicaments. It's easy to
No,
say.
swing on Kev? Never.
You said swing on what?
Is that
Swing on Karen.
Oh wait, what? Say that again?
She swing on Karen. He said, this is in the suburbs. You know,
Oh,
this is, I
Karen.
said, oh, you gonna
Oh, okay.
swing on Karen?
I almost thought you said swing on Kev. I was like,
No, no,
oh
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
hell.
she can swing on you
Karen.
all day. You know?
Shit.
No. No.
I'm gonna get my lick back. Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
In a different way. In a real way.
Tell you what to
I
do,
don't
look, I
know.
tell you
I
what to
just
do,
see.
Mr.
I don't
Cat.
know. I
You
just see
get a
that stuff
pillow, right?
that's like matching energies to me. Like I don't got time to match your energy.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
On a normal basis, I'm just saying, it's kind of like when a kid accidentally slap you in your face. you know, the reflex is like,
You know, but
That's
what
what
you
I'm
do is
saying.
in those
like you
times,
don't want
no,
to
but
hit them,
look,
but
but no,
We'll never know.
what you do in those times is you get a nice little fluffy pillow, right? And you roll that up, and then you be like, pillow fight. Hey, what
You
the?
be doing all
We
your
was
stuff
I'm gonna
pillow
like
say
fighting. You
sometimes
don't
it's
all
try
I'm
the
gonna
too
say is
hard, but you
never
just
say never. It's
it's the
easier said.
reflexes. Sometimes the reflex, like that takes a lot of
That's what I'm
it
saying.
control.
does.
You
That's
that
why
take
I say I can't say never because
there we go.
that
Tell
thing get
you.
in my
There you
eye.
go.
That sounds.
Yeah, that's why I said we don't know. That go in your eye, you just and it make you start talking stupid in the middle. It's like you don't never know what's going. You gonna
Oh,
find.
you know when you play fight with your siblings and they hit
And
you one, oh my god.
got a
I'm gonna be
pole
real. I
and think
never
about
play
it in the
fight with my
You hit them
corner.
with that
siblings. I
steak.
never put
Stop
hands
fucking
on my
playing.
siblings.
Shoot, I'll always be some wrestle. Not with my
Uh,
siblings because I only have one, but necessarily I only have biologically one. But and she's the older. But my cousins or the males and my uncles and cousins, like yes, like we will box and play and all that stuff. Fold you up, see how you gonna get out, all that stuff. But I'd be angry, man. I'd be so angry, I'd be crying. Hey, just get me out of here, be so they go bad, but it taught me a lot how to control my emotions when I'm angry. Because I know I couldn't beat them. They bigger than me. Like, but I'd be so they go angry. They'd be like, now what did you learn? Uh like I think I learned how to control
boy.
my emotions. Because I
Nah,
learned like as long
my
as I'm
mom
like
would have beat
wow,
our
it's
ass.
not gonna happen.
So if
Like
that's the case, we want somebody spit on your face. You gonna run?
Ooh.
somebody spit on me.
It's
Ooh
just a little bit.
wee.
It's just spit.
Oh,
I'll do what
Nah,
was
I
that?
literally
What was
got.
that? Anybody
I was in that
anybody watch
situation, and
Anybody watch the I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I know you keep talking. I'm talking. I'm
my
sorry.
bad.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say anybody watch the Love and Hip Hop where New York was it I think her name was New
That
York
was
and
Flavor
then
of Love.
the white and she
that was a
ooh
loogie, honey.
yeah.
That was a loogie.
That was Flavor Flav.
That
That
was the
was
loogie.
that was Flavor Flav.
But
She
We
wanted to
talking
be
about
careful.
pumpkin.
just honest, you said
Yeah,
that happened to
pumpkin.
you? Somebody hooked to him on
Yeah,
you?
I had somebody spit on me.
Oh my.
What you do?
It was a dude. It was a dude.
Oh
I ain't fight him.
wait,
I ain't fight him.
where did it land? That's the real.
Nah, it was in the back of
You're
me.
not talking about in the bed. You nasty. You talking
No.
No, I said in the back.
Oh, okay. Because if it land on your face, that's a different.
That's different.
Nah,
Anything on
Yeah.
your face
I mean,
is.
but what if it was just a little? What you call? What do you call? What she call that wine? It's just a little. What she say?
Don't bring me in this.
It's just a little spit.
it got you a
Disgusting.
little
Oh my
wet.
goodness. I think that would be the day that I would like fully be out
But
of
what if it
like
was
I
spit
would
in
be
that
out of
wine though?
ooh. Don't let me find out you
So you
spit
got
in my drink.
alcohol and you got spit burning your eye at the
Ooh,
same time.
So y'all
you
remember? I'm not sure how many of y'all watch Love and Basketball, or not Love and Basketball, but Basketball Wives.
yeah.
And Jennifer, her ex husband, she sat there and she threw the wine on him, or no, she did something like that, and he literally threw the wine in her face. And I was like, damn, like you could tell if they was in the house, he would have whooped her ass. Some people you just see that on them.
Don't they threw the whole cup at him?
But see it's like but then you can't you can't do something to somebody and not respect the reaction, especially like I can't hit you and not expect for you to hit me back. Or I can't like prank you and not for it's like
Look,
people they're gonna want their revenge. Like I don't think me personally, I don't think if I throw a drink at you, I don't think like I'm not if I throw a drink at you, I'm ready for everything you got going on. Because no, I already assume that you got something coming back. If you don't do nothing back to me, that is surprising. If I
look,
throw a
it's
drink at
only in
you.
America we get away with saying what's worse than worse, because like otherwise, if we were somewhere else, shoot, I think people would think twice about throwing a daggone wine or anything at somebody because people don't have no filter. And who's to say they don't measure what's wrong or what? They just like, nope, nigga, You talk junk, I'm about to backhand you or something, and it ain't gonna be no law to help nobody either. That's the thing. Everybody base
That's
their
true.
stuff off of a law. You know what I'm saying? Because a law help you. Like, well, hitting a woman is worse than throwing a drink on her. They probably look at it the same over there. You know what I'm saying? So it's only over here we get to do that.
Yeah, no, I don't. Not, I was always taught, give a lick, get a lick, and it don't matter what type of lick you give, you better be willing to receive. So I
Yeah.
try not to. So hey, if I'm giving it, best believe I'm expecting to receive something after that because I'm bit every like I don't know like the like me like I don't do nothing. I try not to in my adult age that I am now do anything that I don't expect to receive back to me. So if I'm giving you disrespect, of course I I receive the disrespect back. If I'm giving you respect, I expect to get respect back. But it don't always work that way. But that's okay and that's cool. But I know what I did. But I just don't see me throwing a drink in a man's face. Like I don't know. I'll say if it was my homegirl or something, we got into an argument, this and that and the third. Like I can be quick to like probably do it, but a man, I might second guess, be like,
Yeah, I
hey,
can see
he
that.
bigger, he bigger than me. He a
Yeah, I
little
can see that.
stronger than me. I don't know this dude, but a girl, I'll be like trick, But I might, but I don't throw drinks because why throw it when you can just drink it?
Yeah, wasting
That's
money and
funny.
stuff.
Well,
Why
you could
throw it when I can drink it?
throw his drink on him.
Mm, yeah, and drink yours while you walk away. No, I'm playing. That's funny. But
Mm-mm.
yeah. But
Say
no, I
you a
didn't
wizard.
Mr. Official, I wanted to say, I was just making a funny earlier and I know it was kinda like bypass. I was trying to be confident a little bit, but I'm gonna go back to the drawing board. I see that wasn't
Man, we gonna
that
get you
I
together.
wasn't
was gonna say, y'all don't think that she probably was watching too many movies where women was throwing drinks
who
on
me?
dudes and wasn't getting hit?
Oh,
You
oh, the woman? Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
cause some women are like that. They'll look at movies and shit, and be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this shit," and you would think your ass is in the movie till the movie
Be
Right.
like, get over here.
till his
Talk
ass bring
about
your ass back to reality.
Right. Finish her.
I grew up in Florida, and I learned quick.
You had to fight a man
Yeah,
before?
Florida guys
No,
don't.
I'm just saying they do
Florida
not
guys don't
care.
play.
They don't care. Man, woman, child,
They don't
elderly.
care.
You disrespect, you're getting laid.
Damn,
Like,
like
Yep.
granny, they hopping on
I'm.
granny ass.
Yep.
they
Man, who
don't
little kid
care.
is it?
They don't.
Yep.
They hit kids.
They don't care. They don't have no sympathy. I'm here now, so I definitely. And my
You
sister
a
lived in
bad
Orlando,
man. Let me show you
so
a bad man real quick.
You ain't my daddy.
I tell you,
About to
they'll
be your daddy
beatbox you
today.
real quick. They don't care.
Yeah, Kev, remember how I told you like there's like on the news there's been guys if they turn down if a girl turned them down, they've actually unalived the women. Yeah, that was in Florida. There were so many stories of that. I was like, oh,
You think that happens the most in Florida?
Mm,
I can't say if it's the most, but I know for sure. I have seen it on the news plenty of times, over and over again.
yeah.
Me
So did
myself,
y'all
now
say
this
the
what I
best?
can't believe is that when they got turned down and it went that far, I don't believe that the turn down was like a respectful turn down. I don't
Yeah,
think.
exactly. I was about to say that, Mr.
I,
Kev, because I,
yeah, I
I
believe
I
they was
know
like
how
you
these
bit
girls
and they
they
probably
be like,
rawed up.
let me tell you how they do it, Mr. Kev. They be like, I know his dusty self, girl, get rid. And they be with
Going
their girlfriends,
right,
they be
right.
clowning and doing. And I be shaking my head, and I'm like, please don't do that because I don't want to be a witness to the crime scene. I get ghost real quick. Let me go ahead and get my hair. Let me
Probably
go ahead and get
hold
my
them and all
nails.
type of stuff,
Ring me up, ring me
humiliated
up, ring
them.
me up.
Look,
Yeah,
look,
they
okay.
be.
I'm not saying it happens often. Oh, go ahead, Dave. Sorry about that.
What, man? No, babe, you better go.
I'm not saying it happens often, but I myself have experienced the look when just even give a hint that you don't want to give that number. And I've said it nicely. Believe me,
That's why you give them a fake number and walk
Like
away.
giving the fake numbers. Even that, you're scared they're gonna find out.
But
My
me.
But they
question is
call
for
you right
y'all.
there. I've had that situation where they're like, I know you're not going to call me. I know you gave me a fake number, so you need to call me right now. And I'm looking like, I need strangers to back me up. Like, please. I don't want
But see,
Yo.
me living here as an adult and not a
You gotta
teenager,
have a text now number.
I feel like me living here and maybe some guys just come up to me or whatever. Sometimes they might look at me, but then I think they see my ring. They don't address me. But for the ones that has addressed me, and I was like, oh no, I'm married, and they be like, oh well, okay, your husband's a lucky man, and they keep on moving. I don't be having too
We don't
much
care about
problems
that
that
ring. We don't CC that
Hey,
ring.
my
Even
question
then,
is,
still, they
I
ask me
got
for
a very
pictures and they'll be like, where he at? Where is he at then? Why he's not here with you? I'm like,
I just keep it moving. I
CPS.
don't even entertain it. I just keep it moving and
I
be
have
like,
a serious
he
question
works
to ask
here.
you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
So I
Uh-oh.
got so my question is for y'all is, so y'all know how they did the little daily date thing, right? And they did what they did. Do y'all think it would have been best if he would have sat up here instead of hitting her? He just left her ass there. Cause I'm pretty sure he was the ride.
Yes, that would have told. You know what that would have did? That would have tore her up because I feel like I feel like normal times, like if you do something, you expected for a reaction. So she got the reaction, even though it might not be the reaction that she was expecting, but she got a reaction. If he would have gave her no reaction, she'd have been running that man down. I'm so sorry. I didn't really mean it. I'm so sorry. Like, yeah, she would have been like, but what? I was
Nah,
just
I had
upset.
asked that.
Tyrone,
I
please
asked
call me
that
back.
because I really asked this question because imagine you giving her a ride, right? And y'all go back, drop her back at her house or wherever the hell she stay at. Let's say she stay with her parents. Her daddy come out and see her face. Like, damn, you gave my daughter a black eye. Now you tripping. Now he tripping with you.
That'd be the silliest stuff ever. Him come back with them black eyes.
Him come back with black
Believe
eyes
me,
or
she got the
her?
2 black eyes and she walked
You gonna
home.
get in the car? You gonna get in the car after they give you a
That's
black
what my daddy said.
So
That's what
that's
my daddy
crazy.
said. He
Like,
said,
nah,
always
get
drive
yourself
your
back in
own
this car.
car.
Nah,
Drive
he gotta
your
go get it.
own car. My daddy said it. I
Nah,
just got the wrong my daddy
he
too.
gotta get him off the streets. He gotta go.
Hey, you
I'm
got
not in the
drive
car.
your own car. Drive your own car. But yeah, my family would have been like, oh, yeah, come on to take him over here to the countryside. Back here by the woods. Yeah, that's what they did. I got too many people that got licenses to carry and a certificate to say they crazy, that they don't mind sitting in the crazy home for a couple of
Just got
days.
it. Maine, were you saying that's how she was gonna set him up by getting in the car?
No, because eventually, because you know, some people they'll still leave with the person. Meaning, if they came with you, you gonna drop her ass back off and never see her again.
Like,
That's how some people are. But this is what I'm saying. Like, if she, let's say you did take her home, like if you just say, "Oh, I'm gonna just want to make sure she get home safe," because I know she will be the last person that was seen with you. Right?
Home safe.
Keeping her safe.
Like
that's so
Crazy.
funny.
You gonna
Make
be
sure you
about to be
safe with
like,
these 2
get in
black
the car,
eyes.
get in the car, anime.
I'm gonna punch you, but I still want you to be
Right.
safe. What?
That is funny though.
So how she gonna get
I'm taking
home
you,
if she
baby
ain't
girl.
got a car?
He gonna beat it
And
like
there's no
anime until he
buses
get in the
running.
car.
You think he cared? If he cared that much, he wouldn't did that.
Yo.
He just had to prove a point because he ain't no sucker.
You
So
know,
so
I
wait,
wanted
so
to do
wait,
this.
so
Now I'll take you home. I
so
wasn't that
y'all gonna
mad.
end the date stranded? Y'all just gonna end the date stranded? Her stranded?
She was stranded with
That's
them
why you
eyeballs turned
ride in
black.
your own car. You don't go no dates with your. You don't go no dates. He gonna pick me up. My daddy said that's a stupid move. You better drive your own car because something go
Funny.
wrong.
Your
Then you
daddy,
gonna be
your daddy need to
stranded.
teach all of
That's some funny stuff. That's
daddy.
like the
Well, what if she ain't got no
non-maddest.
car?
Move. You better
I
not.
care about you. That's why I'm hitting you.
There's
That's
people
that's
who dating with no
literally
car.
that's literally the cycle of abuse.
Oh my gosh.
It is. It definitely is
Yeah,
though.
he gonna wipe you
Isolation.
up and
And
everything.
yeah. Isolation to
There's
make you
literally
feel
people
like
out here
you
dating
can't
people and
depend
they
on
ain't got no
nobody
car.
else.
They got a bus pass.
I'm
That's
doing this because I
who.
love you.
Shoot, y'all, you better be on that date and say, we on a date, let me hold your keys. So if anytime I feel like I want to leave, it's better for you to be stranded than me.
Oh
One
man.
I'll
one
park it.
time
I'll park your car down the street from my house. You
one
come get
time
it.
one time I
All I'm
asked for
saying,
the
all I'm saying is, then Chris Brown make sure Rihanna got home safe.
Oh
oh
come on.
my
She keep trying
No,
to find
that was a
something that's
mutual
for too funny.
combat. They both
But
said
they
they
was
did
already in a
wrong. It was
relationship
mutual
already
combat.
though.
yeah, that was already a yeah.
And they
She
was in
Yeah.
a
was already in the
relationship.
cycle. She was already in the cycle.
There was no
Yeah,
turning back from that
she
point. They
said
was
she hit him first, and he said he was wrong for hitting her back. This mutual combat. I mean, y'all both was wrong.
they was
Now
in the car while she
apologize.
was
He
getting all up.
apologized. She accepted, but she moved on, and he took a while to get over it.
And
Hmm.
stop thinking of more stuff, man. I know
I've,
she supposed to
I've
thinking some more stuff.
I've taken a picture of someone's ID before.
Really? Oh yeah, because this is
Yeah,
what I
and
did.
sent it to
For
my
my
friend.
Yeah, I did that
What
when
is
I
that
met my
name?
husband.
Huh?
When I met my husband on our first date, I took a picture of his driver's license and his ID and sent it to my, at the time, my best friend. And I do that like with my little cousins, like if they like, oh yeah, I'm going out with this guy or whatever, and it's a guy that I don't know. I'll go out there, I'll take a picture of his license plate, and I'll be like, what's his name? And I'll write his name. If he don't feel secure about giving me his ID, he don't got to, because whoever this license plate number or name is on there is gonna register anyway. So I take a picture, I let him know. My kids be like, don't do that. I be like, what you mean?
What?
Because if anything happen, we got you, boo.
We watch too many shows. That's what happened.
I watch too much Snap. I watch
Yup.
all the crime
That's
shows.
what
I'll be let me take a
sorry.
picture. I'll be like, oh yeah, hug together, trying to make it seem all cute. Yeah, get together. Let me get a picture right in front of the car. Yeah, because I got your ID. So if you do
But I
something, I
only
got
did
your
that one
picture and the
time.
color of your car.
At
I
least you
only did
got
that.
people in the car, man. I gotta pay for the whole background check online.
Look,
That's
see, I have an
that's
auntie
my
that
investment. Where's the return on my investment?
look,
Yo.
because my auntie, she does it for free. So like she already has all that stuff because she's like she has all these degrees, so she can do all that stuff for free. So I already know it's just one phone call from a little baby because I'm like the baby of the family, and I'd be like, auntie, and she gonna go ahead and do and get it right on up, and she gonna tell me who said what, then what, where, what. Is she a lawyer? You need a lawyer? She a lawyer too. She gonna back you up. Like she do all that. So I'm like, yeah.
Have y'all ever brought somebody extra on a date?
Hey,
You know,
what?
like a plus
No.
one.
That's asking for two black eyes.
I have
Oh, you
the
didn't.
only thing I have done on when I went to a date, I have done like the whole text me, like if I text you this and then text me that, like, oh, if I send you a question mark then text me, oh girl, it's an emergency, and I'd be like, well, I gotta go, my friend said it's an emergency, I'd be like, my sister said that it's an emergency, I gotta go check on my sister real quick or something like that. Like, yeah, that's the only thing I've done. But yeah, the same love I give to my family, they give to me. So they do take pictures also of license plates and cars. They be like, you ain't take her and Willie in there. But yeah, with my husband, it was hilarious. My best friend, she was like, I'm taking a picture of you with a license plate in the car. It was hilarious. But we had a nice night and we're married now. So he's not
Hey.
so cray. So yes.
So I was coming up to say that Cece is not far off to be doing that. You guys should, if you don't thoroughly vet people, you should. I definitely have put myself in some questionable situations on dates before. Definitely don't ride with them. There's many things as women and men that you shouldn't do. But like I had a first date where I went, the guy picked me up. We were supposed to go to this super nice restaurant. He got into it with some guy in the parking lot. And we went inside to sit down, and the other guy came back in the parking lot. And my first date with this guy, he grabbed the knife off the table and was trying to go after the guy. And I rode with him. And I was stranded like 40 minutes away
Wow.
from my house. And like, he was like, I'm so sorry, I'll give you a ride home. And I was like, absolutely not. I was like, I will be waiting here. You can go ahead and exit stage right. Like, so
Watch me
definitely
do what I
vet,
do.
definitely drive yourself. definitely keep yourself safe. Send people your location, whatever you have to do, especially if you're not good at vetting.
Oh, you remember you the reason why I'm doing this vetting since we kids.
And listen, I thought it was the best advice because my ass needed to learn how to vet because I put myself in many, many questionable situations going on dates thinking I was finding love and ended up stranded places or, so yeah, it's great advice that you guys are talking about today.
Yeah,
And I would
yeah,
say order your own Uber because people will follow you home if you drive yourself too. Like people are just crazy nowadays. So
But
I
see,
would say pay for your own Uber there.
But see, the follow home. Okay, so how to find out somebody's following you home? This is why they say check your rear view mirrors when you're driving. That's why you have to be cautious of when you're driving. If you see the same car following you for miles, that's why you got to be aware of your surroundings. If you see the same car following you for miles, then drive way behind, right onto the police station and sit there. If you see somebody you think they're suspicious of following you, go to the police station, park yourself right there, and wait a minute. And then when you see them roll around or do whatever, and then you drive, and then you see them get right back behind you, go back to that police station or to whatever police station you can find that's near, park there, and then tell them that you have a suspicion that somebody following you. Ask them if they have a available cop that can escort you home so that you know that you're safe. I don't know if that's in the things that they can do, but that's just my advice to see if they can do it because I heard that before, but I never had to do it.
they
But
gonna
I heard
follow
that
you
before.
and that cop to your house.
Hey, that's okay. But he a cop. That ain't the hey.
Like, no,
He
I'm just
gonna do
trying to
what he
go to
gonna
the
do.
store. I wasn't following you all that time.
The stove ain't over here at 3345 Blueberry
As soon
Street.
as the
That
cop
ain't the
go
stove.
away, hey, I seen that slick stuff you did.
Right. We took a left, you took a
I
left.
got
They
some
ain't gonna work.
candy for you.
Anything to get that candy and stuff.
Them black eyed peas. Oh, all right,
That's hilarious. But yeah, I would say that's my advice. If you feel like anybody is following you after a date or whatever, I always have that. Like, and then too, ladies, my friend used to always ask me, she used to be like, how are you not afraid to check the mailbox at night or do anything at night? Your keys can be your weapon. You take those keys, you put them between each one of your fingers, and when something comes up and you stick at the most violent, like eyes, whatever you can do. Use it as if it was a slicer. You do here, there, whatever. You use that. You hold it with a grip, and you do that to be your secure. We ladies got keys on our rings. Like use them keys to your best advantage. If you feel like anytime, I'm always thinking when I'm at the ATM, when I'm out, I'm always thinking of the next step. We sometimes you can't have the sprays to do that, but yes, like it's so many things you can use to protect yourself. You just gotta be imaginative. You have to have like I can use this, I can break that, I can do this. I'll be having all types of stuff. I'll jerk you in your neck with my phone. What you mean? You ain't about to get me. But yes, you always have to have a plan in play. Um, so yeah, be very aware of your surroundings and have a plan in play. So yeah, don't be afraid. Go out there, enjoy life, have fun, but be very protective and safe while you do so.
Huh.
Where can I watch that video? Is it
What
all over
video?
the one of this lady pouring the wine on dude? Is
That's
that
not a
all?
video. It was a scenario that
Oh, that someone made up.
yeah, the official that just dropped. He gave me this.
Because I was gonna say to any women listening, if you ever feel unsafe or you feel like you're gonna get hit, just run, go away, get away as fast as you can. I had a gentleman that flew me out to Chicago, and when I was out there, we ended up getting into it, and he wouldn't let me out of the car. He locked me in his car and refused to let me out. And the second we hit a stop on the freeway, because he was trying to put his hands on me, I busted out the door and I ran. You just get away. And whatever you have to do, get away. And I ran.
Yeah.
And I ran to the closest gas station and I called me a Uber. Well, it was a taxi because it was that long ago. And I called me a taxi to the airport and I flew myself home. Make sure you have the funds to remove yourself if you're going to get flown out anywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say too that check make sure that you're updated on your local news stations and everything, because I remember hearing that, I don't know how true it is or if it still stands, that they're trying to train 911 to realize when people are calling 911 and saying like outrageous stuff like I want to order a pizza or it's Taco Tuesdays or something crazy like make sure you're in tune with your local news or knowing what it is that you can say to give them awareness without being known. Like I don't know all the code words, but just like you're watching, I also know the predators are watching too. So make up anything. Miss Young, she put in the comments, say anything. Like if you're in trouble, say, oh my God, Malala, I don't know, scream something, tell somebody you're in trouble, give somebody a sign, because there's always somebody that's around you, even if they're strangers that may be willing to help you. Just don't count everybody out, because there are some people that are heroes in the midst. So I do want to say that that's just coming from somebody that dealt with DV. I wish a lot of young ladies that do deal with it or are going through it really realize that there is a community, there are people that are willing to help, but you just got to feel confident enough to just scream and say, I need help. And mean it. Don't say you need help and then cry in the car and say, I want to go back. Really and truly know that you're ready to leave and get out, so that that person can really successfully help you and get you out, because there's nothing worse than somebody giving you their all and helping you, and then you just go like that. Like, that's really bad. But yeah, I want to say, like, ladies, please protect yourself. Know that there's people around you that's always watching, that's always there, men or women that's always watching. Like, they can be your angel. They can come in and swoop you up real quick. You never even see it coming. You'd be like, my goodness, they come in there and they'll help you. But yeah, give people a shot. Give the good people a shot, I'll say. But yeah, Miss Young, I didn't mean to take that from you, Miss Young. If you wanted to expand on that more, you're welcome to do that. I'm sorry, but that really did touch me. Like, yeah, women do need to
I found
say
the
something.
medulla that got him.
Got him.
Right, the Google double. I mean, say
Got
something.
him.
Like,
Got him. Right.
they'd be like, "Oh, she intoxicated." You gotta say something like you. And I'm not intoxicated. My foot hurt. My big toe, like something. I don't know. Say something that's out the way to make people look like what like, because a baby scream, I'm all ears. And if a woman scream, I mean, I am all ears too. But my husband be like, "You being nosy."
Man
Wait,
scream, you
because I
got
heard,
closed ears. Oh.
you know. But yeah, like no. A man scream, I don't have closed ears.
Nah,
Me
I
and
know
my
you
husband
don't. I'm
both
just saying
like.
the average.
Yeah, when I hear rah rah rah, the first thing here in Florida, the first thing when I hear two men rah 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 is like get in the car, shut the doors,
Hey,
crank up the car, let's go.
it's
Cause them
about to
men,
be a
it's about to be a flip.
pew
I'm like,
pew
let's
pew
go,
pew pew
let's
pew
It's
go.
about to be your what?
pew.
Yeah,
Yo,
a boy fight.
yo, I'm so
Yeah,
happy
I
Cece
got you.
understand. That's funny. We all live in the same life in Florida.
cause I'll be like, ooh, time to go. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
oops.
Mm-hmm.
They don't be screaming help. They be like, what? I'll be like,
It's
oh, time to
time to
go.
go.
Come on, babe, time to go. Yes, baby.
No,
And
I just cannot get with the simple fact is there's people who really be out here going on trips with people, and then these people that y'all go on a trip with, like the dude, he just took the girl some damn where, and he said, "Hey, I bought a one way for both of us. Now either we gonna sit up here, get a room for a night, and you gonna give me some, or your ass getting left at this airport." She said, "Damn, that's crazy that you're really like asking me for some kitty just to take me home. Like that's crazy." I said, "Well, you set yourself up, girl. You better choose a option. Call somebody, because you ain't got too many doors that's open."
Dang.
yeah, and I wanted to touch base. When I went out to
Bullshit.
Chicago, I was dating that man. I would never fly out with some random person I've never met or only just talked to. Like him and I have been dating for like 2.5 years at this point, and he had never aggressively tried to put his hands on me until that day, because I found out that he had another girlfriend and I wasn't going for that and I wanted to go home. So that's what created the whole ordeal. I would never ever fly out with some random person. That's crazy.
Yeah, like Miss Rachel said, like just a one-way trip. I was like, I would have booked a round trip, and then okay, my trip ended early. I would have went up there. What can I do? My trip, my trip ended early. Can I fly back early? Like, cause how we do this?
The one
Because
way is a setup. The one way is definitely a setup.
That's what
Like,
it
I don't
sound
care
like.
what nobody says.
You got
I'm
one
sorry.
way.
What'd you say, Mr. Kevin?
Oh no, I was saying the same thing. Man was saying. That sound like a setup.
Yeah, it is. It definitely. It's scary to think
It's
that
like you
women do that.
gambling
That is a
dice.
setup.
Like, you trying to figure out, alright, so if I roll a 2 and it lands, hey, you gonna be down? It's like playing rock, paper, scissors with somebody.
Russian roulette's in my book. Shoot, let's spend it and see who gonna get got. Like, no, I'm good. I don't want to do that. No, I'm gonna see how people do. That is a scary thing. I don't even know you, and then you talking about I'm gonna fly you out to see me. No, sir. Like, we got to be in my comfort zone. You got to come see me in my comfort zone. Because if I know if anything go crazy, I got
A
my
lot of clueless
peoples.
women that do that though.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But it shows that it's two different type of dudes in this world. Cause one dude, he had seen the girl going through what she was going through. He had gave her the money to get home. He said I don't know what the hell is wrong with dudes nowadays. He said,
Good.
but it's just like I see it like my fucking daughters. If you was my daughter, I just want to see you get home. I don't want my daughter to feel like she got to give up something to a sucker ass nigga. And it's just like, damn. I was like, at the end of the day, somebody do got to make it home. And if she don't make it home, is you gonna feel bad? And if not, hey, it is what it is. But that's something you gotta live with.
Yeah, but that's where the accountability's got to come in. You can't sit here and be like, oh, poor her, poor her, poor her. She made the decision to go out of town with that man. She knew who she was dealing with. She made the decision to go. And I mean, I guess it's all nice and dandy that Unc wanted to give her a flight home. But in reality, she should have had her own money and should have been accountable and held herself to a higher standard than to be begging the internet for someone to fly her back home.
People out here dating broke. I'm telling y'all, they out here dating broke.
Yeah, I wanted to Miss Young. I saw your comment that you had said, but I was gonna say I couldn't put it all because yeah, the way I'm set up right now. But anyways, I was gonna say, dang, to Miss Young, her comment for me. I was gonna say, dang, I would just act like a damsel in distress. Somebody would have felt like it. They good, because people. Oh my goodness, at the airport are so
Oh,
nice.
she got a privilege of a woman, huh? I like
Look,
that.
shoot, I was gonna use that the desert of distress. Can you please help me get on? Because when I was traveling and I was traveling and I was pregnant. The first time when my husband had got deployed to Hawaii, I was pregnant when we got deployed to Hawaii. And there was so many people trying to help carry bags and all this stuff. There was so many people, men, women, they was trying to help. And then when I went back to I came back to the what they call the mainland to go see my family. There were so many people helping with the stroller, helping with the baby. It was a strange lady. She was like, I just want to hold the baby. She doused the baby for me while was taking my little nap. But and it was strange for me because she's a complete stranger. But I don't know. Don't ask me why I did it. I was exhausted, and she helped me, and it was nice. It went okay, but back. I was like, why did I do that? But it was okay. But yeah, like you just don't know who's there to have a helping hand. Yeah, I would have played Denzel in Distress. Oh, I just need to, you just can't look like you on some smug. You gotta look like you're proper,
They
and
get
then
that
give them
too.
the waterworks.
It's called woman privilege.
Well, when
I
you're
agree with
genuinely in
Kelsey though.
trouble, when you're genuinely in trouble, though, people know. Like that day when I ran up to the gas station, I didn't even have to say anything. The attendant was like, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Like they knew instantly. So like, if you're genuinely in trouble, I think genuine people will read that and they'll most likely be willing to help you.
Hey,
Yeah,
you don't
oh,
know
that's so
who's
nice.
genuine nowadays. I don't know.
That's
I
true.
don't
I
think you
was
know
thinking
who
of that.
genuine nowadays because everybody is a manipulator around here. Like everybody is out here trying to con get over on somebody, so it's all blending in, so you don't know if somebody's really struggling or if they really acting like they struggling. Like, this is why shit, you got so many people who's on the street, but everybody ain't homeless on the street. Some of them people got a home to go to. They just out here looking to get what they get, making money for their rent. It doesn't matter. It just like, I'm looking for somebody who's gonna give it to me, that's willing to go out their own way. And I don't got to do much, but reach out and ask for the help. I don't know. I just think, me personally, I wouldn't be setting myself up on no motherfucking date, especially not heading out of town with nobody I'm just getting to know. Hell no, I don't even trust you. You ain't got my trust, my interest. You ain't got no type of care for me for real. It's like, you only care for what I can do for you or give you. And it's like, honestly, if that's the game we playing, I don't want to play it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think that, a lot of people in general have to use their discernment very well when they go out on these dates. I know that it is what they say, it's a bad dating era, I guess I'll say, in a sense. It's hard. There's a lot of pee pee in the pools and poo poos in the pool. So it's like, you really gotta, if you're gonna get in there, you gotta really swim through. But hey, I just listen. And every time I listen to all these horror stories and people that run into these different people, I'm like, shoot, they might not be able to find nobody, but it's keeping the ones that got somebody together. Because I don't know, no, I don't want to go out there. Don't release me, sir. Let me stop. No, but it is really hard, and I wish that, honestly, I do wish that the younger generation would listen to what we're saying, but they won't, because the music, to me, it's like the music and the things that's going on in the internet and everything is like speaking louder than the ones that's trying to really talk sense to them. And if they don't have the really real family that loves them and care about them, then they don't care. It's like all fun and games. Maybe they do care and they just act the part, especially like what I hear on TikTok. So I don't know who's to say, but it does make me a little bit like nervous. My daughter is 16. Soon to be, she'll be 18 in the blink of an eye, then 20, 25. And I'm like, what is her life gonna be? She like, I don't know, mom. She, in tune to some type of social media. She watches YouTube sometimes and stuff, but she's a little worried about what her life is going to be. And I try to keep her positive, but you know, I don't know. Like, what am I gonna do if somebody try her, opposite, or not even me, my husband, with both of us. But yeah, it makes me feel a little sad. So let me hush, because then I'm up here just feeling sad. Like, dang, like what is it gonna be in the next, 5 years, 6 years, 2 years, 3 years? It's like, dang, do our kids really stand a chance for a future? Because I want to have grandkids, and I want to see my kids married and happy and living, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'll put myself on mute now.
It's not even good. You got all quiet on me, cousin.
What's happening? What's happening?
What
What's going on,
happened?
people?
Let's see in the building.
How's everybody doing?
Well,
What's
how are
going
you,
on?
sir?
Man, I'm just trying to do the best I can for who I am.
Cousin B.
What's up, Mr. John? What's happening? Man, I ain't seen y'all in a minute, man. How's
Right.
What hat are you
I hope
working
everybody
on?
good. And just another day.
Working on mine.
Another day in paradise. Huh? I know, right? I've been in the lab. Been in the lab. So what the hell I scroll in on this, man? What is this prompt, player?
Somebody gave me a scenario. I was like, let me just do this there. So it was a scenario to see who was wrong or who was disrespected first. I think the question type of question.
Who was disrespected?
Yo, Mike Low.
My bad.
Hold on.
I think it's good. Not about to say it's just a scenario. Cause somebody just gave me this as a prompt to do. Basically just to see who was
Who do you feel where the disrespect truly began? That's what the end part is. So it's basically looking at these three things that happened. Like what's the thoughts on who started it? Who was more wrong? Who was more manipulative? Who was more impulsive?
Mm. I mean, honestly, I think that whole thing is disrespectful.
Yeah.
All of it. Like the fact that I don't know. Like I understand maybe we need more context because if you in a conversation and you just at any point just be like, all right, so look here, man, we on these dates here. When you fuck, if you do that, that's disrespectful as fuck. No matter what. Like unless y'all have been having these conversations, you know what I mean. So that's why I'm saying the context is important because if you've been having this conversation and it came out, oh, okay, that's cool. But if you just came out and they over appetizers, so look here, you know, we been going out when we fucking like that. That's gang goofy. Like if you do that, you expect a fucked up response. That's just off top. But at the same time, when you pour wine on somebody, okay, now you have crossed another line for her, right? But I do not think that getting a drink poured on you requires your response to be black in both of her eyes. That's out of pocket regardless. It ain't no justification. Now I know we can say that, hey, when somebody get upset, you can't govern their response to your disrespect. I get that. But I think that the penalty has to match. You know what I mean? Like if somebody, you know, talk crazy to you and then you beat them into a coma, you wrong. Like it wasn't necessary. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be a limit to that. So I think, okay, you pour some wine on me. Hell, I would have threw the whole plate on her, and then I would have walked out, and then we would have been even. Or if you would have been a true player, you would have been like, okay, cool, get the fuck up, and walk out, and then she would have to fend for herself. Now, a lot of people, you know, don't have control like that, so we know that. But so I'm just saying, I think it's wrong on all fronts, no matter how you look at that. And then I'm gonna say this: if you didn't went on 5 and 6 dates and you didn't hit, but that was your intention, okay, you probably was in it for the wrong reason. You know what I mean? And you probably didn't have communication on the 5 and 6 dates. You should have kind of figured that shit out early in the game if that's all you wanted. You should have made that shit be known and you wouldn't have wasted your money. You wouldn't have no expectations. And if she, on the other side, was like, oh, okay, I'm just using this dude for free food for 5 and 6 dates, now she out of pocket. See what I'm saying? So, I mean, we can go back and forth on this one. This is just wrong all over the place, in my opinion.
We're going to go back and forth, cousin, because I think that
Wait, before you do that, let's get Scoot here real quick. Do we do that?
Okay.
Yep.
How are y'all doing this evening?
What's up? What you got for me?
What's the subject tonight?
Hold up, I got you. Give me a second real quick. Hold up. Wait 1 second. All right, you can get your question in, Kelsey.
Did you do that? Okay, so cousin, we're gonna argue a little bit. We're gonna go back and forth. I know you like to do that. So my whole thing with it is maybe the way he went about expressing his feelings was wrong, but I don't think he's wrong for saying that. I think that she escalated the situation by making it physical because he started it out with just words. So if she didn't like the words that were said, she should have said, oh, I understand that was your intention. That's not mine. I think we should part ways. And she should have got up and left. There shouldn't have been any wine thrown at all because it doesn't really sound like he was really disrespectful to her. He just was saying that he's done wasting his time if she's not on the same page as him. It just wasn't maybe put the nicest way. And we can't govern how people want to express their feelings, but she could have definitely controlled her emotions and not made it physical. So I think she is more to be held accountable and is more disrespectful and wrong.
Well, right. That's not. Yeah, we're not arguing about that. I agree.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying is, when you as a man, if I tell you, hey, we've been going on these dates for 5 dates, when I'm gonna go get my money worth? Wait. So basically, you just made me I'm a prostitute? Yeah, because when I'm gonna get a return on my investment? That was the disrespectful part. It said the question said disrespect. Well, is he wrong for saying it? No, because I think you should be honest. But if we being honest though, that's some disrespectful shit to say to somebody if that's not what they own, and if you never made that, you know what I'm saying? Like if that just popped up,
But
like
what if
okay,
you
so that
reworded it? What if you was like, I took you out on 6 dates, we went to XYZ nice restaurants, I kind of
right,
thought by this point we would have been moving along a little further in the physical realm of this relationship, and it's not quite working that way. Is that where you're at with it, or am I missing the signals? Like if he changed his tone and how he addressed it, would he then not be disrespectful for
I mean,
saying his feelings?
I say possibly, but like we don't have no context, right? So I was just kind of throwing in because like let's say for instance, if there's a difference with me saying, hey, listen, you know what? You look really good in that dress. It almost make me want to do something dirty in my mind, and I start laughing, and then you start laughing. Oh, that was cute, right? Or I say, hey, man, hey, man, hey, make that pussy pop because the way you rocking that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like you would be like, whoa. that's a little too far, player. Like you said the same thing, but the way you put it out there, you said the same thing, but the way you put it out there was disrespectful. So I think in that case, maybe, you know what I mean, without any context, I'm saying if he said it disrespectfully, she still has no right to throw water, wine, soda, or whatever on him, right? So she wrong off top. So if I take that, she's solely responsible for that. Now, does that alleviate the fact that he was disrespectful? No, because he was disrespectful too. Now, was it worth him getting the drink poured on him? No. Now, was her pouring a drink on him worth getting lumped up with closed fists and black eye? That's also no. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's why I said the whole thing was out of pocket because it escalated wrong.
For sure. But she also, you got to understand, throwing a drink on someone is considered assault. Like, I mean, I know she's not throwing a fist, but she did assault him. And, as we all know, men, they have testosterone and, most men aren't going to take, most men that don't have emotional control or authority, they are going to go off the handles. And women,
But my question is,
most
who's
women
going
should
to
know
jail
that.
at the end of the night?
You said what?
I said, my question is, who's going to jail at the end of the night? Is it the woman who threw a
Him,
drink, or the
for
man,
sure.
or is it the man who threw a punch?
Him,
Yeah.
for sure.
Right. And see, my thing is, as a man, right, I understand how we can get razzled. When I was a young man, I had a hot temper. It was hard to not pop off for me because, I had a lot of issues. And then I had a chip on my shoulder from other shit in life. And, and I was like, yeah, you're going to catch these hands on everything. And I was that dude. Like, I just wanted, and it was hard. So I understand that we don't have control sometimes, and I understand that is. But that's still no excuse to put your hands on somebody when you don't have to, right? I understand why it happened. She still has to take some kind of accountability for keeping herself safe. She shouldn't have did it, right? I'm not going to discredit that. But at the end of the day, that's just like a little kid, a 10-year-old kid threw a drink on you. You gonna go ahead and whoop him like a grown man? You wrong. You know what you can capable of doing, and you could have. I mean, hell, even if you would have said he just slapped her, or he threw something at him, like I would have been like, you know what? Maybe that's feasible. It's still wrong, but at least it matches. You go ahead and ball up your fist and put hands on her like she a dude, just because you got a drink poured on you. That's too much. That's all I'm saying. And so I think that they all have their own separate places where they were wrong, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think my angle here of putting more responsibility on the woman is because as a woman, choosing to make something physical with a man is really, really not a great idea. I understand some women think like, oh, I'm just gonna pour this drink on him, or I'm just gonna knock his drink out of his hand, or I'm just gonna do something that they think isn't considered physical, but it really is. And I don't think women think about how more predominantly men put their hands on women as a first judgment nowadays than it used to be. There's many of men who have no quarrels with putting hands on women, especially if the woman steps to them. So that's my angle towards that, because I used to be like that. I used to buck up with dudes and think I was gonna get loud or physical, but I knew that there was always a possibility that it was going to come back to me, and on many occasions it did. So I guess my angle is more towards to tell the women to control yourselves and don't make something physical that isn't physical, because he was only talking to you disrespectfully with words, and now you've turned it into a physical altercation. I'm not saying he's right for lumping her up, but she opened the door for it to be a physical altercation at that point.
Right. And let me just put a tagline on this too, because ladies, this is not to say that it's justified. Okay. I want to clarify that. I think that we have all known that hell no, I don't think that a man has any excuse. That being said, for your safety, ladies, I need y'all to understand these motherfuckers out here ain't wired the same as the OGs. Okay? A lot of these dudes is unhinged. A lot of these dudes got problems going on and they not satisfied in life and all kind of other shit. And they looking for something to knock them over the edge to let some of that out. And so in this case, we're just using this as an example, that Ryan was that. And he let all of his other frustrations out unjustly, but still understand that an ego heals faster than a broke jaw. Okay? So sometimes a little humble pie will save you from these treacherous motherfuckers. And I say that because, you know, you might have good dudes in your life, but they're not there with you all the time. And all it takes is one quick little minute for you to get assaulted because of something that you did. And the biggest thing that I have seen, ladies, is if you embarrass a man in front of other people, that is opening up Pandora's box. And I know y'all think this shit is cute. You think that it's sassy. You got a little mouthpiece. Yeah, I'm gonna tell this motherfucker off. Okay. But if you embarrass the wrong dude, as wrong as this sounds, and I know it's wrong, but a lot of these dudes don't have the control like that, y'all. And when you put him, or you threaten his manhood, or you embarrass him and make him look something in front of his peers, or whatever the case is, man, these youngsters, that's what will trigger them. And it's not physical, it's your verbal. So I just want y'all to be aware of that, how powerful little stuff like that, embarrassment to a motherfucker who don't have his shit together, that that can put you in harm's way. So please don't, just have some restraint with that, ladies, please, for your sake.
I'm just going to piggyback off of that with him saying, like, you might have good men in your life. Also, please don't use those men as your knight in shining armor for your bad decisions and your bad mouth and your hands being thrown at other men. Do not put those good men in harm's way because you have no self-control and no emotional control. That's not fair either. So it's great that if you do have good men around, but do not use them up and abuse them. You only call on them when it's a serious situation that they need to be called upon, because there's way too many women out here who do have great fathers or brothers or cousins or uncles or whatever, and they get them in a lot of hurt or worse because of their mouths and the way that they treat people. So don't take advantage of those good people either.
I only wanted to come up here and say that PlayStation sucks. It always has. And, you know, Xbox will always be the inferior game
Oh
console.
my
I was
gosh.
waiting for him to come off mute. Hi,
Yeah,
Kev.
Xbox. Xbox.
Hi,
Dude,
Kev.
that's
That's
Hi,
one.
her
Kev.
way of
Right,
saying
real
hi.
quick.
Hello.
Hi, Kev.
Good night.
Good. Don't you deny me. I wanted to come up first off, sir. Who you you don't how many tonight came up here offended already?
About 3, I think. That was it.
Oh, we got low in the number.
Yeah,
Okay.
low on the number.
I was
Yeah, we doing
expecting
good. We getting better in these streets.
the screaming and the hollering and the crash out and everything else. Okay, okay.
Actually, I think it was one. The more I keep thinking, it was just one because one of them came up here. Then once we already explained them more, they just left.
Got you. Well, I'm gonna answer it real quick. Do you want me to read all of it? Because you have like 5 questions within this one question.
You do it. It's just it's just a scenario.
Okay. I guess if we going based off that scenario, who is more, I guess, disrespectful? I would say the whole engagement is disrespectful as hell, to be honest. Because one, like, you know, if you only dating to just, let's be real, get the cheeks. I mean, I guess that's your intention, but maybe you needed to put that on the table before you started talking to her. Number one. Number two, obviously, homegirl, you can't just be out here thinking that I'm gonna go on dates and, like lead people on because you wasn't being the way I said, like, I don't know, I guess from this situation, from how I'm reading it, could just be how I'm reading it. I don't know, maybe I'm reading it wrong. It just seems like both people are at fault here at the end of the day. They both at fault. She should have been honest in her intention too, because if you're just going on dates for people just to get free dinner, then you need to kind of work on that. That's also weird. You know what I mean? And also, like, you shouldn't have lost your shit if that's, I don't know. I guess I don't understand the point of throwing water or a drink in anybody's face. You know what I mean? To me, that's like the equivalent of spitting on somebody. Like, you can't, you should never be, as an adult, you should never be in a position where you're throwing a temper tantrum like that. Point blank, period. And it's the same thing, back and forth. But at the same time, you can't dictate how people are going to react to you. So that's just kind of where I'm at with both of it. So to me, the way I read it is just all around. It just seems everybody in this entire situation was on some disrespectful shit. And they just weren't being upfront and honest about whatever the fuck their intentions were. Because like I said, oh girl, if he was just there to try to get dates or whatever else, then maybe you needed to be straight up. But also as a woman who's also, I don't know. I'm just saying, you can usually tell what the intentions are with a dude. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? You can kind of, you can.
Where'd she go?
I was wondering what happened.
Oh, my bad. Can y'all hear me?
Ooh, is that Xbox you was talking about? Because
Hey.
what's going on?
Right, there you go. There you go. Right, good one, cousin.
Hold up. Don't you try to co-sign, Kev. Your PlayStation. It was your PlayStation Live that I don't know what happened. Anyway, all I'm saying is just on either side, it just seems like it's all disrespectful, just all the way around. People, really need to be upfront with their intentions, and then also, ladies, y'all can't act like you're that naive, and don't act like you don't know what a man's intentions are, especially before you even go on the date. Like this, it's pretty obvious if that's all he's wanting is some cheeks. That's pretty damn obvious. And if you were leading him on that way, you can't sit there and act shocked because he was like, oh, I need a return on investment. You see what I'm saying? Like, and if you're going to be that naive, then maybe you shouldn't date. You know what I'm saying? That's just kind of where I'm at. Can't have your cake and eat it too. That's all I'm saying. But that's my take on it.
Say that.
Say what?
Just what I said. So that's my twin in my brain. Keep
Yeah,
on
basically.
talking.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. But other than that, that's just kind of where I'm at. I am glad that people ain't crashing out. I'm glad people are holding some fight. Y'all finally have some control now. It makes me happy.
Oh, I'm about to crash out right now.
Nah, no more online crash outs. That's
I miss
crazy.
you. Where have you been hiding?
Me, honestly, okay, like I'll be straight up because I can kind of talk about it now. I've been dealing with like some health stuff, so I've been like in and out of like doctor's offices and stuff. Not in the hospital, just dealing with some health stuff, getting some stuff figured out, getting myself back
How
on
are
track.
you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing fantastic. I had my water. I went on a walk. I'm fine.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're getting it under
Yeah,
control.
I've officially quit smoking.
Hey, good
I
for
no
you.
longer smoke cigarettes. I no longer drink, so that's a good thing.
That's what's up.
Amen.
Yeah. So we trying to do this whole, not glow up, but stepping into this new era. You know what I mean? Because I know I'm gonna come out more powerful. Just gotta keep watering. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
And I would like to say that for everybody else or anybody else who's struggling, just keep watering. I promise you're gonna come out stronger than ever. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear you.
Warlock to stop. I got to get Warlock to stop smoking now. So,
Hey.
but yeah, congratulations. That's what's up.
Heck yeah.
What'd you just say, cousin?
I said I gotta get Warlock to stop smoking now. That's we're working on his ass, but
Good luck.
we're gonna see.
But AJ, what about the Mary J?
Well, I never really ever smoked that. I more or less eat that.
Oh, okay.
And that I still do, but that's because I have with that, that's gonna be a little bit different because I use that to deal with my chronic pain. And that's kind of how I manage that
I want
because
you to
I
quit
can't
that.
take
I was just curious.
yeah. No. I ain't getting rid of that. But nah, yeah, no, I still eat that. But just so people are aware, that is for chronic pain. You know what I'm saying? Mostly. So that's what I use that for because I can't take like opioids and stuff. Not because I have an addiction issue. It's because I literally just can't. Every time I take an opioid, I end up in the hospital, like emergency room 2-3 hours later.
Do you find that CBD and CBN works better for you for your pain?
So CBD does work in calming me down and keeping me still. CBG, if I'm dealing with inflammatory issues, is probably the best, and the CBN definitely to sleep. 100%.
It's so wonderful.
Yeah. So, my alternatives. But that's also the other reason why I kind of took a break off here because I was trying to quit smoking and then dealing with like, like when you quit smoke, I don't know, like when you quit smoking, you kind of have to deal with like nicotine fits. And so like, it's sometimes hard to like emotionally regulate. So I didn't want to come up here and like crash out on people. And they didn't really do nothing. It's just me, having a nicotine issue.
It would have been interesting seeing you crash out on folks.
I don't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine going into a live and I'm yelling?
I've seen the other side.
Yeah, you have. It's rare, but I'm just saying.
Even though you disown me, but it's okay. I
I
still
didn't
love you.
disown you, John. John ain't never disowned. Don't let him lie to y'all. Know what I'm saying?
You hear that, cousin? She say she didn't, but she ain't even check on me.
I checked on you. I've been checking on you. Speaking of which, how's your retirement? You going for it or what? Mm-hmm.
The last 3 months.
See, there you go. There you go. So we going on vacation or what?
You said you're gonna come take care of me. What happened?
I still got you. Don't worry about it. We gotta go on vacation.
Look, that's my story.
There you go.
But I did miss you.
I know. I missed y'all too. I really did.
I almost missed
mostly
cousin, but I knew where to find them.
right. Although I will say I didn't miss cousins stealing my lunch though. That was cold.
That's because he was bringing it to me.
Oh, okay.
Because I've been keeping tabs. I've been keeping notes. I'm gonna have a backup plan for you.
Yeah.
It's back payments due. Don't even worry about it.
Not the back payments. We're like, you know what, cousins? I had 72,000 rice and 4 shrimp in here. They better be.
Yeah, I'm gonna need 4,000 up off that right now. I'm gonna need 4,000. You can make a payment plan, but I'm gonna need that 4. I'm gonna need that 4.
All right. I'm gonna pay you in 100 rice increments. Just 100 grams. That's it.
That's a start. If we're gonna do it.
I got the frozen shrimp.
There you go. There you go. See, John got the shrimp. I got the rice. We'll be all right. Looks like
What's
that's what
kicking?
I know. Got the CBG in the comments because hella exclamation points. Let's go.
I don't use none of that.
Right. Well, I mean that's for me.
I've been fortunate in that arena.
Hey, gotta get on. You see, back when I was John's age, I didn't need it either. Back in the day.
Back when you were my age.
Yeah, back when I was your age. I didn't need it neither.
Watch this one, cousin. If she was back in my age, back in the day, she wouldn't be single.
That's true. That's true. I wasn't single back then either.
No, because you've been with me. Now stop it. Don't start.
There you go.
I'm trying to behave. I won off earlier up in here.
Not auntie's crazy pill. Bruh, what? How old do you think I am, sir?
Damn, I just read that.
The
Right.
CBT is what makes us sane.
Right.
I come on TikTok to come sane.
Oh, I come on TikTok to laugh. Lately, I've been jamming. I don't know. I've been posting a bunch of music.
You don't even invite me. I see how it is.
Well, I don't be going live. I don't really be going on live. I just started going back on live recently.
I didn't say anything about going live. We ain't got to share with everybody.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But yeah, I just be throwing. I be
We
posting
can be
music.
gritty. We can be gritty like Kevin.
Right. I know. Kev always being greedy. He being greedy. He probably cheating on us right now.
Oh yeah, he's on the phone with Rach for sure.
Or he's on the phone with
But
Rach,
she's not in the
or
box. They're chit chatting. They're talking about us behind our backs.
right. They all over there like,
And cousin B still ain't made my hat, AJ.
cousin, where the hat at?
Hey, hey. All I need is an order, player.
Look, I've only been asking for a year. That's all.
Hey, you know,
He don't got my Superman hat.
see,
That's
I
because
got it.
no, you don't gotta look. I wouldn't waste time making no Superman hat because you look. Why,
I
Kev?
got
Why
him
you
with
want a
some
hat you can't play
AJ
rock
on
paper
it.
scissors with?
My cousin B, mine's got to have the initials AJ on it.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, dedicatorial hat. We gonna call it that. That's what we gonna call that.
Yeah.
Then I'll get one of my patches that says I'm with her.
Yep. Let's do it. Then I gotta get one that has a patch that says "Cousin owes me lunch." That's what it is.
You know what? I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm putting the hat out there. I might come with it next week. It's gonna be called 2000 Rice. Ain't nobody gonna know what
2000. There
that
you go.
means except AJ.
Yep, you gotta come out with the
2000 Rice.
2000. You gotta have the 2000 rice and the 400 rice suit.
Yeah, that's it on the hat. I also say 2000 Rice. They're gonna be like, what?
We better not eat not one grain of AJ's
Not
rice.
one grain.
Not
Kelsey
none
gonna
of
need
it.
a hat too.
Look at here. I'm coming with chopsticks.
Ooh.
Or actually have the actual Tupperware or the plastic or the little styrofoam package
Not the package.
with the writing on the top. With the little writing on the top.
Yeah, the little, you're gonna have the little box.
Yeah, the little box.
Yeah. I got 2000 rice. It's like a little handwritten note on the box. That's the little patch on the front of the hat.
And listen, instead of feathers, you need chopsticks in it.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I got my own. I got a couple sets I can share with AJ.
There you go. There you go. See, at least someone care about me. Kev don't care about me no more. Kev half the time just be ignoring me. The last couple times I came in here before I started jumping in the box, I'd be like, "Hi, Kev," and he just ignored me.
With it.
He
What
kept playing. He just kept playing his game, or he just kept talking. I was like, "Damn." And then the other day, I think it was yesterday, I had to come up here and yell at him and Rachel. I was like, "I know y'all saw me come in here,
Oh my.
and y'all just not about to just ignore me." I'm tired of being hurt in this relationship. This is the
I'm
worst
tired of being hurt.
toxic relationship I ever been in.
I got you. I
You're
got
feeling
you.
left out, AJ.
I did. This is worse. Like this was worse than when he said he was gonna waterboard me.
Oh my.
That's why. That's why I
Mm-mm.
never ever join no thruples.
Right. Well, I ain't even trying to be part of the throuple. I just wanted to. I just wanted to say hi because I thought we was friends. Apparently, I ain't part of the friend group no more. Kev all
Nah,
distracted. He got Rachel eyes.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got a little boo thing and then got rude and shit. He changed up.
Right. He don't look. He don't
I
change.
see.
Don't forget who we was and everything.
Kev,
I
what?
would blame Rachel, but I can't because she cool. So I gotta blame
Right.
him.
Yeah. So it's Kev's fault. That's what it is. We all feel
Kev,
this
what
instance.
happened?
It's Kev's fault.
Kev, what happened?
Nothing at all.
So you know what? I'm gonna answer the very
Love.
top part of this. I'm gonna answer the very top part of this whole prompt where it says, "Who's more wrong, manipulative, impulsive?" I'm gonna say Kev more wrong for forgetting me, okay, and manipulating my feelings and impulsively forgetting about me.
Impulsively.
Man, we can't even help you on that one, Kev.
I'm
we
out
can't.
here
We
trying to
can't
be a
even stand
homie,
for
like,
you.
oh, I'm so happy my homie in a relationship. I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm happy he in a relationship. I love him and Rachel together. They're great together. But I need y'all to stop forgetting me and everybody else because we still exist. We still love y'all.
They don't forget me because I always say hi to them.
Right. I always say hi to them, but they ignore me.
No,
They just
Kev.
keep
No, they are
assuming they act like they
so
don't even
good
see
together.
me.
They're
Yeah,
so good together.
Kev got to stop knocking McDonald out here. You keep
Right.
forgetting.
Oh my. I keep forgetting it.
I do have a question though. So like, only because I saw a video and then it reminded me on
What
how
you
much.
need? What you need?
Yeah, it reminded me on how much I get frustrated when this happens. But you know when you go and you get your significant other like you know what I mean? Like maybe you're driving around or whatever, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm hungry," and so you go get them food, but then you don't want nothing, and then all of a sudden they're full and don't want the food you just paid for. What the hell is that about? Why? Why y'all do this?
Because you didn't get me the right food.
Who did that? They
I'm
did. They playing like that?
They play like that
Who?
nowadays. They be like, "Oh, well, you're not eating. I'm not
What?
eating by myself, so I'm full." I'm like, "What are you full on? Fucking air and opportunity?
That's That's the disrespect.
This
That's right there.
disrespectful. Like I just spent $12 at McDonald's because you said you were hungry, and I just because I'm not hungry, you don't want to eat now.
Oh no! See, you ain't getting no more food ever.
Because I wanted Wendy's.
Never.
But you said you wanted McDonald's. I'm so confused.
That must be this new generation because
This
when I'm
what
hungry, I'm
frustrates
eating,
me.
and I'm gonna
I
eat me a
wanted
fat,
Wendy's food.
juicy burger in front of whoever is there.
Right. You know what I mean? Because like, look, I don't have a problem being fat by myself. Okay, I'm gonna eat when I'm hungry. I like food. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm gonna be like my 600-pound life, but like I like food.
Oh,
If I'm
damn.
hungry and you're not, I'm gonna eat. But like, I still think if you're hungry and I'm not, you should eat your food. Why I gotta eat with you? That's crazy.
Because it's more
Shit.
comfortable.
McDonald's costs $287. You think you ain't about to eat this burger?
That part. Especially if
Shit.
I got you an egg McMuffin. Let's be real. Eggs are like $1 million.
Come on. I could have bought you a Bentley, but I bought you this Egg McMuffin, and you ain't gonna show no appreciation.
Right.
There was no hot sauce.
Oh, Honest coming up. Honest, you gonna explain it to me? I need Honest to be honest. Hey, sis. Not her ignoring me too.
I was just gonna say, look at her.
I feel left out. She don't ignore me, everything. It's like, okay.
Who
You
left
don't
you
even know
out?
she's up here yet.
Right.
Oh, my bad.
See? I told you.
Dang.
I'm over here. I'm getting 420.
I didn't even answer that first one. But what do y'all think? I have a little. I think that we all manipulate. I think everybody
We do.
manipulates, right? Every day,
We
in some
do.
way or another. And I also think that some manipulation has good outcome
Mm-hmm.
because I would use an example like your kids when you manipulate them to eat their vegetables, right? We say that that's not manipulation, but in the reality, it is. So
Right.
you have So I'm saying is, and I just use that to say that a lot of times, you know, we do manipulate things to make something happen, and maybe sometimes it's for the betterment. So now we have that. So it could go either way. But then being impulsive, see, that's really just detrimental to whoever that is the impulsive one. Usually that's when, you know, we end up behind bars, or
Not
we end up
necessarily.
in, but I'm just saying, like, those are impulsive moves you don't think about. You know what I mean? You're
Right.
acting off impulse, or you know, we end up in bad situations. Now, sometimes that can come out good as well, right?
Right.
You know, you make that move and it worked out, so you make that gamble. So I don't know, man. I think when you say which is worse, again, I think we got to go back to context. Like, in what way?
Well,
Because they both could be bad, and they both could be alright. You know what I
well,
mean?
but
Like,
if we're
that's
talking, it's kind of like yesterday, like when they were having a conversation about generalization and anecdotal conversation. So it's like it's the same thing, right? So like when we're having these conversations, we also have to understand context, right? Most of the time when we're having these conversations, people talk about being manipulated, like, oh, I got manipulated, I got impulse. A lot of the time, or I was being impulsive. A lot of the time, those are coming with negative connotations. Now, yes, do we manipulate majority of the time? Yeah, right. There's certain things that you can manipulate that could have positive incomes, right? A coach may manipulate, say, practice for his players so that for their players so that they play or perform better. Those things happen. You know what I mean? Impulsive. You can be impulsive. You know what I mean? Maybe you being impulsive is you went out and bought like a $200 Lego set that you probably didn't really need. It's not like it's really going to help you financially because maybe you had the money for it, but you did that, right? And so on and so forth. And then sometimes you can be impulsive and then it has terrible, outcomes for you. So, I mean, again, it just depends on how, I guess, we're using it. But a lot of the time, we're going based off of how most people are using it. They're going based off the negative connotation. It's like the concept of cults, right? It's like when, I think a couple years ago when I was explaining, like, if you're on TikTok, back when you had to have 1,000 followers to go live, you were practically a cult leader because you're getting people to follow you to believe that you should have a voice to be able to say what you need to say on a live or host a live, right? The same thing. You know what I mean? But because we only look at the negative connotations for certain things, you know what I mean? We kind of have to go based off of that. So that's just kind of how it goes.
I was about to say this scenario that kid gave up here. This is a learned lesson. But all of you that be trying to finesse, because that's what this situation is. It's a finesse. Whether you want to sit up here and say, oh, she was just innocent and she was going date. Nah, she was looking for something out of this motherfucking situation. And the thing is, she was doing it in a way where she ain't have to give up a lot or do a lot to get what she wanted. And the thing is, because I was thinking about this, I was like, damn, what kind of women actually get hit, right? And or put themselves in position to get hit, right? And this scenario sound like this was a woman who never been hit by a dude before. Because anybody that ever been hit by a dude in their life, you have the understanding there is boundaries. So you cross certain pressure points to a person. Because we all understand there is gentlemen, and then you got them young YNs. Meaning them dudes that will smack your ass up because they done smack their baby mamas up. They done probably smack their mama up. Shit, Granny probably even got it.
Stop. My granny. My granny gotta get smacked up. What'd she do?
What they say, Granny be wildin'. That's what they say, Granny be wildin'.
I don't care what granny do. That's crazy. I mean, I get you though. Like there is a separation between a lot of us and people who do that. But like, I get you.
Yeah,
But I don't
I ain't
know.
gonna
That's what
lie.
I was
I
saying.
used to think like that too. I used to be like, damn, ain't no dudes ain't out here hitting on no female. The ones that get hit on, they be beating up they men.
Right. Well, no, like, but you know what, like that is it is a possibility. I think in this situation, if you're asking like who's more manipulative in this situation, I would say both parties, because if we're going based off of logic of everybody manipulates, then yeah, you're gonna have men that are gonna manipulate dates, sometimes to get cheeks, right? Because you can't sit there and act like that's not a thing. That's been a thing. You know what I mean? So as a woman, like, you can't sit there, and then women sometimes will manipulate with that innocent thing. You know what I mean? It's real easy for us to be like, oh, I didn't know, I'm so innocent.
Yeah, I'm not that
Bitch,
kind
no,
of
you ain't.
girl. Oh my God. I
Right,
never
like,
done
bitch,
that.
no, you ain't. Like, don't sit there and act like you
The
you know what I
damsel
mean?
in
You
distress.
you can't be that naive and then be the smartest person in the room. Like,
Yeah, you can't be a
you
fresh
can't be
spring
both.
chicken.
Right? You can't be both. You gotta pick a lane. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I hear you. I think, like, when it comes to like, that's the reason why I answered it the way I answered it. I was like, the way I see it, like, they both kind of in the wrong here. You know what I mean? Like, it's
You
not,
got
to
the
me, it's
people
not
who
about
would
who's
act
more in
like
the wrong. They
you
both in
ever
the wrong.
seen y'all ever seen them people who be trying to act like they fresh out the womb?
Yeah. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
the
Like, oh
classic
my
looking at
God,
the
I
womb.
didn't know. Like, it's like with those girls that used to sit there and they'd be like, well, I didn't know if I go with a stranger, I didn't know him. I met him on the internet and I thought if he just came to my house, he wasn't gonna, assault me. I'm like, you didn't know this person. You
It's
just
like
invited them in your house and you talked to them for an hour? Like, that's crazy.
they'll tell you some shit like, yeah, I knew him. I know him. I know of him. Okay.
Right. But yeah, but if you're the homegirl, and that's the hard part too, because if you're the homegirl that's pointing out that like that what is it, that lapse in judgment where you're like, girl, you really gonna invite this man over here, you only talked to him for an hour? No, girl, you don't know him like I know him. Okay, I know him. He's not like that. Like, girl, you can't. And then something happens and now she's looking at you shocked, like, why didn't you tell me nothing?
That's
Hey,
when you drop
all the
that person
friends.
as a friend. You don't want
I
that
could,
person as a friend. They're putting you in harm's
I
way.
could say a lot of homegirls will look at their homegirls looking. You'll literally look at your homegirl like she Harley Quinn, like she got the clown face on her face. Like,
Right, like, girl, what are you doing? And that's the thing, like, and you're right, Kelsey, you don't want these people as friends, but it is something I know I experienced a lot when I was younger. You know what I mean? Especially with like, I don't know, maybe because I think when you're younger, you want to be friends with people, you want to give people chances. You know what I mean? You're like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't want to judge nobody, and this, that, the third. So you end up in a lot of situations where you end up having to play save a Captain 304. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Captain save a 304. Like, ain't nobody. I ain't got time for that now. If you're stupid, you need to go over there and be stupid.
but my question is, why are so many people attracted to people who do the wrong shit? Like, it's always, oh,
It's
I got my heart
romanticized.
broken. It's like I always had my heart broken by this asshole, and I really loved him. Well, why would you give your heart to an asshole?
Let me
Right.
let me give you a
It's
little
romanticized.
insight on
But
that.
you
Think
know,
about what they've taught us since we were young girls that, oh, if he's picking on you, it's because he likes you. If he picks on you, it's because you're pretty. Because no parent wants to make their daughters feel bad about their looks or a boy being mean to them. So then it's ingrained in our brain that if a man is mean to you, that they like you and think you're pretty.
I'm just gonna say that never made
plus,
sense to me. Oh, go ahead, cousin. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, like, you got to think that, like, confidence is what attracts them, and sometimes that assholeness, quote unquote, it comes off to a lot of people as confidence, and then once you realize, no, you've already invested, and I think we as humans are susceptible to that because anything that we see, if you look at just people in general, when we hear pastors or preachers, if they speak a certain way, we think it's confidence. We take that confidence as they're knowledgeable. Even though they saying bullshit, it's how they came. We like, I feel that. You know what I mean? And I think in dating, if we have like 2 or 3 things that outshine everything else, most people kind of like let that other shit go because they see this shine on the mountaintop, and it's like, ooh, and then it's like the bad boy, the quote unquote bad boy, that it shows that he's protective, or like you're gonna be safe around him because he's a menace in the streets. But you don't realize that he's gonna be a menace to you too. Like a menace is a menace. You don't change, they don't just turn that shit off. But we let that shit go because of the confidence behind it. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I
And I
think
think
that's.
men
Oh
do
my
that
bad.
too with ladies. Like when we see these women we claim that we don't want, but they walking around like they're that bad bitch. We say we don't want that, but yet we go after that. Why is that? Because for some reason, that confidence is sexy. You know what I mean? And I think maybe that might be a big factor in it. I don't know. I'm reaching, but
I mean,
I think that's what it is.
I think that could be part of it. I think a lot of it has to do with people not really knowing what they want, and they're going based off of what they've heard or their friends' bias and whatever else. If I had $1 for every time one of my old homegirls used to be like, "But we just look so good together," and I'm like, "But you have nothing in common." You know what I mean? And he doesn't even he treats you like crap. You know what I mean? You treat him like crap. So I think that's also another aspect of it. And then also we also have to be real. A lot of people, especially a lot of young women, think that it becomes a project, right? It's oh, I got a project boyfriend. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm gonna try to mold him and make him into something that he's not. And so that's also another factor as well. You know what I mean? Some people are just looking for the challenge. Other people are just in it because aesthetically it looks good. Or, you know what I mean? Or it's heavily romanticized. Majority of the books that most women are reading today, let's be real, what are they? Those are those dark fantasy, highly, sexual romance books, which I can't fucking stand, by the way. But you know what I mean? The 50 Shades of Greys, things like that. Which at the end of the day, if you actually look at what those books are, or you look at the dynamics in those situations, none of that is healthy. You know what I mean? None of that is healthy. Okay, like dude is stalking a girl for majority of that, for part of that book. He's like stalking her. And then he's taking out,
What book?
aggressions and doing everything else. And so you can't sit there and say like, oh, well, I wonder why women are going for these bad dudes. It's heavily romanticized right now. That's the thing to do.
But
I
check
was
this out
also
though,
about
right?
to add on to what cousin said, because cousin said something. He said there's people out here, they want something that looks good, basically, in my eyes, but it's just like once you get it, it's like, oh, I really don't want that shit. It's like I like the look of it because I think everybody wants something that looks good, that looks like it's the best of the best, but you don't want certain things that come with that shit.
Right.
And think
And
about
It's
this.
a turn
I
on.
mean, even and let's be honest, right? Even men are attracted to the bad boy. And I know that sounds fucked up, but hear me out. Not saying sexually, not saying that men are looking at bad boys like, "Ooh, I want him," but no, they want to be that,
Sorry.
right? Think about it. We all glorify the gangsters. We glorify the PIMPs. We glorify the villains. Most of the villains, did nobody give a fuck about Luke Skywalker, but they was Phil Vader. Every villain that comes up, that's what we gravitate to. If you notice, human nature. Now, there's some of us that don't, but in the majority of people like that rebel. They like that edge. It's something about that that's attractive. And I think I do believe that it's that confidence. It's something about when you walk around and you standing on your square, that shit look good to people, no matter even if you're doing a bad thing. You know what I mean? So I just think it's something to that because it's been happening since the dawn of day. You know what I mean? It's not nothing new. And no matter what you say, no matter how much we know about it, people still do it. And so I'm thinking it got to be something wired in us.
Yeah, and I was gonna chime in because I was gonna say, like AJ, I think more geared towards women. I think that they think they can change somebody. So they see the bad, the red flag, but they're like, well, I'm a good person and I treat them well and I do all these things towards them. They're gonna eventually come around. And I think that that's what it is, for, at least for women. I think that it's the project boyfriend, like AJ said, like, well, I'm this great woman and I carry all these great attributes and things about myself. I'll be able to help him, come to those great attributes of himself. So I think that's what it is for women. I can't speak on men.
Yeah,
The
I think
crazy
it's
thing is, I think also women live for the fact of saying shit like, I made you.
I did that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
I think
yeah.
that's a satisfaction for them to let you know, hey, when you ain't have shit, I was there. I was the shit that kept you up. And the thing is, it's a bad way of thinking. Cause I be watching Love After Lockdown type shit, right? And a thing that be on my mind is it was this girl. She on the damn show.
You gotta be quick on the remote, Saturday.
John, you got that John.
By the way, Rockies have
John,
won 2 in a
you got
row. I can't go there.
that's what
Okay. So we got that on Saturday. We also got the run for
What
the
am I?
roses, Steve. You got a pick
What
for the
am I?
people? Yeah, 1, 4, 7, 9, 10, 17, 18.
Okay, where's my phone? Thank you. But
I got
yeah,
you.
I was watching
I thought that
Love
was you for a
After
second. That's why I was
Lockdown.
like, honest, we can't hear you over that game.
Yeah, I was watching Love After Lockdown, and it's this damn girl up on there, and she was talking like her dude got out of jail, and the first thing this motherfucker say is she set up a room and everything. He literally told her we ain't in a relationship, but she got this man named Teddy. That's crazy. And then the thing is, another girl, he literally sat in her face and he said she was like, are you in love basically with your baby moms? And he said, I'll never stop loving her. I said, boy, I would have got up, packed my shit so motherfucking quick, and just left because I'm gonna let you go be where you wanna be. You ain't gotta tell me that you in love with another woman twice. And she up here sitting dumb, like, oh my God, why? Why? You never told me you was in love with the next one. Ma'am, fuck why. Understand that he is. And you need to get a clue that this is not your man. You is living next to somebody who don't even value enough to even want to love you properly. And it's like those be the women who sit up in those relationships and they be, like y'all said, trying to change a man. You trying to be so understanding to his motherfucking lifestyle. You try to be that ride or die. And the whole time he got your ass in the back of the bus. He treat your ass like Rosa Parks.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Those types of personalities that are like that, though, a lot of the time they're covering up insecurities. So they looking for a dude who has hella problems in their eyes, right? They're looking for that problematic dude because look what I'm doing. It's a distraction from their own shit. Most of the girls that I know that were like that always had to have a project boyfriend, were insecure as hell. Holy shit. You know what I mean? That if they had a good dude, they wouldn't know what to do with him because they have issues.
And the crazy thing is they all starting to say the same shit. My friends, they saying I'm stupid. They call me stupid. I bet they do. And then they talk about, yeah, in the back of my mind, I just knew this was my worst fear. Girl, if you already had it on your mind that this was a scenario he could put you in, why did you even entertain him still?
That part. Well, and that's a good thing too, because like, you know how you're watching that Love After Lockdown. I've been watching that show, Couples Therapy, where it's talking about people who have been married already and they're talking about their issues. And even in that situation, I realize a lot of people not only get married for aesthetic reasons and they don't have shit in common with each other, they can't communicate with the shit because they don't want to listen to each other either. At some point, like, it all just becomes ego. And then with the project girls that want the project boyfriend, it's now an ego trip. Well, now I have to break him. And that's also why they stay. You know what I'm saying? And I can only speak for women because I can't speak for what.
And do y'all think, ladies? Because I heard this, and I'm just maybe I don't know. I just want to know if this is true or not. Because to add to everything that you just said, is there like a little part of I don't want another body, right? So I'm gonna have to make this work because this is what society has told y'all. Like
that's part of it too.
You know what I mean? To where like I've heard like, why would you stay with this person if you know it ain't cool? Well, because I don't want to have another baby daddy.
I mean, some people are gonna settle.
Yeah.
Right. Just like you have dudes who settle. Right. There's dudes who settle for women that you didn't have shit in common with. You know what I mean? You just settled for her because she was there. You know what I mean? So yeah, are there people who settle? Absolutely.
And
There's always gonna be that.
I was gonna say because I think
Yeah.
I don't really give a pass for guys too, because I think that we all have to have responsibility for what we do, the choices we make. However, I have to be real with y'all women have more options than most dudes. Okay, that's just a fact. Most, men don't have as many options as we think. And so a lot of guys, they'll settle for shit like that, projects, or they'll bypass red flags. Why? Because I might not get another one. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they really think that. And a lot of guys, this is the best that like he's ever seen. And so she give him a couple red flags. He like, you know what? I'm gonna let it go because I ain't gonna get another one this hot. Or, you know what I'm saying? But I think for a woman, y'all pretty much got the game unlocked. I mean, I guess if you are very, written like terribly unattractive or something else wrong with you, like maybe you might not, but like most women that are just reasonably, attractive, like y'all have dudes around the corner if you want. Now, so then for y'all to make that mistake, I don't know, it's kind of, I do have to give a little bit more like, I'm giving y'all a little more side eye because y'all
I mean,
got choices.
that makes sense, cousin, for sure. But that's also one because the conversations, for example, like when I was growing up, right, the way my mom, had conversations with me, my mom always spoke to me, even as a woman, that even I have responsibilities, and not just responsibilities if I get pregnant, right? But responsibilities if you're going to be in a relationship with other people. Don't be irresponsible with people's hearts, right? There's a lot of, responsibilities and things that especially if you're going to be sleeping with people, especially if you're going to be on dates, especially if you're going to be dating. There's a level of responsibility, maturity, and a way to move in these situations. What I noticed here, people don't have that conversation. The only sense of conversation that people have that revolves around any type of responsibility when it comes to dating is, okay, well, if you get pregnant, well, that's one outcome, right? But you can seriously fuck somebody up in a relationship. You know what I mean? We see it every day. You know what I mean? People seriously get jacked up in relationships and then they become jaded and now they're hurting the next 5-10 people. You know what I mean? Along the line, because we also live in a society that tells you, especially as women, oh, well, you can't be single. You know what I mean? Being single as a woman for the longest time, at least when I was growing up, like in my early 20s, for the longest time, like that was seen as like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you single? Like, no, you just need to settle. Girl, you just need to settle. And it's like, why am I settling? For what? You see what I'm saying? So it's a mixture of both. So yes, do we have, does it seem like we have more options? Yes. But and at the same time, also to answer your question, you also have a lot of people in society that are constantly telling us we need to settle or we constantly need to be in a relationship. Where I'm always going to preach the opposite. You better learn how to be single and enjoy your own company before you get into a relationship. Because you can't expect that other person to want to fucking deal with your ass and you can't deal with your ass. That's crazy.
Say it louder.
Right. Like, let's be real. That's the unrealistic aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole reason why, like, I don't
Hey,
believe in that
I'm
whole
gonna tell you
love
the funny
language of
thing
quality
is,
time. Because
I
y'all
remember when
want
people,
quality time. Like, if you come up to me and you say, yeah, my love language is quality time, you want quantity time. You want me to spend every waking hour, every moment up your ass. I'm not going to do that. That's crazy.
no, but this how I be looking at people. Like the people who be like, yeah, you gotta get my nails and my hair done. If we gonna be, my bad.
Not her going on teacup.
But nah, somebody was trying to call me, and I'm about to block their ass because they about to piss me off. I don't even know who it is. But yeah, like one thing I'll be seeing is it be like people out here, they be like, yeah, to date me, you gotta get my hair and my nails done. So it's like, all right, if you say I gotta get your hair and nails done, you gonna be spending that bag on me? You gonna drop it on a haircut? Cause I be looking at shit like, if I can't ask you for the same shit you asking me for, then don't ask me for the shit. Straight up. If
Facts.
you cannot sit up here and pull out money on a dinner, don't ask me for out. Period. Cause if you want me to just blow it back on you, cause I ain't gonna lie, I had somebody like that. They were there trying to play in my face. I treat they ass to dinner, treat they ass to a movie, and guess what? This motherfucker tried to get me to treat his ass to some new shoes. Boy, we just started dating. We only been in this motherfucker 3 days. You think I'm about to buy your ass some new shoes? You crazy. You gotta be worth them shoes. If I can't ask you for a pair of shoes, don't ask me for shit. I got hospitality. I mean, I could treat you if you come over to my house. I could treat you if we go out, because I just look out for the ones I'm around or that's around me. But one thing I will not be is a dummy. Some people want you to be a dummy, and I'm not that.
Okay. Well, like, and that's the other thing too. I'm glad you brought that up because, like, that is another thing, and I think that's the problem too. You know what I mean? Especially with society, because a lot of us were taught that we needed, like, that's what men are for. You know what I mean? Oh, well, they're supposed to, he's supposed to pay for your nails and everything, and it's like, not saying, like, if that's something he wants to do, then, like, that's cool. If that's y'all's arrangement, y'all agree to that, I guess that's cool. But to just jump in from the jump and just expect that is crazy. Especially if you don't even understand how much money that actually takes.
Well, what they
Right.
say, what that dude I posted say on my page, he said, yeah, if the man that you're dating can't do what I do for you and your siblings and your mama, don't date him.
Right.
Hey, baby, some people taking that shit literal. Like, okay,
Yeah, they take
dad.
that shit way too literal. Like that, and that's the thing. That's the problem. You know what I mean? And then on the other side, like, you got young boys being told, like, oh, you got to do everything, and she's always right, and you can't do this, you can't do. Well, if they are being taught that, I don't know what the fuck they're being taught now because they over there fighting grandma and shit these days. I have no idea.
But in reality, this is how I look at life, right? If you ain't telling your daughter to go for just for the stability guy, then are you encouraging her to go for broke? Like what we're trying to teach here? Because I'm trying to figure out.
Right. Well, and that's like the thing. Like, you know what I mean? I've always
It's
been,
like
and
if
this
she
is
go
the
for
thing.
broke, then your daughter dumb as fuck. She don't know how to choose wise men. But
Right.
if she go
Right.
for, she just went out there a good heart. Yeah, she's still stupid because why the fuck is you dating somebody who just can provide something a good heart and not financially? And then if she go for the rich guy, she with a controlling motherfucker. Like it's like you can't win.
Right. Yeah. Or she's a gold digger or whatever. Like, you can't win for losing. But I think the thing is, I think the most important thing to also just teach boys and girls, just collectively, is just you got to learn how to be independent. You know what I mean? Within your own thing. I'm not saying you need to be so independent that you don't ever need another person. I'm just saying you should be independent when it comes to certain things. Right? If you're a girl and you like, there ain't nothing wrong with wanting to go get your hair done and your nails done and all that. There's nothing wrong with all that. Right? Like, but you should also be able to afford that on your own. And I'm talking about if you're dating, not if when you married, you could figure that out. But if you're just dating or you're single or you're just being young, you should be able to know, because you need to know what that takes in order to spend that. You know what I mean? I've seen girls out here never had a job in their life and will go and, you know what I mean, to get their nails, hair, everything done. That's like $500, $600, $700. You know what I mean? Even more than that, sometimes $1,200, $1,500. You know what I mean? Oh, well, if he can't give me that every week, I'm like, have you seen the
Girl,
cost of
putting
groceries?
in that.
Like, you know how much eggs are right now?
Girl,
And
I
you
do
over
my
here wanting
own
to spend
shit.
$1,500 on your fucking hair? Like, that's crazy.
I do my own nails. I wish I would go to a damn nail shop.
Can I add to that too? Because this is another thing that we have to, and the reason why, when I talk to my fellas, it's the same shit. We, as men, we judge each other on how much money we make, on the
And
shit
you
that
also lead with your wallet, which is also what
right?
fucks y'all
We
up in the first
also
place.
right. We say that you ain't shit if you ain't got it. So we tell men to floss. We tell ourselves. We look at each other. But then if a woman wants us to floss, now it's a problem. And I'm like, you can't have it both ways. We can't sit up here and do this to ourselves, right?
Right.
And then expect a woman not to want Like, what are we talking about here? Like, I thought that's what made a man. But now when a woman say, okay, well, shit, give me the money then. No, now you a gold digger. Nah, we got to stop leading with the wallet too, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I hear this all the time. If you going out on a date and you can't afford to lose that money, you shouldn't be going on that date. And I stand by that all day, every day. If you sitting up here, you should be, your date is, hey, would you like to join me for dinner? This is what I normally do. Would you want to join me and partake in my life? That's what a date is to a man and how I was raised, right? Why would I do something that I ain't never did in my life to impress you? Motherfuckers going to Ruth Chris, oh, I'm going to go spend all this because I'm trying to impress this chick. You can't sustain that. Why would you go take that and sell yourself out? And now, when you don't get the result, you hurt. Because you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like you don't let people borrow money that you can't afford to lose. You know what I'm saying? You don't go and buy something that you can't afford to lose.
But
That is one of the things that, unless you have to, you know what I mean? Like, that's different.
well, and this is
Certain shit we got to buy for necessities, but I mean, for that date, you leave with your wallet, you expect that you're going to be getting took for your wallet.
But I think the other thing
Just
too with
saying.
y'all too is that you all need to not lead with your wallet on every damn date. You know what I
But
mean?
that's
Because you're more at
right.
the end of the day. Let's be real. Because this is the gripe that I hear, at least the consensus that I've gotten over the past couple of years when it comes to men. Y'all want to be seen for more than the money that you bring in the home. But if that's all you ever talk about on the first date, oh well, I work here and I make this much money. You're more than your job. Like, your job can't be your identity. Your wallet can't be your fucking identity. Like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all need to figure out who you are
I
as a
mean, I
person
think
and
some people
then go
don't.
from there. That's crazy. Because otherwise, like, at
I
the end of
think
the day, that's why you guys
if
are
a man
attracting the
not
women that you're
talking
attracting.
about, I think a dude only talk about what he know. Meaning, if he around other men, all he know how to do is talk about sports and shit.
Right.
But you're around a woman, the conversation gonna be more like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Or, what's your long term, short term goals? Um, or simply, I don't know. I think the best thing that life gave, well, I'm gonna say Steve Harvey. He gave people think like a man. And it was to give you insight on different versions of different women who deal with different kind of men. Kevin Hart, you was married, going through divorce, showing you this is a version of how divorce look. Motherfucking Megan Good, she was teaching you, hey, this what it looks like when a woman just lay on her back for a man that can't even remember her fucking name. This how she get treated. Chris Brown get treated. Chris Brown was treating her ass like, I see you Tuesday. He don't even know her name. Her name is Tuesday. That's how he thinking. Her name is Tuesday. I'm gonna see her Tuesday. She like, what the fuck? Hell no, I can't be laying down with a dude that don't know shit about me. Like, he don't even know my name. I'm up here bringing him coffee. You doing all the good shit for the wrong man. And it's all because you're not trying to get played with. So you set yourself up on these 90 days and all this bullshit. Taraji, she had a realization that your money don't mean shit to a man. At the end of the day, you going to get with a good man with just a good, nice, decent job, who makes a good, decent living, who's ambitious, but he knows how to romance you properly. He knows how to go out his way for you properly. You get what I'm saying? It's catching your attention differently. So it just shows that certain people know how to get the attention from a woman and some people don't. It's like, that's why I be looking at this scenario like this was a man who couldn't talk a woman out her panties. You get what I'm saying? Some man could talk a woman, make some shit sound so good, she just naturally want to take them off of you.
Now, see, this brings up another question, ladies, because this is kind of what I think and what I've seen and what I've heard, but y'all let me know how true this is. Like, I feel like when we talk ourselves out of draws more than we talk ourselves into draws, meaning, like, let's just keep it a buck. Like, Y'all be like, you know what? If he play his cards right, he gonna get some. But then he don't play the cards right. And then y'all be like, you know what? I'm good. Or we say one thing, or you know what I mean? It be going good until ... This motherfucker just said you did that, and now your shit is I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I've known guys, and I've told them, you might get a woman back to your house, right? And your house is filthy, and you just fucked up the night. It could be something just like that. You know, you go into the house and you don't have wet wipes in your bathroom, and she looking at you like, oh, this dude nasty. And now she didn't change her shit. You just talked yourself out of some drawers, and you didn't even realize it. And then you come back to us, man, she playing games. No, you had a dirty ass house, and I told you should have cleaned that shit before you had her come over there, but you didn't want to listen to me. See? Now, is that true? Do you see more dudes that actually have action, but then they fuck it up? Or is it the other way around where they just don't have action in the first place? What do y'all think?
It's both. I think they got a little bit of both out there. Meaning you got dudes who don't got no action and they just can't get none to save their life. And then you got those dudes who would literally have action, and then it's like she going missing in action.
Like she don't went MIA. I mean, look, okay, I'm gonna be honest from like I'm gonna give you the key perspective on it, okay? Because my homeboys, I love y'all, but y'all fuck this shit up so much. And a lot of it just comes with y'all's intention. Y'all are only thinking about you and you getting some, right? Which is not, there's not a problem with just thinking that way. But the problem is that when you only have your end goal for yourself, then you're missing things like, I don't know, making sure that there's fucking soap in your bathroom. You know what I mean? Because women are highly detailed, so they're gonna look for shit like that, right? And just because you put soap in there, like you need to make sure that you actually use it. You know what I mean? Make sure that the bubbles are actually in the thing. Like you didn't just put it in there because you knew she was coming over. Like that's weird. You know what I mean? Like make sure you clean stuff up. Make sure your house ain't dirty. You know, like you were saying, cousin, make sure that, you know, like your car is clean. And you're not jumping the gun
You
because a
gonna
lot
know
of the
if that
time,
house dirty.
y'all, right, a lot of the time, y'all be jumping the gun. Like y'all jump it way too soon. You know what I mean? Y'all didn't, you know what I mean? She's like, yeah, he can get it, you know, if he plays his cards right. And then you guys immediately, okay. Oh, you know, I messed it up. You know what I mean? Because you gotta slowly you gotta get it there. You know what I mean? You gotta move, you moving too quick. You're doing too many damn things. You're doing too much. You need to sit the fuck down. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? And I see it time and time again. And I'm sitting over here and you're like, you wonder why, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. People like me ain't fucking striking out in these situations. Not one time, not ever. Because I know I don't need to do that much. The problem is a lot of y'all doing too fucking much. That's the problem. You're doing too
Y'all
much. Now
got
all
me
of a
over here
sudden, like,
crying real tears, bro.
right. And then all of a sudden now y'all over here like, you know what I mean? Like you guys are doing too much and then you guys try to fix it and then you overcompensate and make it worse. You know what I mean? Like I've seen dudes literally like, you know what I mean? She's like, yeah, if he plays his cards right, and then now all of a sudden you done screwed it up, you sense that, and now you're trying to play macho man. Right? Like I've literally seen dudes just pick up stupid shit on purpose. Like, why did you pick that up? She doesn't care that you picked that up right now. But you're trying to play macho man. Like, this is weird. You see what I'm saying? Because you're overcompensating. Like, just chill the fuck out. That's all I'm saying. Just chill out.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I had a dude sitting in my face like, he was cool. Things was going good. Like you say, you just know somebody got potential, and you like, dang, like he for sure got something that you like. And the thing is, what turned me off was, you think I'm cute? You think I'm sexy? I'm sexy. Would you sleep with me? Like I was like, what the fuck? Like when I say that shit had annoyed me, I was like, take me home. Take me home.
Wait, he said that?
Yes. Dead ass in
He
my
said
face.
that?
Literally for 5
He
minutes.
said that?
I said, what the hell? What the hell?
Well, he thought he was 84 R&B? What he doing?
That's a bad thing. When you like generally like somebody and then they literally say something like, what the fuck? Like, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Like, why?
Yeah. Like sometimes, you know what I mean, for y'all, you also need to know when to shut the hell up. Like that's the other big one too, because y'all talk too fucking much sometimes, and you say the weirdest shit. The weirdest shit. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like with women, they do have a saying. You're like, yeah, he looked good until he opened his mouth, and then it was total turn off. Okay, like at the end of the day, look, if you're gonna be dating people, you better learn how to have conversation. Women don't give a fuck about your car. I don't care that it goes 0 to 150 in 7.6, 2.3 mile, 3 point whatever fucking seconds. I don't give a shit. Women don't care about that shit. They don't care about how much you can lift in the gym. They don't care about those things. You know what I mean? Like, that's where y'all end up fucking it up too. Because y'all want to talk to her about some shit she really either A, doesn't understand, or 2, doesn't care about. Like, I've seen that happen so many damn times. Where I'm just like, homeboy, if you would have just shut the hell up. Or y'all want to say some just like not attract. Like, y'all want to talk about the weirdest shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I try to help y'all. I really do. But yeah, help me help you by learning how to shut up. The art of shutting up. We need to have that
That's the
topic.
thing.
And I've been
But
saying
that's
this for
good.
so many years, and they think I'm joking. I'll be like, bro, I be trying to tell y'all, and they be acting like I'm tripping. No, it's different. Oh, gee, you don't know.
Yeah, but y'all
I'm
are
like,
tripping
okay.
because my thing is, this why I can't get with that. This the only reason why I can't get with it is because it's like this is why people's having these conversations of, oh, I don't know what y'all men want. I don't know what y'all women want because ain't nobody fucking talking. Y'all trying to tell people shut up and not listen to what they want. It's like a lot of people they'll tell you what you want, but it's like it's going in one ear and out the other because it's not something that catches your interest.
Right. I think when I say shut up, I'm talking about learn how to listen instead of always trying to sell yourself. And I think that that's one of the biggest things with men that when I coach them or I'm talking to a young man, I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. Stop. Take a breath. You are talking too much about shit and you don't even see her body language looking at you like a deer in the headlights because she don't understand nothing you saying. But you can't even see that because you ain't took a breath to even see that she ain't feeling what you're saying to adjust your conversation. You get what I'm saying? Or you haven't even gave her a time to even speak about herself. And so sometimes that's what I mean. I think because we're taught a lot of times that game is mouthpiece. You got to say some clever shit. You got to be on, you know what I mean? And then we see these PIMP movies and they always, yeah. And so we steady talking.
Please stop quoting movies.
Yeah.
So I think there's a
And
difference,
it's
but I
like,
think there's a
yo,
difference between
in real,
game and charming somebody, like sweeping someone. Cause y'all remember they used to tell a woman, "Hey, make me feel like you sweep me off my feet, or sweeping her off her feet." That was a real thing. This was cause it was always seen as a dude gotta have something far as charm. You gotta have that flirtatiousness about you. Like that's why y'all think that they showing it to kids. They showed that shit to kids. Like they always showed the kids in the like in Incredibles. The mom and the dad. When they were sitting up here beating up the motherfucking the person that was trying to get away from robbing somebody. They up here having chemistry. Chemistry was always there. It was always the little playful flirtatiousness. Nowadays, people don't even have flirtatious ways. It's always, how you doing? You looking good? You trying to?
Yeah,
Can
it's
I
all
get your
hypersexualized.
Instagram? It's like straight to Instagram. Like, what kind of fucking
It's
conversation is that?
Instagram. It's straight to OnlyFans. Let's be real. Like
y'all be
people don't
like,
even
wait,
have conversations anymore. It's just straight. It's straight to that.
hey,
You
wait,
know
and
what I
I'm
mean?
here in real life. Wait, I'm in your face.
Right.
Let
Like
me
it's
get
like
off.
that. But it
Let
is
me
like
leave
that
you
in real
right
life. Like
now,
I've
and then I'm
had
gonna
that
text
happen.
you.
I've gone on dates with people, and before I've even made it back to my house, there's a nude in like I don't got sent a nude, like 5 or 6 nude, and I'm like, bruh, like can we have a conversation? Like, you know what I mean? We just went on a date. Like you know what I mean? You don't gotta show it all, and do everything like that within like the first, like, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's okay to wait a little
Especially
bit.
the people who pour trauma too. Watch out for them motherfuckers, because they be trying to trap
Hmm.
you with the sad stories and shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm just
That
first
too.
meeting your ass.
That too. I learned that the hard way,
Some
but
happy
yeah.
shit, because I'm tired of hearing people say that story. I need to hear something that's gonna make me laugh.
Right. Like, tell me a joke. Like, my biggest thing is humor. If you can't laugh or make me laugh, I don't give a fuck. And most women love humor. Like, if you can make a woman laugh, you in there, dog. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
If you got humor, you up your shit like 2 points at least.
Sometimes more than
Off
that.
top.
Sometimes it's
But
like
I'm
4 or
just
5.
saying, like, yeah, you could
Hey,
be.
trust me, it's definitely top tier. Like,
But
that's one thing I
yeah.
will say.
But what I'm saying is also like, fellas, stop quoting movies and fucking songs and shit.
Yep.
Like,
And the only reason why I say dudes need to have that not charisma, but flirtatiousness, because y'all remember how we used to always see Jamie Foxx trying to pick up Fancy and shit. It was always like she enjoyed it, and I think a lot of women enjoy that, meaning they enjoy their man just being in a space of making her feel like them butterflies, make me feel like, you know, you that, like, because I already look at you like you that dude. So all you doing is really adding to what I'm already feeling.
Right. But nah, they gonna look at me. That make you weak. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't show fuck that. You gotta be stoic. You know what I'm saying? It's my program. She gonna have to get with it, and I'm like, bro,
if she gonna have to
how
get
do you
with it, she
want?
gonna have to get with your hand because you keep fucking
Right?
yourself up.
Because how do you want? Every man says, I want feminine, fit, friendly. I want feminine. Okay, but feminine is meaning you have to treat her feminine. Like those things that you say that you don't like, that's feminine. So what do you want, bro? That's why these podcasts and all this, man, this shit is pissing me off because it's like it's giving these youngsters so much bad information. You
Yeah, I
say
really
that you
wish people would
want,
stop with the fucking podcast.
you know what I'm saying? Like you want a woman to be feminine, but then you don't want her to be emotional. But you want her to be stoic. You want her to be, I want her to understand what I'm saying. When I say it, I don't you got has nothing to come back. You just so basically all you want is a quiet, submissive slave that's in the corner that's at your beck and call to do whatever you want to do. But then when you fuck up and fall off, she got to step up and clean up the pieces because she got to be strong enough to do that, but not strong enough to take or have an opinion. And then when you say that, they be like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But it is what you're saying, and that's the
But that
point,
is, yeah, it's
right?
the
And
same
it's like,
concept when they go. It's the same concept, cousin, when they go, oh yeah, well I just need a girl. You know what I mean? I need women to be submissive to me. I need them to follow me because I'm the leader. Well, if you don't have direction in life and you're not doing shit. Okay, you live in mommy's basement type situation. You don't work. You don't do any. What the fuck is she following? What are you leading? But when women say that, then it's a problem.
They lead in their mom's house.
Right. You know what I mean? And also, here's the other thing too, fellas. She ain't your fucking mother. That ain't your fucking mom. Like, if you want a relationship with a feminine woman, that's not your mom. Stop trying to make her into your mom. That's weird.
I'm just saying.
That's fucking weird. Like, I don't understand
But
that
then,
shit.
Well, AJ, I got to kind of push back on that.
Okay,
And,
that's
and,
fine.
and,
Push
and the
back. But
only,
I'm just
the
saying.
only reason why I say this is because all of us literally got a parent type of spirit in us when we get older. Meaning, eventually, even if you don't have kids, somebody see you being a mom one day or a dad. You get what I'm saying? So it's like when somebody's talking to you, they naturally gonna have a motherly spirit or a fatherly spirit. It just looks different because it's coming from somebody that likes you. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I think what I'm saying is the difference is like if you're an adult, right? Because again, like I mean, maybe it's just me. I'm gonna be 33, right? If I'm talking to somebody who's also 33 years old, and now I'm not only expected because you refuse to get a job, so now I have to, which is fine. I'm gonna work because again, I don't like being broke. You know what I mean? Now I gotta work. Now I gotta cook. I gotta clean, and you don't do shit all day. I got a problem with that. You see what I'm saying? Of course I'm gonna have
You're,
a problem with
you're
that.
saying like
I'm
me
also
talking to
gonna
you
have a
like you
problem
my
if you
parent.
in your
That's what you're
30s
saying, right?
and you don't know how to wash your drawers
Oh,
because you're an adult. Like you should know how to do that's not a man or woman, that's not a gender role. You're an adult, you need to know how to at least do laundry. You gotta at least know how to feed yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy to
well,
me.
what happens if you don't come from them households that taught you that? Because I know
You
some
in
people.
your 30s, like at the end of the day, here's the thing. We can only blame the household and our upbringing to a degree. Once you become
That's
an adult,
true.
you kind of have to feed yourself the shit you weren't taught.
But do you think that takes some type of encouragement with it? If that makes sense, like if a person
Yes.
if they never learned it, it's like I'm open to learning, but it's like I want some help on how to get there.
Okay,
If
but
that
there's a difference between asking me for help because you want to learn how to do something versus I'm refusing to do it because I need her to do that.
yeah, that makes sense.
That's where I start to be like, okay, but you're not doing shit though. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
it's a
And also,
level to
like,
it too.
again, being somebody in my 30s, there's a lot of shit my parents didn't teach me. My parents are foreign. You know what I mean? They're not from here. They're immigrants, so they don't understand everything over here. I had to, in my 20s and as an adult, have to teach myself. I still have to teach myself stuff every day. You know what I mean? I can't blame my parents for that. And that's the problem with society. We're so quick to oh, well, my parents didn't teach me this. My upbringing was this way. Well, that's now, at what point does that become the excuse? You know what I mean? If I grew up, say, for example, watching, my mom with bad men, does that mean I continue that cycle? And just be like, well, my upbringing was messed up, so, y'all got to give me a pass. No, society ain't going to give me a fucking pass for that. Everybody's going to be like, well, are you learning your lesson? Like, how many times you can keep falling for this shit? Go ahead, cousin. I'm sorry.
I'm saying, well, no, you spitting because I think it also goes with what are the things that we're talking about, because there's a lot of people like the one example. I don't care a fuck if you didn't learn it. If you 30 and you don't know how to wash your ass, I'm done. You're not qualified. Period. I'm not. I ain't got.
Right.
I ain't have to justify. I ain't got to explain. I ain't got no remorse. If you don't know by now how to wash your ass, I'm sorry. You feel
Same
me?
shit.
But now there's other things in life where you have to have grace, right?
Right. And just to
Right. But
piggyback
there's
off of
other
what
things that
cousin just
may
said real
may
quick.
may have grace. Like if you don't
Oh my
know,
Oh no, I was
yeah.
gonna say, I was like, just to piggyback
Okay.
off what you said real quick. I was yesterday years old when I realized that there were women my age that don't even know how to wipe their ass correctly. They over there wiping back to front, and I was like, how the fuck
Come on.
are you in your 30s and don't know how to wipe your ass correctly?
What? Hey, see,
Right, like at
instant
some point, like
disqualification. That's
I
instant.
can't.
And like, if you a dude, yeah, man, we've been saying, man, if you a dude and you really out of your mouth as a grown man said, I do not wipe between my cheeks because that's gay.
I heard
Excuse
somebody
my
say they
language.
don't even wash
Sorry,
between. They
F-word.
don't put the washcloth, no soap, no nothing down in that area.
Because exactly, disqualification. Like you tripping. Like if you have that mentality, that's not something that your parents gave you. Like that's just you being ridiculous. So I would say like there are certain things that are just instant no go. But then let's say you just weren't in a family that really practiced how to be a family. You know what I mean? The family dynamic wasn't there. And then you get into a relationship and your spouse, they are super family. That's something that you work on. You get me? Because it's like, okay, I'm not used to having family functions. I'm not used to all the brothers and cousins and always being at the house. Like that shit, so that's going to be something to used to. But if they're showing you effort, then you like, okay, cool. This is something that we can learn. That's something that you can give somebody some grace for. But if they say to you, well, I cheat because my father was always a cheater. Nah, fuck that. Or I cheat because that's how my mama was. But by the time you're 40, what's right and what's wrong. And now you're using that as an excuse. So I just think it just depends on what it is where we have to give grace or not.
Oh yeah,
If that makes
100%.
any
That's
sense.
exactly what I'm saying. There's a difference between not knowing stuff because maybe like the family thing, like maybe that was just absent in your childhood. Like my family were not particularly physically affectionate. I had to learn how to do that. You know what I mean? But again, I knew I was gonna have to learn. I can't blame that on my parents.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna be
asking
33. Like, you know what I'm
you
saying?
asking people how to wash your ass. That's a problem. I don't know. Like,
Look,
ain't
okay.
like you said, some I don't know. I think basic life skills that shit should have been taught at a young age. But I do understand unfortunate situations. I just think certain things, far as cooking, these are skills that people gotta learn. That shit, even Chef Ramsay experienced grown ass motherfuckers coming on his show who can't cook worth a damn.
I'm
I'm
not
just
saying that you need to be able to make like a 5-star luxury meal, right? But if you don't know how to, like, say for example, cook eggs, like if you can't cook breakfast and you in your 30s, I'm sorry, for me that's a deal breaker because what the fuck? There's no excuse for that when you're in your 30s. There's no excuse. You've had so much time to learn how to do that. You know what I mean? You got YouTube. You mean to tell me you can learn how to take a whole car apart down to the nuts and bolts, put it back together? You could figure that out via YouTube. You didn't learn. You didn't think to Google on, like, I don't know, how to cook an egg.
that is facts. Cause that's how I learned. I learned from YouTube. I learned from watching my parents, my grandparents. I don't know. I just think shit. Maybe the
Right.
people
Like,
minds learn different. That just
I'm just saying, like, we live in a day and age where, I'm sorry, for me, ignorance is by choice. You know what I mean? When it comes to certain things, that shit is by choice because you can literally Google anything. You can learn anything, right? If I want to figure out exactly how much fuel to put a rocket into space, I can look that up. I can learn that. I can teach myself that. So for you to sit there and be like, oh no, yeah, I didn't know how to cook because my parents never taught me, but you in your 30s, but you can come over here and talk to me, I don't know, about quantum physics and black holes and shit. I'm gonna look at you a little different. Because what are you doing?
I think the only time that I would give that a pass are those ones who stand on that shit and they like, look, I hate cooking. I don't like it. I won't cook. That's why I make the money I make because I have a chef or I buy my food. Fuck that. And
Right.
I don't agree with it, but I respect it. I'm like, you know, you know what? You made a stand, and hey, you ain't domestic. Cool. It ain't for me. So you wouldn't be in my life, but I ain't
Right.
gonna be mad at you for saying that because that's what you did. But if you
But
just saying
boiling eggs ain't cooking. That's just putting eggs in some fucking water. Like,
right, but I'm like I know like one of my oh my god this dude, and I told him I said you know you would save so much money if you just know how to cook basic meals and shop food. And he's like, no, but he works, he does computer work and he makes a pretty good living and he orders food every single day. He does not cook and he won't even try. And he's like, I just don't like it. I don't want to do that. That's just not me. I said, all right, whatever. Good luck finding, I mean, if that's, you got to find somebody that's with that. But if you're willing to do that, cool. And I just stopped talking. I make jokes about him sometimes here and there. And, he'll come
yeah.
out of my house and be like, when we eating, we at the table. And he'll be like, man, it's so good. I'll be like, I know, huh? Yeah, that's home cooking, player. And he would look at me and fuck you. I'm like, I'm just telling you. This is what you need to learn. But, that's just his thing. So for those type of people, I'm like, okay, if that's your lifestyle, and that's what you choose. But I do agree with you. I think for the most people, for the average person, if you don't know how to cook basic shit, you are wrong, sir or ma'am.
Right.
You got to at least know the basics. Come on, man. That's like basic first aid. You don't know how to put a Band-Aid on. If you cut yourself, you don't know how
Right.
to get yourself to, like, certain things, you got to know the basics. Come on, players.
That part. But let's go ahead and get Kitty in, then Mr. Six, then Ghost. And then, yeah, I don't understand what sounds like a narcissist. I'm confused. But go ahead,
He
Kitty.
wasn't going to do it and wasn't caring. Maybe that's what she was talking about.
Hi,
Oh, maybe.
everybody.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good evening.
How you doing? What you got on the conversation that we kind of having? We just kind of
I was
talking
reading
about.
the prompt.
Oh, you wanted to answer the prompts? Okay, go ahead.
So I don't believe in anybody putting their hands on each other's, you know. But it, I don't want to read the whole prompt. I'm just gonna say what I feel. It's disrespectful when a man thinks that because he hasn't put his hands on you, that he can blatantly say whatever he likes. So, first of all, we've been going on dates for what, 5-6 times, and now you're like, well, you think because you stated your intention that it was respectfully? No, it wasn't. It was disrespectful. And yes, if a woman did throw her wine on a man, he was disrespectful. It's not right, but why would you say something like that and think that you would not get a reaction to it? Who respects somebody who says things like that? I mean, I'm grateful to God that you show me who you are before we get any more entangled with one another. You know, it's better than men, because there's men out here who pretend well and they pretend that they want a relationship, but they really don't. They just want somebody who could do things for them and a person that they could sleep with. And it's disrespectful because you feel like your time is wasted. What about that person's time that is sat there and wasted and invested time to want to develop a relationship with you? That's disrespectful. And then you got wine thrown on you and now you want to hit somebody off of it? That's more disrespectful. Yeah, so I don't agree with the man hitting the woman. I don't agree with her throwing wine on him, because I say when you know what you want from a partner, there's no way that you're going to go 6 rounds with a person and not realize who they are. And that's it. I land my plane.
That's fair. That's fair. Mr. Six, what you got on the topic?
Hey, hello everybody. God bless you. I came up specifically because I saw my boy cousin B.
What's up, man?
Hey, bro. I want to give it before I say anything on the prompt. I just want to say, if anybody goes to Vegas, never have a turkey dinner in the casino. I got food poisoning, man. It sat my ass down for 5 days, bro.
Bro, you did that?
Yeah, bro. I just got back from Vegas, man. It sat me down for 5 days, bro. I'm talking medication and everything, bro. Everything. I'm just now trying to get back to talking. I felt like Ripley from Aliens. Like I knew it was coming out. I knew it was gonna come bursting out of my sternum, bro. It was crazy.
Ooh,
But I'll
you
be
got
back.
that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Oh,
Yeah.
you got that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow, man. But on the prompt though, anybody being violent is gonna be the wrong thing. Now, what dude said was stupid, given this analogy of the story. It was ill-advised, but it wasn't assaultive. And so the woman taking the first step to be violent and pour something on somebody is a violent thing. That's an assault. And that's not even to take into account if you're talking about wine. What if he was wearing something white? What if he wasn't wearing something white? What if he's wearing some nice clothes or a very nice fedora, you know, and you spill wine all over him, you ruin the fedora, you ruin his clothes. And, you know, that's not to excuse his violence because, you know, men can do much more violence to women than women can normally do to men. So both of them are wrong in that. So it's hard to say that the guy wouldn't be more wrong because, of course, he did the most damage because he didn't need to hit her with a 2-piece. You know, he could have just pushed her and got away from the situation. You know, he just could have did a Ray J, pushed her in the pool, got out of the situation. So, you know, I would say the guy is more wrong in this instance. He's definitely the more foolish one. But the woman could have had a better reaction and she could have been like, oh, well, I didn't know you felt that way. Thank you for coming out. God bless you. Good night.
Yeah.
I feel like you got to be straight up. Just say what you want in the beginning. And then, you know, if it's all about sex, say, hey. This is what I'm looking forward to. And
Be
therefore,
honest, right?
yeah,
Honest, be honest, because that's what I think you get annoyed at, is that the fact that a person sits there and pretends to be somebody that they're not, and it's like, don't do that.
period.
You know, don't do that. That's disrespectful to somebody's time. Because one thing I learned as a grown woman, you never get time back. Anytime you've invested to anything that does not have a return back to it, you lose that. You lose that time. And time is money. So I don't want to be wasting time with somebody when I could be making money.
Well, I also got to remember that we as men, most of the time, when we hook up with women, yes, we do want sex. Now, if it's been understood or expressed, like, there's a possibility of it, or there's been a leading on of the possibility of it, and then that possibility just remains a possibility and it's never taken to fruition, that made it be a disappointment to us. But as I said, it was foolish for this guy to express it in that manner. I agree with you guys that if his only intent was to be physical, that should have been expressed up front. And if he did express that up front, she should have been up front and saying, well, I understand what you're saying, but that's not happening.
Exactly.
I think it's important for both people to be up front.
Exactly.
Accountability can't be a one-way street when you're starting a relationship. But like I said, I wouldn't say one is more wrong than the other. I would say that the man was a bit more foolish in this situation than the woman.
I
Well,
think,
so whatever happened to reading the room, right? Like when I was, my younger years, I had a 3-date rule. So I was, if I wasn't smashing on the third date, then it's something probably wrong. There was some there were some exceptions, but like on the, in general, because for one, I never just went on dates with random people.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like I took time before I went on the date. I kind of knew that it was, like, hey, the dates was just now for me to check to see if she was really on the up and up type chick. So that's that. And so by the third date, I would know, not by asking, but just by the vibe. Like, if it's good or not, right? So whatever happened to paying attention to the details, understanding body language, understanding if she into you or not. It's like I hear so many people, well, I got used. How could you not know if somebody is not into you or not if you just not paying attention?
Right.
Maybe that's what it is.
exactly.
You're so
You took
easy
the
talking,
words out
you know
my
what I mean? You're
mouth.
talking on the phone. Yeah, because if you went on 5 dates, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he went on the 5th, and his whole intention was to hit. But it took you 5 dates to realize that she ain't into you like that? That's your fault, player.
Facts.
Like, if that's your only intention, then you should have either, like y'all said, made it known up front, or be more astute to knowing what your target is. Like,
No,
if
but I
that's
think
what
that's
you
the
know
problem.
what I'm
But
saying?
that could be
Yeah,
the problem too,
hey,
because some
Cuzzo, you
women will
telling
sit
the absolute
around.
truth, bro.
Some
I had
women
a
will sit around and be a tease. That's
I
one
had
thing
a
I
I had a
do
woman
realize.
approach me at work, right? Came on to me pretty strong, and I was very receptive of it, because we as men, we love to have, cut out the middle. Okay, she's definitely interested and cool. And so I went out with her a couple of times. I even met her up at the library, and she was in education. And so she would have me, it happened to be not far away from my house. You know where the library is, cuz. And I would meet her there, and it'd be all these close hugs and pressing her body up against me and whatever. And so it's giving the semblance of, we can actually start some type of relationship here, not just a physical one, but definitely physical will be involved. But it got down to like the 4th date, and she's like, "Yeah, when we get into a relationship, I'm not having intimacy for at least a year." And I'm like, "What? Excuse, excuse
Yeah.
me? Squeeze the Charmin? What?" I said, "Oh, I'm the wrong one, baby. I am the wrong one. My love language is words of affirmation and physical touch." And if I know that the touching you're gonna be doing is all about my neck, hey, God bless you. Thank you for coming out. Good night.
I could have used that line. Thank you
Hey,
for coming out.
yeah, thank you for coming out. That's it. Because here's the thing too. Like, there's a difference between being cautious and playing games. Like, I have no bad words about a woman saying, "No, I'm gonna take my time. I need to know who you are before I do." I respect that, and I think every woman should. But when you know that the chemistry is there, everything else is there, everything is good, and you just I gotta wait a year. You know what? Then you can wait a year over there. I'm good because you playing games at this point. Like,
Thank you.
you see what I'm saying?
Thank
Like,
you.
when we grown at this point, like, come on now.
No,
When
but a
you know
woman
everything is
knows.
right
What if
and
she
you
wants to
just
wait
do it,
until marriage?
No, a woman knows. A woman knows the vibe. Meaning, she could tell
yeah.
if a man is definitely excited about her to the point where it's like he's stumbling over words. He's literally shy, or he's literally getting turned on by just her voice, her conversation. You know, and
You
you
gotta
know if
know.
somebody's trying to make
Yeah,
a
but
move.
Cuzzo, tell me
You
if
know
this
if a
ain't
person trying to make a
the
move
stuff
on
that
you.
piss you off more, right? A woman will be like, "Yeah, well, I normally, I move too fast and all these things, and I've done that before, but you're different, and I don't want to ruin it." It's like, wait a second, you went rapid flash speed with these other dudes, and because you think I'm special, you think I'm the one. I'm the nigga that got to. I'm sorry, I'm the
I'm
dude that
so
got to wait
sorry.
for a year. I gotta wait for a year because I'm special.
Don't, that sounds like a whole bunch of cap.
Women do that all the time. Women do it all the time.
I
You
say
will
when you
ask them
know
about their
what you
exes, and
want.
they had slept with their ex. They had slept with their ex in like rapid fire time. But then with me, they, oh man, well, you different, and I like this, and I like that, and it's like, really?
They'll tell you, "Hey, I
It's
found
not
God."
good though to sleep with somebody right off the back.
Oh
Don't do
no,
it.
I'm not saying that.
Don't
I'm
do
on
it.
Cuzzo's
Yeah, and
page.
Men
honestly,
or
though,
I'm on
if
women,
she's
Cuzzo's
don't
leaving
do
a
page.
it.
year, then she
Don't
I'm
do
needs a
it. Take your
100%
year.
on
time to
Cuzzo's
know
page. If a
somebody.
woman is saying that she wants to take her time, you should take your time because that is your franchise. You give access to that. I'm all for you taking time. That's
So
why
what's the
we
maximum
want
amount
a
of time that you
woman
would
with
deal
no
with?
history. I'm all for that. But to establish from the rip that your time frame is going to be this, even though, as I said, as Cuzzo said, and as I agree with, that we are adults, we can dictate our energy, and if we dictate that this is going to be a relationship that can take substance within a month, within 2 months, within 4 months, then to say that even though we're in a relationship, we're still not going to have any physicality for a year. To me, that makes no sense because you as a woman are still getting what we as men offer as a franchise. You still get my protection. You
I
still get my
think
provision.
I think
But
if
Yeah,
a
then
man take a
I'm not
woman
getting the
out,
intimacy.
No,
It's
you see
not
what
fair.
that, but that's not right because I'm gonna be honest. When you dating people for the beginning, and this is where what we mess up at. We're dating like we've married somebody already. We're dating like this person's become your wife. You're dating like this person's become your man already, and nobody's ever said it, and nobody hasn't established it. The man
But
hasn't
Kitty,
asked, and the
let me
woman
ask
didn't
you a
say
question, Kitty.
yes.
Let me
We're
ask you a
dating.
question.
We're getting to know one another.
Hold on,
You
Kitty, let
know,
me ask you a question. When you first go out with a guy,
you don't
right?
give
Let's say,
husband material to
Kitty,
somebody you just getting to know. That's weird. Just
Kitty,
like a
let me
woman
ask
should
you a
never
question.
give wife
Let's say,
material to a man she just knows. But go
Kitty,
ahead.
let's say you agree to go out on a first date with me, okay?
Hmm.
Right? We go out on the first date, and I take you to like a river walk thing where it's just walking down a beach thing, and there's all types of shops, and we're walking, and the vibe is cool, okay? And then as we're walking, this guy kind of glances over your hind parts and it's like, yeah, baby, how you doing? You looking good over there. And I say something like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that to you. Maybe we should leave, right?
Hmm.
That's minus the protection you expect from me. A normal, rational woman, and I'm not saying all, but in general, women would be like expecting me to say, so, hey, brother, if you don't mind, you see she's with me, chill, we got this, have a good day. That's what a woman should expect from me as a man, rationally, is it not?
I mean, that's what anybody in their right mind would do.
Of
Because
course.
first of all, you're getting to
That's my
know that
point.
person.
But
You're
hold
on the
on for a
date
second.
with that person.
Hold on for a second, Kitty. So
Go ahead.
this solidifies my point. From first date to us being married 60 years, you expect protection from the man. So saying that, well, you can't give a woman husband privileges, we give husband privileges from day one because
Can I
we
express
put our
something to you
lives,
right
hold on a
now?
second, hold on. We put
Hold
our
on, let's let
lives
everybody
between
finish.
you and anything the world offers that could possibly hurt you or insult you. We do that from day one. Yeah, we
Okay.
do.
I'm
But
gonna say
here's
if
my
I
thing,
wasn't sure
right?
about a
Here's
guy,
my
Can I
I
thing.
respond
would
to
be
that?
like that
My thing
guy.
is
When we go
this.
out on a
You're
Hold
on
on,
a
date,
hold
date
on,
with a
hold
I
on.
woman
know
that you
I
want
Y'all,
to
know
know.
Paige.
Hold
I'll
on.
be like, look, let
Can
me
I
hold
say
on, hold
something,
on.
please?
Everybody mute up. Hold up, because there's too many people talking, and no, I don't know who's speaking to who. So, Kitty, I'm gonna go ahead and let you rebuttal, and then I still want to get the other two people who just came up here also
okay.
get them in as well, and then we'll go back open panel, and then we can kind of keep going. I just want to try to make sure everybody kind of has a chance to talk, and
Okay,
everybody's
thank you.
really heard. So try to, if y'all can. I know it's a hot topic. I know we get passionate, but I really want to get everybody and hear everybody. Go ahead, Kitty.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? You're on a date with this woman. You want to get with her. You want to get to know her. She's not your wife. She's not your girlfriend. You're just on a date. Some random guy walks by and he's trying to pick up on your date. Nobody in their right mind is going to sit there and let some regular person just, hey, mama, you're looking good. First of all, if you don't even say anything about that, I'm not going to want to date you any longer either, because it is not that I need you to defend me, but you want to be with me. You're here talking to me. It is absolutely disrespectful when another person sees you with somebody and has the audacity to come and talk to you. As a woman, I get very disgusted off of things like that. Truth be told, if I'm on a date with a man and some other man tries to hit on me while I'm on that date with somebody, I'm disgusted off of that person, because for me that shows total disrespect, and disrespect is something that I don't tolerate very well. So it's not that you're giving her husband material of protection, is you're protecting your space, what you want. Because if you don't want a relationship with that woman, it's not going to matter who talks to her. You're not going to care about that. But if you want a relationship with her, then you're going to have to establish that from the jump to any man that comes in at that moment in time and that wants to talk to the woman that you want to talk to.
But
Does that
lovely,
make sense?
keep in mind this is the first date, so we don't know if I want that or
So,
not. We know that I could be interested in it.
right.
Okay.
So,
So we
hold on,
still
hold
have
on,
to
six. Hold
provide
on,
that level
six.
of
Hold
protection.
on, six.
Oh, my
Yeah, no,
apologies.
no, you good, you good, you good. I just want you to hold that thought because we're gonna jump back into that. We'll start with you on open panel, but I do want to get. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, Taina. Am I saying it right?
It's Tiana Perkiano, or you can call me Tiana for short.
Okay, Tiana. I want to get Tiana in, and then I want to get 2K in, and then we'll go open panel. We'll start with 6. But go ahead.
Thank you.
Tiana.
Okay. Yeah, so I have 2 points actually that I want to respond to Mr. Six about. So first of all, I think to compare, speaking up real quick and making sure like someone's, not being disrespected or like not, like uncomfortable in the situation, to compare that to being physically intimate with someone and like giving someone my body like is a crazy comparison and honestly like not accurate at all. So that's my first point.
I don't
The
understand what you
second
mean
point,
by that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Yeah, save
okay.
it. Save it all, y'all, for
Well, let
open
me get to my
panel.
second
Let
point
her
and
share
then
her
I
point.
can further explain. But my second point is the husband privileges that you're talking about in question. I feel like when y'all dudes talk about like, protecting your woman, like you guys are acting like you're jumping in front of cars or like, jumping in front of bullets or like, risking your lives. It's like the protection in question that you just brought up is you speaking up and being like, hey, like, don't disrespect her. It's like I could have done that myself. You know what I mean? Like you're not really doing a lot of protecting in question. Like if I like honestly, the husband privileges you're talking about, I could also get a guard dog. So I might as well just call them dog privileges. But that's my point.
Okay. And we'll like I said, we'll start with 6 on open panel. Let's get 2K in real quick.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
So I really want to touch on the topic, the prompt. I feel like, you know, it's asking kind of where does the disrespect start? My first thought is there a different way that he can communicate what his expectations are? You know, if someone just said, if these dates aren't leading to sex, then this is a waste of my time. I need a return on my investment. That, you know, can trigger a woman. That can make her get defensive. And that's why she might feel like she's validated enough to go throw the wine, you know, on him. But at the end of the day, it don't matter how upset you are, how offended you may feel. To do something like that, it is very disrespectful. And when you're mature and you have self-regulation and you can regulate your emotions, you'll just be like, hey, you know what? I feel disrespected, so I'm not gonna go out on any more dates with you. You know, you can communicate. I feel like going and pouring the wine is just extensive. But then let's touch on this. If he went and, you know, got physical, that's not okay either, because part of being a man and being masculine is knowing when to step away, even when you're angry. Those are just the points that I had on the prompt.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mr. Six, I'm gonna let you go ahead and start off the open panel, and we'll go to Miss Net up there.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not going to be long, and then I'm going to do a tip of the hat to my boy cousin B&B out. But to the young lady beside my little icon here, it's obvious she missed the point that I wasn't saying some multitude of husband privileges. I'm saying that we as men, we do protect. That is how we show our fidelity. We don't put, as Miss Kitty said quite effectively, we don't protect that which we don't care about. Okay, that is why we as men historically protect women. That's what we do. Matter of fact, most of us, if we got boys that we know have abusive tendencies towards women or put their hands on women, we're not cool with that. We don't hang around with people like that. The majority of us don't. Now, that is not saying that it doesn't happen. The majority of violent crime in this country is committed by men. And the majority of victims of violent crime are men. And so I'm not saying that because we protect, women are obligated to do this or to do that. It's just saying that that is something that is expected quite righteously from a woman onto a man. And that's something that we have no qualm with providing. It just seems that when we say that we accept our role, we're fine with it. It's no problem. But if we say that a woman can accept her role, it's like some women think that we're trying to put women down or saying women are less than. I don't believe women are less than men. I don't believe men are more than women. I believe that men and women are better together. And with that, I'm going to tip of the hat to you. Thank everybody. God bless you. Cousin B, I'm going to hit you up tomorrow.
All right, man, for sure.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining, Mr. Six.
Before we
Miss,
move this subject, or did somebody else not speak yet?
I think I was gonna go Miss Net, and then
Okay, I'll go after her.
yeah, yeah. I mean, y'all, if y'all wanna, just because, like I said, I want to make sure we can hear each other talk, because if everybody starts talking, it gets jumbled.
Yes.
But yeah, just let me know either in the comments, or if I just see you come off mute, I may, or you know, if you just want a popcorn, that's fine. I just want to make sure everybody's being heard and nobody's getting talked over. But go ahead, Miss Net.
Yes, I just wanted to say, with all the talking, but as a woman, if it was me, I wouldn't pour a drink on anybody. But if I was unsure about the relationship, me personally, if I just like hanging with the person, I would, if we go on a date, I feel like I will pay for my own meal and he should pay for his, or whoever initiating the date. But, you know, it's like I said before, it should just be open. Not, I didn't have much to say, but that's it, pretty much, you know.
Right. I
Appreciate
was
you. Go
just
ahead,
gonna, I was just gonna touch on kind of that protection part. Like a lot of it, I think that a lot of men misunderstand what that means. And we always say that we always go to the extremes, right, with these examples. You know, who's going to step up when the masked murderer is coming into the home at 3 o'clock in the morning? You know, like, yeah, we always use that. And it's like, yo, okay. But I think that sensationalism and that rhetoric, that is, we always use that because that it seems like that's societal. That's, we look
Like
at
that's the only thing men are good for.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let him finish real quick.
I'm
Let
gonna
him finish.
protect you, baby.
But then we get
No, oh my
mad when
God.
it's. But then we get mad when that's all we're used for, and it's like, so we're more than that whenever it needs to be more than that. But yet that's what we proclaim ourselves. So it's kind of like that little double negative that we do to ourselves, right? But the reality is this: when in the situation that was given, you in a pool hall, and some dude walks up to your date. Now, you as a man, okay, when you quote unquote protect her by stepping up in there, you're not showing her or you're not giving her like husband duties, right?
Hello.
But what you're showing is you're showing that you ain't a fucking pushover.
Hello.
You're showing that you have some fucking cojones about yourself. That's what it is. It means that, hey, bro, the dude is disrespecting you. He ain't disrespecting her.
Thank you.
He's
Thank
coming
you.
up to you saying, and so if your woman is looking at you like, damn, you just gonna let this motherfucker talk to you like that? Well, what happens if we do get in a relationship and you need to step up? What am I gonna be? You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand as men how
I'm
that
about to hit
optic
you with some
looks.
coins.
You got like we have to understand that that's really what that is. It's not that women are saying, "Oh, you didn't protect me." So no, what they're saying is you really. I mean, part of it is you didn't protect, you didn't stand up for her, but you also didn't stand up for yourself. And I think that don't look good to nobody. You know what I mean? Like we look at each other, and if I see a dude do that, I'm like, oh, he punk ass. Like we think that too. So why wouldn't a woman think that same thing?
Right.
I think that we need to be honest with ourselves and say, okay, maybe that's
And
what
then
that
that
is.
guy thinks he's got one over you too, because now he's feel like you ain't shit. He could talk to your woman whenever, however.
But now here's the other side of that though, ladies, because I know that I don't know who it was. I wasn't looking on the phone, but when she said, "Hey, you act like we in Beirut and we fighting lions," but at the same time, nowadays, just because a man, if you step up to this man, there is a really big risk, like it or not, that either I'm gonna have to end him or he might end me. Right?
And here's the thing.
And so there is a little bit of that in reality. Just to be fair, like that, we do have, because these dudes nowadays are unhinged and ignorant to a point that I have never seen. To where the respect level is gone, and dudes, they don't know how to scribe no more. It used to be where if you was in there, somebody touched my girl on the butt, and then I check them. We going outside. We gonna take it. We gonna scribe, and that's gonna be that. But now,
You could
these
die
bitch ass
now.
dudes, these
Hold up,
these
y'all.
bitch ass dudes don't have nothing but they got a little tool in their pocket because they don't know how to come from the shoulders. So nowadays, if you check another man, you do have to be ready and have it in your mind like, yo, I might have to go all the way because I'm not gonna let this man take my life. So I might have to, and that is a really prevalent thought for men nowadays on a realistic level, not that extra shit that we be trying to put on it, but on a real level, we do
And
have
here's
to,
my thing
we
too.
have
Like
to consider
you
that.
could
So I
let
just wanted to
somebody
say that, just
know.
to be fair.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm sorry.
I just need
No,
to do just a quick
just
mod.
to
I'm
let
just
y'all,
no,
to be
you're
fair.
good. You're good. I just want to do a quick mod break, and then I want to get Kitty to finish her thought, and then I want to get B in as well. So yeah. So just real quick, cousin, can you do the mod break real quick? Just everybody tap the screen, usual. Or I'll do the mod break. Yeah, if y'all can, just tap the screen, share the live out, stuff like that. It's just so the live doesn't go down. If there's not a lot of activity going on, TikTok tends to, make the host do like a bunch of other like puzzles and stuff. And then what ends up happening is that, if there's not enough activity, sometimes it'll cut the live off, and then, this great conversation gets cut off. So, and we really want that. So if y'all can, just tap the screen, share out the live. Do remember, those of y'all that are coming in here, Yes, I understand that sometimes these conversations get very passionate, but let's also have, some decorum and, be adults and have some respect, for each other. We can agree to disagree. It's really not that big of a deal. It ain't that deep. But it is a conversation. I do want to hear everybody, so I'm trying to do my best to get everybody in. If y'all want to come up on the panel, feel free to come up. The only thing I ask is, again, just try to be mindful a little bit, because, again, if multiple people are talking, I don't know what's happening. And I know if it's jumbled on my end, I can only imagine what it's like for y'all in the comments and anybody listening, and anybody who's just in the conversation. And plus, I also don't want people getting frustrated and dropping out the panel. So we're going to go ahead and come back. If y'all can, just keep tapping. Let's try to get it up to, just 28K. I think if we all tap, we can probably try to get up there. And then we can take a break a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Miss Kitty. And then we're going to get B in right after. And then we'll go back open panel. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
I would say, like, you don't even have to say it in a way that you would have to be like disrespectful to somebody. You know what I mean? Because I've seen it. I've been on dates where other men have like tried to talk to me in front of the person that was trying to, that was getting to know me, and the way he handled it was very impressive to me. He handled it with such grace and such. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't very angry about it. He just said it in a way to the guy, and the guy was like, and he gave him the pound, and and everything was good, I didn't feel disrespected, because I would not want to be on a date with my guy or a guy that I like, and another guy comes and approach me, because I would not want that guy to be in danger either, because I understand how these things can play out at times, and it gets nerve-wracking at these moments. And I do find it very disrespectful when somebody does that, because I don't know, it is, because it's not like you can't tell. Sometimes you can. I mean, there was only one time that I couldn't tell with a woman and a man, and it turns out that was her cousin, but because there was a baby there, so that alone was like, okay, I'm not going to be looking at these people, because you just don't know. But the baby was so cute. Then he ended up expressing that, because we was all there for our job to get a physical, and so that's when he expressed like, oh, that's my cousin, and I was like, oh, okay, But sometimes you don't know these things, so
yeah, absolutely.
I think there's ways to approaching these types of situation, because sometimes people could be really hot-headed about it and want their ego comes to play, and they want to show like, oh, I'm the tough guy, but you don't never have to do that. You can say things in a way where a person can understand what you're saying without ever having to show that S on your chest.
Hey, that's so funny that she said that, because there is people out here that do be misreading people. Like, I don't know, I live in Vegas, so it be like, I remember me and my cousin and my dude and a couple other cousins, we was at a club, and we just standing outside, and it was like a group of women, like they came out, and you could tell when females are trying to get a guy's attention only because she see other females are around these guys. They don't know if you dating them, if these family members. They just know, they just see women and men around each other, so they want to be extra. One of my cousins started trying to get at the girl, and you could tell that you're not listening to what he's saying. You just entertaining him because you just, and it's like, I don't know, I think some women got this thing about them where they like to pre-approve. You like a man that you think is other women like. So it's like, oh, I'm going to talk to him because them women are bad as fuck. So I'm going to talk to him because I think that I'm taking one of they men type of mindset. And I'm like, she don't even realize you just ran into a dummy. When I say, I be cracking up at shit like that, because I be like, boy, they be up here entertaining people, and girl, you don't even realize you entertaining somebody that literally got a mental problem. And The whole time you thinking you trying to make somebody jealous. Whole time you're not even realize you about to set yourself up.
Right.
Maybe it's just me.
Yes, the club is not a place. The club is to have fun and to dance and to socialize. That's not a place that you meet a husband or a wife. I'm sorry to say.
But I think
The bars and the clubs is not a place where people are going to meet wives and husbands. That's a place where they go to hook up with one night stand. You know, somebody that they could lay with because everybody's intoxicated, everybody's on rugs or whatever they call it here on TikTok. And so when you go in the club and you think you met a guy there and he's the one, please don't even entertain that, because he's not there for a wife. He's there for the fun of the night. You just gonna be, the fun of the night, girl.
Right, but I think that's the thing. I think if you still running into that mindset is one played out, right? It's like the tough guy mindset. That shit is so played out. If you think you're gonna find Romeo standing in the back of the club, like
He said,
he ain't in the back of the club.
We gonna
Okay,
find homie in this motherfucker.
right. Like I think who was it? It was oh my god, why can't I think of his name? He called it out though, where he was basically talking about that. He was just like, I don't know why you guys act like Romeo's in the back waiting for y'all when you know that's not the case. And then right, and then he's sitting there and he's like, and then you find out this dude works at the gas station, and then you're upset. Like, it's not my fault you fell for Boo Boo the Fool. Like, and I've always said that, and I say that on both sides because I hear it on both sides, right? I hear women be like, oh, well, man are just trash, da. Well, yeah, you keep trying to date dudes from the club. And then you get men and be like, man, women are just such trash. Well, yeah, you keep trying to date women from the club. Dog, like, I don't understand. Like, you're expecting, you know what I mean? It's like the whole concept when people are like, yeah, 304s aren't loyal. How are you going to expect her to be loyal? Like, that's what she is. That don't make sense to me.
I don't know. I think everybody loyal to somebody. You just
Know
gotta
the
find
Bob.
out who they loyal
Bob the
to.
Builder.
Yeah, that's how straight up.
I mean,
I don't
but to
think
think
304s got pins for no reason.
but even but look, those are the ones at least the ones making money, okay? Because some are broke. Okay, some of y'all some broke ones and don't even know it. Okay,
You gotta know what
you
you
out here
want.
posting thirst traps and you broke as hell. Like,
Listen,
just
you
saying.
with the brokey.
If a man
Right,
only
like you
wants a
broke, you
woman
know what I mean?
with
But like with that, hold on.
big
With that being said, hold on.
Go
With that
ahead.
being said, right? Well, you got the broke ones, right? Those are the ones I'm talking about. And those be the ones that people be like, oh, well, I don't understand why she wasn't loyal. Like, that's cute. Okay, I get it. Everybody could be loyal to somebody. But you can't keep walking around in life and you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm in my 30s. If you're still walking around with Peter Pan syndrome thinking that you're gonna be that 1%, is she gonna be loyal to? Like, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be surprised by that. You can't be surprised by that. That's all I'm saying.
Be acting shocked. Be acting like they don't know who they ran into. They like, I
You gotta
don't
know what you want. You gotta know what you want in this life, and because it saves you from dealing and dating people that is not worth your time. See, and a lot of times the reason why people fall into these traps, one is desperation, where they feel a sense of loneliness, so they don't want to be alone. And the very next person that gives them that attention is like, I might as well just be with this person because, I don't know if I'm ever going to be with anybody else. So there's always that plays. There's other types of insecurities within themselves that plays where they feel like they're not worthy of anything better than what they can attract. And so this is how people are dating and being in relationships with people that does not fulfill them in any kind of way.
Oh yeah, but again, I mean, it's going to like figuring out what you want. That takes time, and that also takes you to be self-aware enough, and also go on that journey. Because in order for you to know what you want, I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta start to figure out who you are, right? And a lot of us, when we're young, we like to date based off of aesthetic reasons, right? Not necessarily because we always necessarily know what we're doing, because we don't have the experience, right? When you don't have the life experience, of course, it's going to be hard for somebody to be like, oh, yeah, you need to know what you want. Well, at 18, I don't know what the fuck I want.
It's society norms. This is what
Right.
society
You're going
pushes
to go,
on us.
exactly. You're going to go based off the societal norms, which is fine. And the thing is that with that being said, though, the difference is, and this is the reason why I'm harder, especially on people around my age, is because we fucking know better. You can't play this stupid, right? Even in this situation, I'm sorry, right? Even in this situation, that's the reason why I said both parties are at fault here, because both of y'all either playing one hell of a naive game, because there's no way in hell as a woman you don't know that a man is not trying to sleep with you by taking you on dates. You can't play naive to that. And men, I'm sorry, you can't play that naive and not know that by, I don't know, date number 3 that she ain't gonna give it to you. There's no way in hell you can know. So either
Yeah,
you
but I'm
both
sorry.
playing a
Date
naive
number
game.
3 is too fast to be giving anything to anybody.
I'm just saying, but I'm saying, well, that's not always necessarily true. You can usually tell if she's gonna, if that's what it's gonna be or not. Because again, if you're not dating for realsies, again, either you both of y'all weren't straight up as to whatever your intentions were. But then even with this being said, there's no way you don't know. Because if you were dating somebody to simply sleep with them, you would know that by the 3rd date if they were into that or not.
Right.
You would have known that. There's
I
no
mean,
way in hell
off
you
of
make
the
it to date 6 and then now you decide to get frustrated. Like,
yeah.
like what kind of stupid are you? Like, you're a whole other brand of stupid.
I was
I
feeling
And
wanted
then
sad. You
to,
guys have me
same
laughing
thing.
I'm not gonna
tonight.
lie, I wanted to respond to Kitty real quick.
Oh, go
So
ahead.
Kitty
Honest, my
said,
bad.
I don't believe people know what they want. We always tell people go after what you want, but they don't know what they want, because it's like every time you get what you want, you end up in a fucked up ass situation and end up complaining about the shit that you wanted. And when you got it, it's like, oh, you either mistreated, your ass either lost it, your ass either literally got into a situation where it's like, damn, I like this motherfucker, but I really cannot deal with this motherfucker. And it's just like you playing with yourself. So it's like you don't know what you want until you get it. The shit that you think that you want or you think that would be good for you, once you get that shit, you ain't gonna want that shit. You really have an idea of what you like, but it's like your mind. It's almost like how I see people's minds. It's like women will like makeup today and not like it tomorrow. We might wear it today, might not wear it tomorrow. We might wear long hair one day, might wear our cut our hair off another day. Like, it all depends. I think people like what's in the moment. They don't like what's in the moment for a lifetime. They just like what's in the moment for a moment in time, if that makes sense.
You know what? That's a good point. And
I just
would
want to
say,
answer.
can I, also, I would just say this to add to that. Sometimes it's also about the maintenance. A lot of times people don't realize you say that you want something, but that's going to require something of you. And a lot of people aren't qualified. A lot of people aren't ready. A lot of people don't want to sacrifice, or they don't know how to keep that going. So let's say, for instance, if you are a person who has always been toxic relationships, when somebody that comes in that's not toxic, you don't know how to deal with that. And the things that you are looking at, you don't know what to identify. And as humans, what we do is we self-sabotage the things that we can't control. So that gives us an out. And a lot of times people will do that in relationships. And I use this example. I hate to use analogies for people with inanimate objects, but I'm a man, so I got to do it. But like, if we all say as men, we want this Bentley, we want these Rolls Royces, we want these Range Rovers, we want all this other shit, right? Until you get that motherfucker. And then you realize how much the maintenance costs. Then you realize, wait a minute, how much is it for brakes? Wait a minute. I
Get
gotta do
started
oil
on the
change for
insurance.
I gotta pay how much for the insurance? Wait, I can't just do the deduct. Wait, I gotta actually, wait a minute, what? I gotta sign up for this group because I have to get this maintenance code, and all of a sudden, that shit ain't cool no more, right? And now it's like, you know what? Because you didn't read the fine print, or you didn't know that you couldn't afford it. And a lot of these relationships, we can't afford because we haven't done the self-work. We haven't healed from whatever trauma we have.
Oh
and we
wow, you just
can't,
hit some stuff on the head. Go
and we,
ahead.
you know what I mean, and we can't afford a relationship, right? Because we don't have the funds. We don't have the emotional funds. We ain't got the mental funds, and so we can get the down payment. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I got that. I can probably maintain for a couple months. I got that. Yeah, but that long term, and instead of admitting that we don't have it, what then we'll do is we'll blame the other person. So that's when the finger point comes. That's when they did everything wrong and you didn't do anything, and it's all their fault. Because
Right.
the reality is, guess what? You just wasn't ready. And instead of
Mm.
knowing that, because even if things don't work, sometimes we just here for the season. Everybody ain't for you forever. And even when it
Life is
doesn't
a
work,
lesson.
right,
Hold up, yeah.
you can go away and it's still a good time. Like I have a lot of exes where it's like, hey, if I see him right now, what's up? It's all good. It wasn't no bad shit. It just was our time was over. Because at that time, we didn't have baggage, or we didn't have it wasn't a bad thing. But when you have baggage and you break up, now you need some blame because you can't take that for yourself. So when you have blame, what does that cause? It causes a grudge. And now you got all these exes. Yeah, if I see that motherfucker again, it's on sight. Like that. Yeah, see, that's because your ass wasn't healed. And this is
Okay.
not gender specific. This is for everybody. This
Mm.
is you ain't got your shit ready and you not ready. Everything you're gonna find the negative for it. And that's when you self-sabotage your shit. And it seems like that's what's happening in your life.
That part. Let's get Imperial in, and then we'll start open panel with Miss Kitty. Go ahead, Gabe. And hold up, before you start. You coming up here with some Yu-Gi-Oh cards or what? You get another blue eyes?
I mean, I got a whole new one. You know what it is.
Okay, all
It's
right.
worth
What's up, Gabe? Go
it's
ahead.
worth $0. Anyway, so who's more wrong, manipulative or impulse? Um, I'm gonna go with the manipulative because impulse is based off of just the thought. Manipulative is they took the time to make it happen. You can hear me, right?
Sort of. You sound kind of
Okay.
like low.
Oh, all right, hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm like, I
so
don't know. You might need to fix your cord or something. You jiggle it. I don't know what you're doing.
nah, it's the fact that I'm using my iPhone and not my Android.
Are you what? What?
Nah, dead ass. My iPhone has horrible service. My Android, I can be anywhere and I got great service.
Yeah. All right. Now we can hear you now, though, Gabe. What was you saying?
As far as the manipulative and the impulsive, who's worse or more wrong? I'm gonna say the manipulative. They're more wrong. I mean, based off the way it's written, the grammar is horrible, but it is what it is.
Yeah. What do you think about the scenario that's on there? What's your thoughts on it?
I can't really see it. It's too small.
Okay, you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm gonna do my best to try to make it, understandable. All right. Imagine a man is on his 5th or 6th date with a woman. He says, if these dates aren't leading to smecks, then this is a waste of my time. I need a return on my investment. The woman, shocked and offended, pours her wine on him. In response, shocked, uh, I guess, shocked her twice by leaving her with 2 black eyes. So in other words, he hit her twice. So where did the disrespect truly begin? Was it when he made his intentions clear, or when she poured the wine on him, or when he resorted to violence?
All right. So I'm not even gonna say nothing about what he said because that's not disrespect. He was being honest about the fact that that's what the word date means in the first place. It's an acronym for dick at the end. Y'all better recognize that as it is what it is. Anyway, the disrespect started when she poured the wine on him. She could have just said no and walked away. Was he wrong for giving her 2 black eyes? Yes, absolutely. Because he could have just threw some water on her and kicked rocks and left. I'm just gonna say it like this. That's horrible. And there's a lot of that going on right now. This scenario plays a little too close to home for a lot of people. The answer is ladies, If you're gonna go on a date, because the word dick at the end, that's the acronym for date. If y'all don't know, you're gonna learn today. If that is what is expected, like to be on point, be brutally honest, whether you feel some type of way or you think that that's what it ain't, that's what it is. If a man is investing time, effort, and energy into you, he's expecting the box. And if you don't like that, go mess with somebody that don't expect the box for their investment. And it's not just the box. They're looking to keep you in their life. See, most people ain't gonna tell you the truth. I'm just gonna keep it $1.50. Yes, that's exactly what it is. No, that's not gonna change. And if you want it to change, ladies, stop doing 304 activity and putting yourself out there as a 304. Put yourself out there as a woman of value. And make him put the date instead of for taking you out like that. Have him put it for when you put a ring on my finger. Because most men, we know before 6 months if we want to keep you for the rest of our lives. And don't get it twisted. So
Imperial. We don't have no context for it, so we've been trying to throw different little shit in there to kind of keep the conversation going. But like, it seemed like that's what she was doing by she was trying to show that she was high value, or that she was more value. And he got tired of that shit. Like, look, I got to get some ass. So what's happening? But here's my question: what really happened? Because this scenario kind of seems like it's disingenuous to me.
It is because it's
I do not think
it's one
I do not think I do not think that a woman, if you say, hey, I need some return on my, like, she's probably gonna look at you, laugh, and leave. And you know what I mean? Or like, that is not disrespectful enough to get wine thrown on you. When a woman wastes wine, bro, you said some fucked up shit. Like, you just didn't, she ain't gonna waste her wine. I know y'all ladies, let me know if I'm tripping.
No, that's why I had literally, I asked earlier, I said, what kind of woman is this? Because I said, there is different kind of women, meaning, is this a church-going woman? Is this a woman who don't have morals? Like, what kind of woman is this? Because certain women will give you a reaction because they see you literally, it's like almost like like you coming at them in a way where it's like, damn, you want to see me get out of character. Why would you even ask me something like that? That's like calling a person phone at 2:30 in the morning. You know that she's not the type of woman to be calling at 2:30 in the morning. You know, at the end of the day, it's just certain things that you don't cross.
Right.
Men be
So
knowing.
I got a
They
question
know
for
who the
Gabe.
304 is, and they be knowing who the high value women are. Don't ever get that twisted. Ever.
100%.
These guys
But hold on, I got a
have
question for Gabe real
radar.
quick.
They have radar. They are predatory by nature. They can sense that off of you, off of the rip. They could tell when you insecure off of the rip. They could tell when you're confident. They could tell when they can't play them games with you, and they could tell when they could play them games with you. Women, it's time to smarten up out here.
Well, yeah, but I got a question for Gabe real quick because Gabe is basically Gabe kind of said what what I kind of did. So Gabe, you said basically, the whole dating thing, especially especially in this context, obviously, right? Basically, we could say, oh boy was just trying to get some cheeks, right?
Right.
That's pretty obvious with the whole scenario. But let me ask you this: you would know whether or not a woman is going to give up the box before the 5th or 6th date, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. I was about to say, I was like, in this scenario, like, you know what I mean? There's chunks and pieces missing because there's no way in hell that any man that I ever know of, especially if that's on the table, I'm not even gonna say men.
Remind
Because
me of.
hold on, I'm not just gonna say men because it's not just men that'll go on dates for this, right? There are women who will go on dates just, you know what I mean, for sex or whatever. So that does go both ways, especially nowadays. But even with that being said, before the 5th or 6th date whether or not that person is the person you're gonna sleep with. For women, if you're gonna sleep with them or not, and for men, whether or not you're gonna get it or not. So the fact that it took to the 5th day is crazy to me. 2, there's chunks in this scenario that are missing because some else had to be said, like to Cousin's point, for wine to be thrown, right? And also, most dudes, even if you throw wine on him, he ain't just gonna start punching you.
So let me ask
So
y'all
either
this.
something was
Let
said
me ask you a real
additionally to the wine
question.
being thrown.
AJ.
Huh?
AJ, let me ask you one real question. Is there a
What?
time limit on when to give up the box?
Yes.
I'm not saying that there's a time limit, but if that is all that you're after, you're gonna know because that's what you're focused on.
There's a time limit. Absolutely.
There
You
is a
have to
time limit.
There
understand
is.
that
Absolutely,
Hold up.
if
box
that's
is
all you're looking
very
for.
precious. Don't be
But,
giving the
Hold on.
box
but
just
here's
to
the thing, right?
any man out here, and that's the problem
Hold
that
on.
the world that we live in. It's like, yeah, you can sleep with whoever you want to sleep with because it's your body. We get that, but don't the women. I don't think women understand the magic of their yoni at all,
Well,
and what a man gets out of it when he enters into your body.
But
Like,
I thought women was
don't be
taught
giving
not
the
to give
box up on no
I
damn
thought
3
women was
dates.
taught not to
What?
give up the box
hold up.
before you marry.
Well,
So
that's the
here's the
thing.
thing.
Let me break it down because I'm gonna back up my statement with facts. Fuck the feelings.
Okay. Gabe, make sure they facts because you know how I am, dog.
The facts are as stated. Ladies, if you're going on date number 6 and you haven't given it up and you haven't had the conversation of I'm looking for a relationship long term and you just taking this nigga's money and his time, his investment is aptly so. You owe him the box, and women don't want to hear that because they think that what they got is so precious. And it's the same make and model, different color. Every one of y'all got it. So
Yeah,
let's start
and
there.
it's always gonna be
Hold
special
up.
regardless of whose
Hold
it
on,
is.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold on, because he ain't
And
done yet. Hold on. Let him
right,
finish, and then we'll go open panel. Go ahead, Gabe.
right. So if you have the same make and model and it's a different color and one has more mileage, one has less mileage, what is the point? If you aren't a virgin, then why are you playing games? Like it's just that simple. You're playing games at that point. You're wasting that man's time. If you're not giving it up and he's paying all this money, I mean, technically you're already for sale because you put yourself in that position, whether you want to admit to it or not. That's the problem. Most women don't want to admit it. I'm saying the quiet part out loud that most women don't want to deal with because they're very selective who they give the box to. Yes, that's fine. That's their prerogative. They have that right. But with that being said, if a man's wasting his time and he says you're wasting my time and you get offended by that, you're wrong because he is wasting his time. The outcome for the word date is dick at the end. That is what it is. That the original meaning of that was because you were getting married, and that's what the date was set for. But most people don't want to hear that. The
My
other part
thing
of
is,
it
if
is,
he had anything important to do, he
hold
could have
on.
been doing something else important with his time. He didn't have to make time for that. He chose to.
Okay, so with the interruptions, I'm saying it like this. He made time for you to get to know you, to want to be with you, and you're playing games. Get out your emotions, get out your feelings about it. It's very straightforward, and a lot of people don't want to hear that. I live in hot Atlanta, okay? And I'm telling you, 99.9% of these women down here are selling the box, whether they want to admit to it or not. And it's just facts. Now, it might be different in other places, but here in hot Atlanta, that's what it is. Because I can literally go find a back page, whatever you want to call it, of any woman in Atlanta that they turned the man down flat. Nah, but yet you out here selling the box. Come on now. I've literally, I've, you know
All
what I'm
right, we're not
saying?
gonna
I've
speak for
literally,
all women
Hold on.
because you've experienced this in
let
Atlanta.
me finish.
Hold on.
Let me
Let him finish real
finish.
quick, please.
Because I can literally pull up multiple women that I work with, multiple women that I see on a daily basis, and I can be like, hey, is this you? Because all I got to do is Google their picture through the AIs that I have on my phone and find anything on them and shows it. So what you mean it ain't speaking for all women? I'm not speaking for all women. I literally said that there is a percentage of women that are doing this. Not all. If it doesn't fly, if it doesn't fit you, don't worry about it. Don't you ain't even got a rebuttal for it. I'm talking about for the ones that it applies to. So that's the point. And I'm gonna
So
land and say it like this. At the
You
end
just
of
said
the
all the
day,
women of Atlanta.
hold
no, I
up.
didn't.
Hold up. You didn't say anything about Atlanta. Go ahead, Gabe.
But my point being is I'm gonna land with this. The context of this scenario is he said that you're wasting my time, my money, my energy, and my effort. She got mad because she didn't want to hold up her end of the bargain or deal. So she made a scene. He said some shit, she said some shit. It got physical. He's wrong for putting his hands on her. She's wrong for leading that man on. Period. And if you have a rebuttal for that, you need to stop and put yourself in that man's position and what he went through, how much effort and energy he put out. Because the
Gabe, don't do
example
that. Don't do that,
Hold
just
on,
Gabe.
hold
saying.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Hold
hold on,
on, Gabe.
Gabe.
Don't
Come
do
on.
that. Don't do that,
Let me,
dog.
because here's the thing, right? We said this already.
Cut
If
it
it's
out.
5 and 6 dates, and he hasn't even brought up the conversation, that's his fault, bro. Fuck that. You don't. We not
Right.
about to sit up here like she led him on. If he was about that, he would have said something. I would have said something. You would have said something up front. He didn't. He's playing the game and he lost.
Manipulative.
What about
All
Hello.
him?
facts. All
So
That's
facts.
okay.
manipulation.
So
So
hold
in
on,
this
hold on.
No,
situation,
it's not.
hold on. So in this situation, right? If we're going by, because we still don't have no context, so we don't know. But if we're going by this example, right? He was assuming that whatever he was paying was going to impress her enough to get the box. When it did not happen, he specifically said, when am I going to get a return on my investment? Because he thought by spending and leading with his wallet, that was going to get him the box. He didn't have a conversation, obviously, because she wouldn't have got offended if he did. Now, if it was something else where he said it before and, and then I think the conversation would have been like, hey, we had this discussion. You said we was going to be on right now. What's up? You tripping? Now that'd have been different. See, that would have been an agreement, and then she would have not held up her end of the bargain. But if he is always paying, he ain't never said nothing about getting the box. Guess what? He just rolled the dice and lost because he's trying to play that role like, oh, I'm gonna wow her into getting me the box. And now when it didn't work, he want to call her in date 6 and be like, hey, what's up? No, bro, that's too late. You didn't fucked up. See what I'm saying? So I think in that situation, we have to say that that's his fault for being damn goofy. But at the same time, she still should be poured the wine on his ass. That's where we now see. That's where we have that's where we have the problem because she
Right.
poured wine on him, and from those words that's on that example, I cannot see a woman throwing wine on a man just for saying that. So I think we missing something in this scenario. You know what I mean?
Right.
To really make this make sense.
Well, see,
100%. I do,
cousin,
y'all. Hold on, y'all.
it
I do want to get.
does.
And to
Hold
clarify,
on, y'all.
all boxes ain't the same.
Hold on. I'm trying to get some order because I'm also trying to get team in as well. So go ahead, Imperial, go Kitty, and then get team in as well, y'all. Don't forget team.
All right.
No, team could go ahead. You can talk. Go ahead, team. I'll let you talk. Give me to the panel.
Let
Much love.
team get it in.
Okay, cool.
Nobody
Let's get it
asked you,
in, and then we can
Imperial.
start with
Mind your neck.
y'all.
Kitty,
Yeah,
don't do that.
appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Stop trying to talk over me when I say something, sir.
Y'all don't
You
plan.
already had a problem.
Hold up.
Y'all don't take it too serious. Anyway, I appreciate y'all for having me on. I just want to say this. I do not think, going back to your point, I don't know if I heard you correctly, but you mentioned that if a woman is not a virgin, then they shouldn't withhold themselves. Imperial, that's what you said.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I disagree. So I disagree with men who say that because I think that I don't think that a woman should keep making unwise decisions because she's made unwise decisions in the past. If a woman decides at any point, if she's serious and her stance is I'm being celibate or I'm saving myself or I'm trying to make better practices so that I don't fall into attachment or whatever. I think she has every right because a woman is more than just the box. There's other things that she can contribute
I love it, intelligent
if
man. Oh
if
God.
he's paying her if he's paying her in other ways financially, she can reciprocate in other ways that are more valuable than just box. Such as she might be paying for him, but guess what? She might every time she cook at the house, she bring him a plate. Or she might be making his breakfast in the morning. Or she might be helping pick up his children after school or dropping them off. Or she might be pouring into him and praying with him. She might be encouraging him in the word. Or she might be and adding and going over his portfolio and balancing out his checks and and budgeting for him. There's other things that she can contribute to mentally, emotionally, spiritually, other than just having smacks. And so that's something that we got to consider on both ends. She don't have to keep falling short and giving up her boundaries and giving up her body and making things worse. That don't make no sense to me.
And
Let
I'm
me,
sorry to say,
and I mean,
but
you ain't
that
wrong.
virgin is better than a woman that has been touched already. You're bugging on that one too. That's what men say, but truth be told, they'll prefer a woman that's experienced. Get out my face.
Okay.
All right.
Katrina, hold on.
So,
Hold on real quick. Is it Katrina? And then we'll start open panel with Gabe real quick. Hold your thought, Gabe. Please. Go ahead, Katrina. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right. Let me know if I
Yeah,
messed
yeah,
up.
it's Katrina. I'm not
Okay.
sure. I like, are you guys talking about the question over here, or was you discussing
Well,
something
yeah,
else?
it's a scenario. So the part that's in yellow, that's a scenario, and that's what the conversation is. So yeah, how do you feel about the scenario or anything that you've heard so far?
Okay, so the scenario, obviously, the man was wrong. You know, resorting to violence, especially toward a woman over her throwing a drink, is crazy. Um, Now, was she wrong for throwing the drink on him? Yeah, because all he did was ask her, you know, what his preference was. Like, if we're not gonna go any further than this without being intimate. Sorry, I'm trying to like say it TikTok way.
Yeah, you good.
Um, like being intimate, then we can't go any further. Maybe she took that as disrespect. So that's why she threw the drink. But him resorting to violence is that should never have happened.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we also know, like, obviously in the scenario, there's obviously chunks missing because it, yeah. But, just for the sake argument, that definitely works. But we're going to go ahead, Imperial, go ahead, start off open panel. And y'all do understand that it's okay to disagree. It's not that deep. It's really not. Go ahead, Gabe.
all right. So, yes, all those things that team said could be possibilities. I'm not going to deny that. But there's a problem with the way that this is being handled on both sides. Again, she was wrong for throwing the drink on him. He was wrong for putting his hands on her. But due to the nature of the situation at hand, like I said, ladies, I keep explaining this, and it's been this way since the beginning of time. The word date means dick at the end. That is not something I made up. That is something that has been in play forever. And there is a reason for that. And to justify the bad behavior on both sides is asinine. So we can't sit here and act like it's not all the same at the end of the day. Because whether he stated his intentions on the first date or the sixth date, the word date is exactly as I said. That's the intention, period. So don't get mad at the messenger. Get mad at the situation of what it is.
Gabe,
That sounds
Gabe, hold on,
so
hold on, Gabe,
terrible. That
breathe
sounds
real quick.
so
Dog, nobody's
awful.
mad at you. Chill
You
out.
take magic right out of a date. It's ugly. I don't know the women that you've been dating, but God help us.
Can
But
you
let me ask you this
But
though.
anyway,
Just
hold
one question.
on, y'all.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. I want to get I don't know how to say your name. You just joined the panel. How do I say your name, sir? I don't want to mess that up. Or ma'am.
It's
Shaw. Okay. So go ahead.
no, not Shaw, just Saw. Like
Just Saw.
Saw. Like you
Okay.
saw
Okay.
me.
So go ahead. What do you feel about the prompt or what you've heard so far? I just want to get you in real quick, and then we'll start with cousins. I'm trying to get everybody in because I
Alright,
know
bet.
this is getting yeah.
Respect that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Um First and foremost, just reading off the prompt. It started when he came at her disrespectfully, like because you should as a man you should never assume that sex is part of the play. And that's just how I feel personally. And as a black man, I love black women. And I respect y'all wholeheartedly. I've been raised by black women. I've been around black women my entire life. You should never assume something that isn't spoken verbally and given like definite prominence over what is to be expected. Putting your hands on a woman, you should never do that. Even if she puts a drink on you, you should never put your hands on a woman. I will say this though. If you are intoxicated to the can't think straight, you should have never been in that circumstance in the first place. But beyond the fact of like maybe you might interact in a sense that's like I'm gonna say either verbally abrasive or physically abrasive. That's still on you to be better for yourself in a personal setting, in a personal like interactive state, than putting your hand physically on a woman because you should never. I don't care if you drunk, high, or anything. Like you should be better than that. And if you can't, shouldn't even be in that circumstance in the first place. I don't believe that any man should ever be. I don't think there's ever a circumstance where a man should be given the benefit of the doubt for putting his hands on a woman. That's my personal state of mind and being. I feel like like when it comes down to it, like you should never put any form of violence towards a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me try something real
Go
quick.
ahead. Oh, go ahead, Kev. We'll go Kevin and
Did
cousin.
somebody haven't talked yet? Boy, get beat up on this game. All right. I always wondered, like, why do we have, like, we've been having those talking points since we was like kids and stuff. Like, we got all this energy towards men. Don't never put your hands on women and all that stuff. Like, why we don't do the same energy of don't never throw no drink on no man or something like that. Like, we don't never tell a woman to control themselves, but we stick our chest out. Because obvious that men gonna still do what they gonna do and women gonna still do what they gonna do, right? But we just always had that same energy. Don't ever do that to a woman. Yeah, no. People gonna do it regardless. I just always wanted it.
I told you it
But
comes from movies. That throwing drink shit, that's the same shit women did in movies. Or same thing with the whole a woman slapping a man, or hitting a man. He always had took it to the chest. He always had to, take that hit because he knew at the end of the day, one punch, she'll be asleep. depending on the man. Well, some of these dudes, shit, they hits probably don't phase a woman nowadays, especially the ones that fight back. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just
I mean,
theoretically.
Hold on,
even if a
Saul.
woman like, even
Hold on. Let Cousins go, and then we're gonna get Abby in, and then you can go. Okay. Go ahead, Cousins. I
I
know
want to say
Cousins trying to say something
just
for a
to
minute, and
that,
I want to get Abby in as well.
right? So just to keep it on the
Then
prompt
Gio.
and to answer Kev's question, because what was the result? He had a wet jacket, possibly a stain. She had 2 black eyes. That's why we get on his ass and not hers. Period. And I don't even think we should have to even talk about that. That's just the same thing as if a child at 11 years old, if they go punch you, are you gonna go head on and whip him like you would a grown man? No, because you know that you can't.
We got to
So
get out there.
with power comes responsibility. I think there's a point where there's a legitimate backlash. So I would say, and I say we should never hit a woman ever, right? I agree with Saul, but at the same time, if he would have threw another drink at her, or if he would have slapped her because she threw the drink on him, I would have said that's wrong, but it might have been appropriate because you never know what your instinct is going to be. You get hit in the face with a drink, you might just flinch and pow. Okay. But to haul off with your ball fist, get up, whoop her ass to the point where you blacked both of her eyes, come on. There's no excuse for that. So that's why we got on his ass, I would say.
Yeah, but that, like I said, I
I wanted
love
to
it.
ask a question. Yeah, I know.
Nah,
I'm
you
just
ain't,
saying.
I ain't
I'm
about to
saying
let
this
you
just
just say that
because we
long
can do
thing. You
more
think you
damage.
wasn't about to get no pushback on that? Nah, I'm
Right.
here now.
No,
Everybody else ain't gonna push
because we
back
got
on
more.
it.
Right.
We
But
do more damage. That's
I'm
it.
trying to
You
keep
can't deny
order in
that.
your life, sir. Keep
yeah,
going.
That's all.
well, it's only just me and him talking.
We,
So, but
yeah,
no,
I'm
I'm
just saying
saying.
that's why that scenario is there because we do more damage. That's the answer to the question. You get me?
So
Like that's
that's
why
why all
we
these years,
put
because
more
I feel like
emphasis on
that's
this.
just that the old school stuff that we've been teaching. All this. That's why we don't. That's why these women get away with so much stuff. Because stuff like that, we only keep. Well, that's so much more damage. We only get away with this in America, really. Because otherwise, like both sides, I look at it. We the only one determine like, dang, that's way worse and all that other stuff. Like both of them need some type of. They both. It was an impulsive thing that they both did. So at the end of the day, both of them should know better, right? You should not be throwing no drink on nobody, and he shouldn't be throwing his hands on nobody. But if we like, oh, let's demonize this more because of, so it's like both of them seem like they just immature. They don't know how to control themselves. So it's like when we gonna start treating situations like both, like at the end of the day, both sides need discipline. We can't keep on. Well, man, you need to watch your hands. Like I said, we know men ain't gonna wash their hands, just like women ain't gonna stop throwing drinks.
Hold on, Gio. Hold on. Go ahead, Abby. I want to get Abby in, and then we'll go Gio, then Saul. Yeah.
Okay, well, cousin actually pretty much answered and asked my question. My question was really just how we are equating simply throwing a drink on somebody to physical violence, like I said in the comments, because those things just don't really go together, as a reaction to either. So
It is physical violence when you throw the drink.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you wonder why.
Hold on, Imperial. Go ahead. Or sorry, who's
He asked why
Kevin, you
though.
wanted to say?
You
Go
said
ahead, Kev.
why? The reason why I made why that comparison up there?
yes, why are we equating physical violence to
They
like
both
a drink
ain't
being
they
thrown
both
on someone?
physical violence.
Having a drink thrown on you
Yeah,
is
it's not
the
words.
same
They
as
both
having 2 black eyes.
no, of course not. Of course it's not. That's just like saying if a person punched a person and then they stab them. Okay, of course they're both different damages, but they both physical. Just like she threw a drink, that's still physical, but it might not be as bad. But it's like
Okay.
the fact that you're trying to, because like if somebody threw a drink at your face, or if it was a woman, I bet money you're not going to determine what you're going to do to them. You're not going to just come out of nowhere like, you know what, I'm not going to touch her. I'm just going to just throw up something else on her or something like that. You will never know what you will do. But I think y'all way of thinking right here is just kind of dangerous because y'all not putting past the fact that people will harm you. Y'all keep on saying no, but if people knew better, they would have done it. But we keep on acting like people is not humans. That junk is so crazy. That's why y'all gonna
No,
get
I
people hurt.
agree
Can I
with
ask you
you.
what kind of
My question is, what would be the proper
Before I finish,
discipline?
Hold
real
on,
quick.
y'all. Let Kev
Before I
finish real
finish, 'cause
quick.
that's one thing I'm not about to do. Y'all was doing that to each other. Y'all not doing that to me. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, right? What I'm trying to, I knew I was gonna forget. That's why I tried to hurry me get up. But my thing is, we have to preach on both sides. Stop this little light stuff. Well, it's not comparable and all that stuff. Like, both of them need to be addressed. Both of them is a issue, and people will get hurt on both ends. So people gonna do what they're gonna do. The thing is, we can only protect the people that feel like it's something light. Like, we gotta stop saying, well, stop that little wine thing. We gotta stop doing stuff like that at all. People shouldn't be throwing stuff on people, or they shouldn't be putting hands on each other. That's just overall. But as long as we keep babying and saying that it ain't as bad, people gonna treat it as bad, and they gonna get hurt out here, and women gonna keep getting what's happened done to them on this thing.
I agree.
So
Go ahead, Gio, and then go Saw.
Hold
Real
on,
quick.
let me ask Kev a question. So, what would be the proper discipline for that woman for throwing that drink? Because we know he's going to jail. What will be her consequences for throwing a drink? Should she go to jail as well?
She got her consequence. She got her consequence, but that's what happens in the real world.
It's assault. So yes, she should go to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
this is what
that's one of the reasons why I brought up and said.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on, brother. Let Gio go real quick, and then we'll
Hold
go
on,
over
brother.
the panel.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Gio.
So I agree. Yeah, you know, it is kind of dangerous that women think like that they could just do shit like throw drinks in your face or whatever else. It's not even about the drink being physical. It's just a sign of disrespect. And one thing that you know, like as far as men go, we're all driven by respect. We want to be respected by everybody. You know, we want to treat everybody with respect. The moment that you do some shit like that, you can't tell somebody how to react. If I came up to you and spit in your face or any human's face, I'd expect them to want to beat my ass. And I don't care if I was a man or a woman. That's just certain things you don't do. You know? Now, I'm not saying that, no, men shouldn't put their hands on women, right? I agree. I also agree with the host when he says that, you know, the women, we have to hold them accountable for certain things because women, even since birth, they're shown by their fathers that, hey, look, you don't have to have any accountability. You spill some red Kool-Aid on the carpet. Oh, it's okay, baby. I got that. It's okay, princess. This is that. And y'all carry that shit into adulthood, and there's no accountability for shit, you know. And then also, you have simps like Sa that are just sitting here, got all the smoke for the men, right? Just to get brownie points with the women, and that's okay. But I don't believe that most of the men that's up here that speaking, oh man, any man that does this and that, man, listen, you don't know how you gonna react. Sometimes people react in a fit of anger. You know, that's why, you know, women should just be, as far as women go, women they need to understand that when you're dealing with men, there's certain do's and don'ts. I feel like you know what's provoking. Women do a lot of provoking. They'll put their fingers in your face. They'll tell you you ain't shit. They'll tell you this and this and what you ain't and what, you know, this, that, and the third. They'll break you all the way down. Worse than a dude on the street ever would, right? And so women have to be careful because it's a fine line. Because like I said, you can't tell somebody how to react to disrespect, you know? And I don't think nobody should be putting their hands on each other, you know? But once again, can't tell somebody how to react.
Exactly. Hey, Sa, since he said this about he don't never put his hands on a woman, right? Would you, if it was a couple women that was jumping your mama, would you touch women that time?
Physically, in terms of punching them, no. Would I grab them and bring them and pull them back? Yeah.
All right.
My
I just want to see something.
my mom passed, unfortunately, but if there's one of my sisters and I see them getting jumped, I'm gonna grab the fuck out of some. I'm gonna grab them, and unfortunately, I'm gonna say this personally, I might throw them out the way.
That's physical though, dude.
The repercussions of me throwing them out the way, I might not be thinking about that at the time. But you putting hands on my sisters, I might physically grab you and throw you in whatever direction that I can away from my siblings. But I have to deal with the repercussion of my actions after the point. And I understand, like, listen, if a shorty is putting hands on me, and I didn't did something, and I'm standing there, and she putting hands on me,
So,
I'm
yeah, I
not.
get you, sir. I get you, sir, man. I get you, brother.
I'm gonna try my best not to
That's cool.
think unrationally because no, like you said, like you don't know like how you gonna feel in that
You don't know.
situation.
That's why I love all these superheroes that acting like they can automatically. Oh, I'm not gonna
Facts.
do this. But
No,
I just
Facts.
want
no,
to get. I want to get
but
on.
at that, at that,
Hold up, sir.
at
Hold
the
up,
end of
sir.
the day,
Hold up, sir. Hold up, real quick. I want to ask Abby a question now because it's like I think it's what I'm saying going over her head too. That's what I'm saying.
Can I
I'm trying to save y'all because y'all just
can I respond though
have this
before you
compare.
get too far? Because this is what you was responding to me, and everybody that went around the world.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't forget what was that? Okay, go ahead. I thought we were
Because
gonna get
here's
that
the
a little.
thing, right? Because the whole thing was this: we all agreed that she was wrong. I think a lot of people wasn't here when we had the conversation. I mean, we've been up here for a while, so okay. We understand that she was wrong. We understand that all actions come with repercussions. Okay, but when you made the thing of, is it the same? That is why I came back at you. Because when you're telling me that pouring a drink on somebody is the same, it's okay.
I said
The
that.
two black eyes is the same. No, it's not.
I said
That
that.
is yes, you
no,
did.
no,
That's the only
you would
reason.
say that, you would say that.
Hold on. That's the reason why. That's what I want to clarify.
We
That's
throwing
why
words
I
in
was
my mouth.
coming back.
I said something. I said it's the
No,
same.
let me finish. You didn't say that exact words. What you
Right.
said was, what you said was, how can we not holding her accountable? We gonna hold him accountable more, but it's like hers is less. It's like it's a less of a thing. That's what you said. So now I'm saying no, no. In this case, right on your background. Now I'm saying if a woman puts her hands on a man, she has to expect what she gonna get. Okay, we all agree with that. And we also agree with a lot of these men are unhinged. Everybody ain't honorable. Everybody ain't just gonna not, turn the other cheek and shit. So we know that. So we say to every woman, be safe. Stop putting your hands on men thinking that they're not gonna do something. Because when they do, this is the type of thing that happens. So we said all of that, right? But now, keeping this on your panel, keeping it to your backdrop, in this particular case, this motherfucker was wrong, bro. And to sit up here and say it was justified with him blacking her out, doing all this other shit because he got something sprinkled in his face, that ain't right. And I don't care who said, I stand on that. And no, I would not get up if somebody poured a drink on me and beat her ass and black both of her eyes like she was a dude. Come on, man.
Cousin.
Are we really saying
Cousin,
that?
what if she
Like,
spit in your
are
face?
we really
I don't
arguing
know.
that
Like I
point, really?
said, I wish, man, I wish that people know how to listen without their feelings, though. But I'm trying my best to try to put it in a way for people to realize that I'm trying to protect them, rather than making this comparison. Because people always got this comparison. That's why we can't get anywhere. Especially with the man women thing, y'all always make competition. The reason why y'all missing the whole point of what I'm meaning about the situation. All I'm saying is that even though we may feel like it's little, this is what's causing these unhinged people to backhand a lot of y'all, because y'all keep thinking this stuff is so small. Well, he won't do nothing to me. He won't. It's just a little drink. I can do this stuff. But y'all don't. Y'all, that's why I said y'all gonna set people up. Keep on acting like that it can't be no big deal, because it's people that just don't care out here. So we're gonna keep on making everybody feel good, saying, well, but I don't care what the fact is. Don't never touch a woman. Yeah, that sounds like a fairy tale. We realize to this day it's men touching women like whatever. They doing whatever they gonna do. But if we keep on babying stuff like the little stuff that is listening, and keep acting like that stuff, it's stuff that don't provoke things, or we can't, even watching their mouth, because they be feeling like they can say whatever they want. Even when some dudes be saying whatever they want and then get whatever. Oh, you shouldn't have said that to that girl. You called her a B word. You let that slide. So the thing is like we gotta realize is that two things gotta be a check. The fact that we keep acting like that she didn't do nothing wrong, that's an issue too. You know what I'm saying? So she threw a freaking Drake on him. Of course, it's not comparable, but still, it still was wrong. That's all I'm trying to get to.
What they say, if you act like a bitch, I'ma treat you like a bitch. And in that moment, he felt like she acting like a bitch. This is not a lady. She's about to get these hands. And that's really what that is.
Hey, Abby. Okay, look, Abby. I see she put. If you don't want to get the point,
I mean, I get
you can
that.
keep throwing drinks on them. That'd be you then.
That's
I don't
okay.
care.
Hold on. Okay, because the problem is neither nobody is denying the fact that you shouldn't be throwing drinks on people. I think that's evident. That has been pointed out 50,000 times that she has been wrong for that. She shouldn't have thrown a drink at anybody. Okay, we could say that till the cows go home. We could say that 5 million ways in 13,000 languages. Everybody has said that. However, right, we're not saying that there's not people who aren't going to put their hands on other people. But to punch somebody in the face, now just going based on the principle, because you got a drink thrown in your face, is all that they're screaming, that's a bit unhinged on a whole other level. That's a whole other issue. Okay? I'm not saying that, oh, you'll throw drinks on people and, you shouldn't get punched. That's always going to be a possibility. But that is unhinged as hell to be throwing hands over a drink. That's like throwing hands over words. We can't sit there and scream, oh, we got to have control. We got to have control. We got to have control. Well, you're doing the most out of control shit because somebody threw a fucking drink at you because you can't control another person. Right? Now, again, I'm not sitting there saying that, oh, that excuses what she did. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's an extreme response to that. That's all everybody else is saying. I don't think anybody is missing anything. Like at the end of the
I'm
day.
not gonna lie, it's kind of sound like drunk vibes to me because
Yeah,
it
like
sounds
at
like,
the end of the
okay, we
day.
got drinks at the table. This shit, what kind of drinks is this? Is this alcohol? Because it sounds like at the end of the day, y'all both turned up. Y'all both on
Can
10.
I
Right.
can I present a quick question, real quick? Does it change? Does the situation change if instead of a drink, it's spit, like they spit in your face?
Yes, because again, okay, so when we're having these conversations, let's one look at this in say terms of law. Okay, obviously in this scenario, who's going to jail? Him or her?
What you
He
talking about?
is,
The drink or
right?
you
He's
talking about
definitely
spit?
going to jail. He blocked both of her
Oh
eyes.
yeah, he's gone.
100%. So even when it comes to when it comes to law, if you throw a drink on somebody, you're not necessarily going to jail for that. But if you spit on somebody, that is considered assault. You see what I'm saying? See where it escalates? That's where it
Yeah, but
escalates. Now, if she spit on him and then, that happened, okay, that's a little different. But it's a drink, like throwing a drink on somebody
it's the same. To me, it's kind
does
of
not
the
always
same.
equate to
You know,
being
All
assault.
right,
That's all I'm
so
saying.
technically, both situations are a man's reaction, and I'm gonna just say in terms of this, right? So I was raised by my mom, my grandma, and my older sister. I've always been taught, like personally, I've been taught to respect myself in terms of respecting women, because like I've always had like a more so womanly aspect in terms of like my raising and my respect aspect of being the man who is there for their family. I've always looked at women like it doesn't matter whether or not like that was the power aspect for my family, because my grandfather was not able to read and my grandma was the head of our household. My mom, our whole like family aspect was toxic between my dad, my sister's dad, because I got half sisters. But at the end of the day, it's like I was taught, don't put your hands on a woman.
Okay, so you've
And
said that
then
like
from
five or six different ways. We
I
understand you
said
was
it
raised not to
twice.
put your
I
hands
said
on
it
women.
twice. I said it twice. But also personally, whether a woman spits on me, throws a drink on me, or puts her hands on me, personally, I feel like because I know, like, even with my unconscious.
Okay, I can't. Like you're
yeah,
just
bro,
saying the
bro,
same thing over and over, bro. Like we get it.
he about to say if a woman spit on him, he ain't gonna do shit.
Right,
Come
you're
on,
gonna
man.
say again,
Come
like
on,
I was
brother.
raised to not put my. We get that, but in this situation, what I'm trying to bridge the gap of what's not happening. Okay, where people are saying, oh, well, you're not getting it. It's not that nobody's getting. Yes, you shouldn't throw drinks at people. We know this. Okay, At the end of the day, again, if somebody spits on you, that's a little bit of a different matter because now that is moved legally to assault in just about every state. Now, I did see somebody in the comments saying throwing a drink is considered assault in that state, but that's not considered in every state, right? If we're going based off the mass majority, spitting at somebody, that becomes a different situation, right? At that point, matter of fact, in most places, if somebody spits on you and you punch them in the face, you know what I mean? Sometimes they may see that as like self-defense. That's a different thing. But in this case scenario, we already know where the cops are going to side. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And where all I'm screaming is yes, I understand where you guys are coming from. Yes, women, we shouldn't be doing stuff like this. I 100% agree. Find a different way to express your emotions. This, that, and the third, where you're not throwing drinks, you're not doing this stupid shit. I agree with you.
Yes.
But at the same time, we cannot sit there and make a pass for this unhinged behavior and being like, oh, well, you know, I get that, but, you know, it's okay because she threw a drink at you. We can't do that shit neither because that has fucking repercussions that end up in jail, in prison. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the
It's
drink
worse.
is
That's where
the
I'm coming
drink to
from.
me is kind of like the same thing. It's kind of like the same gesture. It's not like your bodily fluid, but you're still doing that, right? It's just not, it's still the same kind of a gesture. So I mean, it's a gesture of extreme disrespect. I don't
Let me
care what situation you put it in. It's
let
So,
me
extreme
so
ask
Gio,
disrespect.
let me ask
so
this
Gio,
question
let me ask you
though.
that question. Can I? Oh, I was gonna say, what if that was a 10-year-old kid? They threw a drink on a man, and he lit him up and blacked his eyes out.
I think
No, you shouldn't beat him, but that
Hold
kid
on,
should get his ass
hold
whooped
on, hold
for sure,
on. But
like with a
again,
belt.
it was disrespect. No, but I'm saying the little kid that he didn't know came up to him on a prank and he threw a drink on him, right? And he
Yeah,
got up and put hands on the little kid, blacked his whole face
nah,
out.
that's not cool. But
Right.
a little kid doesn't really. I mean, when you grown, you know the do's and don'ts. So a little kid,
But why
kids
was
fuck
it?
around, they play around. We know
I'm
the do's
just
and don'ts. When you're a grown ass adult, you know what not to do. You
so
know what
so
boundaries not to cross.
so it's the intention, because that's what I'm trying to get at. So is it the intention of the woman that makes it different?
Yeah, because they're intentionally when she's throwing a drink on you, she's doing that to provoke you. She know if a woman threw a drink in your face, she know you ain't gonna just sit there and be like, oh, wipe your face off and just walk away like a bitch. I'm sorry if I'm not
No,
using
I'm
too
just saying,
TikTok
right? Okay,
friendly language. But you know what
right.
reaction you're gonna get from that, most likely,
So
right?
so what if the kid is like, you ain't my daddy, and throw the drink on you because he didn't like what you told him to do?
Well, I wouldn't if it wasn't my kid. If it was my kid, then like I said, I'm pretty sure
No,
we
it's not
all
your
got
kid. It's
whooped when
like
we was
a
younger. So he's
no.
gonna get his ass whooped. But if I'm dating a mom and it's her kid, then I'm gonna suggest to her that she discipline him. Absolutely, I'm not gonna do it. But I
But
mean,
that's the point. But here's the thing. What I'm saying is the reason why is because we know our power differential is so great. It's not necessary. So we will absorb that. We'll say, you know what? I know what he was trying to disrespect me. I know what he was trying to do, but it's pointless in me blacking his eyes out because it's like whatever. That through history is the same thing with women. When Kev asked a question earlier, he was saying, why is it a double standard to it, right? That's what got us on this conversation. So I just kind of want to bring us back.
yes,
I
The
was
reason why we're talking about it, but when you ask that, right, and I was saying is because the damage that we do is much different if we're violent than the damage that they do. That's the reason why it's been judged this way through history, right? So that was the answer to that. Then you said, well, I got some pushback. And then the pushback became, where we at now. And all I'm saying is, when we talk about messaging, okay, we know that the reality is some people gonna react how they react. We know that. I know that some dudes is gonna do what they do. And we also know that, ladies, if you don't want to get hit, you should not be putting your hands on other people. We know that. But why is it wrong to sit up here and tell a man, under no circumstances, you should put your hands on a woman? Because every man up here believes that. But yet, it's not cool to say that message. But yet, we will sit here, you in particular, Kev, will sit up here on this panel and have no nonsense messaging about being not sensitive or not being aversion to tone policing and all these other things. You will say, hey, I understand that reality is reality, but I still can't push that message because that message is damaging. But yet, the message of men have some fucking self-control, keep your hands to yourself regardless because you are the more powerful being, that message somehow is wrong? Make it make sense, brother, because I'm not understanding why that's wrong to say. I understand reality happens. We get that. But I'm still going to push the message that men, we got to have discipline. What's wrong with saying that?
I ain't gonna even repeat all that over again because y'all missed my point and I'm done with that. But I was about to say, because overall, there's two things that I get misunderstood. I don't know who's advocating for the unhinged guy, and I don't know who. Let me know whenever you could talk to an unhinged guy and tell him don't touch a woman, and he just stopped because you said it. And that's some funny stuff, though. But I like I said, the only point I was talking about, which going over a lot of people's head, is that let's stop making it seem like this. We keep calling it a little drink, and that little drink can get people hurt nowadays. If people don't get it, and I just made it very simple. I just don't know what to say from this point. That was my whole entire point. That's the only thing I pushed back on. That's the only thing I heard up here because everybody tried to make it seem like it was so small. Everybody got in their feelings and said everything else, but what I didn't say is missing my whole point. I'm pretty sure I just said it about 2 different ways. But whatever. Like I said, people get it, they get it. Who's Wild didn't say
So it wasn't small. I said it's small compared to getting your eyes black. That's what I said.
You're not the only one that said that though. It's been about 4 people that was up here saying that stuff since I was on this game listening to it. And I'm trying to bring another light because people don't know how to do it because they only stuck on their one way of thinking. I bring another light to a situation so people can realize it's always multiple. I wasn't even talking about double standard. That's another thing too. It wasn't even that. I'm just trying to look at another point of view to protect these women because they don't teach them that this yelling at them and talking to them in type of way. They don't tell them that because they act like it's so small. And those small things make big things happen. That's my whole point.
I got you.
So I haven't heard not one person up here say that.
Okay.
Yet.
All right.
Except
If it sound like I'm yelling, or just
except me say that.
If it sound like I'm yelling, forgive me. It's loud as hell in here, and I just realized it may sound like I was like I was yelling, but I'm trying to because it's loud where I'm at. So excuse me if that's what it sounds like.
Not you, bro.
I think that it was the 5th or 6th date. They could have had this conversation beforehand, and the women could easily feel offended in that thing. But if I was the man, I'd probably just walk out, and then she'd have to pay the tab at that point, and I would probably just walk out with my hand, but with like my tail between my legs, or however you want to explain it, and be like, okay, whatever, but you're going to pay this tab because you just did that to me. But I don't think there's almost any circumstance that you should tag her up twice and put hands on her, like even if she pours wine on you.
Hey, there's a dude in the comments that's saying men should call the police in that situation. Now, I think that's fucking weird, but I just want to ask other men on the panel: Do you guys think it's okay for men to call the police on women? Do you guys think that men should initiate that?
They should
Yes,
start doing it. Yeah, they should.
absolutely, because and hold on,
I
yes.
can't do that, bro. I ain't gonna even hold up. I
So,
gotta
That'll
so
save you from
in
being
that
in jail
situation,
too.
It was your reaction, like
in that situation, you got 2 options: either call the police or slap her. Like, which one you gonna do?
That's
What
what
you mean? I'm just gonna.
I'd
I'm
rather
just
call the
gonna stop talking to
police,
the bitch.
Hey,
right?
Gio, can you repeat
I'm gonna
that?
just stop
I can
talking to
barely
the
hear
bitch.
what you said. I can barely hear what your question was. Could you repeat it?
No, I said there was a dude in the comments that said that men should start calling the police on women in these situations, right? Did you hear that?
Okay.
Yeah. And I was asking the men on the panel if they agreed, if they would do that, and a few of them said yeah. And I'm saying personally, I can't do that. I'm just not a
Yeah,
I'm
for
not a
drink,
police
no.
caller in those situations.
I'm
I'm
not
just
either.
Not for
So
no
I
drink,
wouldn't
no.
either. Like I won't call the police. Like this was not a felony until he hit her twice, in my opinion. So
But was it self-defense? I mean, that's kind of where I'm on the edge.
that's
You know what I mean?
that's not self
That wasn't
defense.
so
Like
good.
you can't get self defense off of someone pouring a drink on you.
He for sure
No,
can. Come
hold on,
on,
hold
man.
on. Watch this. What state do you live in?
Me?
Yeah, I just need to say whoever said that you cannot
I
call the
live
police
in
on
North
somebody pouring a
Carolina
drink on
now,
you.
originally from Chicago, but
So if you pour a drink on somebody, is that assault? Yes or no? In your state.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know the laws that well.
I think you said it though. Even if it's assault, that don't
But
make it
my
self defense.
right.
Yes, it does. Yeah, and I'll
Self
be honest with
defense,
you.
that's premeditated from that point. You had a chance to run away, so that couldn't be self defense.
Right. That
Again,
drink isn't gonna hurt me.
now hold on,
It's
hold
too
on,
late
hold on,
already.
hold on, hold on,
It's
hold
too
on.
late. You got a thrown on them.
But now y'all adding stuff onto it now. Let me tell you what else would
No, I'm
hurt.
telling y'all because people don't know the difference between self defense, provoking, and prevention, and people
Okay.
in that situation right there, that is straight up. That's like premeditated. So you provoked that situation where you could have prevented by running away
How did
because
I
that
provoke a
water because
situation?
that drink is already poured on you. From that point, you can walk away. You didn't have the two piece.
Hold on. I'm not gonna let you skate past that. The moment you stand up, male or female, and you throw water on me, yes or no? Is that not assault? Yes or no?
We use we could, I guess we could say that
It's respectful.
Yes.
She can still be
Yes,
some type
assault.
of assault,
Yes.
but it's not anything dangerous enough to feel like you are in danger.
Either way, okay. So let's say the
But
difference
how
then.
do
So
you know that though?
if
But how do
somebody
you know I
socks
didn't?
you in your jaw, right? They socked you in your jaw, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they walked away, and then you went to go chase them down and try to beat them up. That is not self defense no more.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
It's
As a
not.
watch this. Watch this.
it's
I
You make
bet
a
not.
money
point.
you will. I bet money you will go to jail.
Oh
For
yeah. Well,
sure.
guess what?
Yes.
Well, guess what? George Zimmerman did the same thing. Oh, and guess what? He got off.
That George Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman. So you may be too young to remember that whole.
No, I
Yeah.
hate George
I
Zimmerman the
remember
most.
it, but I
I
forgot
hate George
something like
Zimmerman the
that.
most. Like that whole thing.
But
Like,
nothing.
But
I
no,
mean,
no, no, no. But my thing being is this: even if you hit me and turn and walk away, depending on what state you live in, Florida, I
that's
can
not.
chase you down. I can chase you down. Apparently,
What the heck? That is not protection.
I mean, they're
Y'all,
taking up with
y'all, as I said,
Florida.
y'all stuck on law though. Like law don't determine well, yeah, it do to a certain extent. But in that case, that wouldn't be you. Well, you can run away because if that dude had a pew pew in his
Let's
hand, you didn't. I bet you'll run. I bet you this when you know how to prevent from that point.
hold on. Say that again and say it slower. And listen to what you're saying. Go ahead. Say it again. Watch
I'm
this.
saying it very slow and clear. I guess. All right. If that dude had a pew pew in his hand, right, after he socked you, and I bet you wouldn't be chasing him then if you didn't have one.
Why would he have a
You would know what prevention looked like after that. I bet.
Why would he have a pew pew slap me and then run? That makes no sense.
That's my point. Okay, if you
That's
would have,
not your.
you
That's
purposely would
not
have my
your.
point. I'm just saying
No, no, no,
though,
no,
you
no,
would
no,
run. You would okay
no,
if he
no, no.
slapped you with the gun and then be like, "Get away from me, you bit." You wouldn't.
No. So I don't know what state you live in, but in Illinois,
Let me see.
all you have to do is show me that you have one on you. I can do whatever I want to after that. You ain't got to put your
so
hands on me.
me, all right. So me, I'm a big dude, right? Like I'm 6'4", like 230 pounds. So if I wouldn't leave, I'd only leave one black eye, and she would be knocked out, and that would be an unreasonable way for me to respond to her. So I have to be careful for how I respond. If she,
No, you
that
don't.
would be our last date for sure. I'd walk out for sure, and then it's like, okay.
Hold on,
And
but are
I
we
think we
talking?
would have had this conversation previously, in my opinion. Like, hey, come on, like taking you out for these dates, like, okay, whatever. I'm in my feelings a little bit, but yeah. If I
Okay.
actually hit a woman like in her face, like to me that's crazy. Like I could just never myself imagine doing that.
So my question to you is this: why is it that you understand that like that's wrong, but women don't understand that that's wrong? Like men know,
They not teaching
like
them
me.
yet.
But my thing is this, and this is what my granddaddy told me: hey, never put your hands on the female. That dude just slapped my grandma left and right, and rightfully so. But that's just me. If you understand that what you're doing is wrong, why don't she understand that what you're doing is wrong? Well, why would a woman, knowing that you can beat her down as big as you want, why would she put her hands on you or throw a drink on you?
Well, they're trying to test you to some extent a lot of times,
Well,
and then that's when it becomes the last time you'll ever test me as well, you know? So
so if you test
right, a
me in the
lot of times they
past,
try to provoke anger out of you to make you react, but
so
you
who's
can
wrong in
never
that
make me that
situation?
mad.
Only in
You can
America.
never
But
make me
who's
that
hold
mad.
on? But who's wrong in that situation? Then?
I mean, I feel like what he said to her should have been said earlier or in a different way. And women sometimes are more
Manipulative.
emotional. I feel like I could control myself in most situations. So if she
Let,
decides to pour a drink on me, I'll be like, all right, I'm
let,
never talking to you again. Congratulations. Whatever.
let me put you in a situation. You've been trying to hook up with this girl for 2 years. She finally give you a shot. Y'all go out on dates. Y'all doing this. Y'all doing, and you spend all this money on just for her to turn around the night that you come and stay the night at her house. She turn around and telling everybody he's weird. He's weird. He's trying to do this with me. He's trying to do that with me. Da, 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 da. And then she turn around and pull a drink on you, throw it in your face. You okay with that? Is that what you telling me?
Bro, I had something worse happen to me. There was a girl that was living with me for a couple months.
How
She
much sex was she
jailbroke.
paying?
All right, so real quick, she jailbroke my phone, installed the tracker on it without telling me, and I was doing absolutely nothing at all. And then we got into an argument. I was like, all right, you got to leave. And I'm trying to just like, I did everything. She paid nothing at all. I did everything. I was like, all right, you got to leave. I've had enough. And I had a brand new like computer. She takes it, smashes it on the ground. I needed a key fob for work. She puts that in water. And I'm just
Hold
like,
on.
just please leave.
Can I
What?
ask you, how long were y'all living together?
Wait, what?
How long were y'all living together?
At this time, it was probably like 3 or 4 months, I'd say.
Y'all ever messed around?
What?
Have y'all ever messed around?
Have I? No, never in our relationship at all. But she got mad because once she put that tracker on my phone, she saw that some girl that I
Hold on.
used to mess with.
Hold
What?
on. Hold on. Hold on. If y'all never messed around and she put a tracker on your phone for some strange reason and
Right.
found
For
out that
no
you were talking
reason.
to another chick, are you sure that y'all wasn't messing around?
I promise, I swear on everything, I was not messing around. There was a girl that texted me, and she texted that I hadn't seen for a year and a half before I even met the girl that was living with me.
Mm-hmm.
And then she shows a picture of an empty fridge. It says, "Hey, can you please buy a pizza for me and my kids?" And I did it. I was like, and then I was like, "All right, hey, like,"
And then she
and
flipped
I
out,
did it.
right?
And then she saw that, and then
Yeah.
that's what she
Yeah.
got really mad
So
about. I wasn't
I'm
expecting her to ever see that, and I was not.
so
I'm a
so
faithful
before
guy
you
if
finish,
I'm
hold on.
with somebody.
Can
But
I?
before you finish, I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you
I
what
know I
happened.
did a little bit wrong, but I
I
don't
think
think it's that bad.
nah, you full of shit. The story don't even make sense.
What?
The
I
story don't
promise
make
you.
sense.
About
It's
what?
Hey, hold
it's
on,
stupid as
Chris,
shit. Hold on.
Chris, because I know what you're about to say, and I know you're about to cook it. Can I
No, it
ask you
does
two more
make sense. I
questions?
promise you.
Hold on, let me ask you two more questions to see what if this helps. Because I'm trying to figure out how is she moving in. For one, you said you was 3 months, a few, right? And then she moved
Yeah.
in with you. Okay, so that's your first fuck up. Okay, so that's one. But then, how is it, or what? How do you move that she feels that it's okay for her to do that? See, a lot of times, women don't. They will test you, but they understand you're
Boundaries.
not gonna do shit that they're not gonna. You know what I mean? Like, so what are you doing that makes her think that she gonna get away with that? Like,
Right. No, yeah.
what
So,
part did you play in this? Because I know what Chris is about to say, and I just wanted to get
Yeah.
him before he got you.
right. No,
Yeah.
it's okay. All right.
So
No,
he skipped
all
ahead
the
of the game.
questions, I'll answer every question. It's okay. So I left home, or I'd have to go. I had a hybrid schedule, like where you're in the office 2 or 3 days a week, then work from home 2 or 3 days a week.
Hmm.
She didn't have a job, so and then we moved, and then we hit it off real quick, and then she just
Hold on, hold on, hold
played
on,
with
hold on,
me.
hold
And
on,
then,
hold
and
on, hold
then,
on.
hang on, real quick, because I think this is important. So when I go to work, she found one of my old iPhones and charged it up. Like, I don't even know where it was at. Like, so while I was at work, and she didn't work at all, and so what?
Hold on. Just let me say something. Again, it makes no sense to me.
Well, I'm
Y'all
sorry, it
wasn't.
doesn't make
Hold on.
sense to
Listen.
you.
Listen. Listen. Y'all wasn't sleeping around. She wasn't your side chick. Why would she go through your phone if y'all wasn't sleeping around?
I don't know.
I mean,
No, seriously, I don't know. That's what freaks me out the most
understand.
too.
Okay.
That's what
So
freaks me out the most too.
so understand this. So one or two things is happening. You don't know much about me, but I actually used to study
My
law.
bad, bro. How the fuck
Okay.
I join this
So
shit?
Nope, too late. Say
I'm
so my
calling the
thing is this.
police. I'm gonna go ahead and let
now
that be
you
known.
lock. You lock. You better
I'm calling the
defend yourself.
police.
Protect
The
yourself.
police.
That dude looked like Mufasa for real. Anyway,
I'm
Most
gonna
have
be
you have
Mufasa on the
ever
phone with the operator. She threw a phone. She threw a drink in my face. Police.
yeah, absolutely. But back to the whole point. Like I get the story that you're telling. I just don't think it happened to you. And the reason I believe that didn't
What?
happen to you, the reason I believe that story didn't happen to you is too flawed. Like if we went to court behind that, I shut that shit down in 2 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
wasn't. Hold
I
on. Watch it.
I
Hold on. Hold
swear
on.
to
Hold on.
God on everything I
Hold on.
know and love that it is
Okay.
my
Hey,
genuine story.
hey. My current grandparents dead and gone. Watch this. On my grandmama, I believe that what you're saying is true. Yeah, I'm full of shit. Look here. It makes no sense. If y'all wasn't fucking around, why would she go through your phone? And why would she get mad? If y'all just
I don't
friends
know.
and you like,
I have no idea. She
I don't
always
get that.
thought that I was secretly married or something, and
But why
like
would
she
she?
was
Hold on.
kind
Hold
of
on. Okay. Hold
weirdly
on. Okay. So okay. Let me
like
change
she
the
just didn't
narrative.
trust me.
Hold
She
on.
didn't trust me, and it was
Let
for
me
no
change the narrative.
reason because we spent all of our time together. So I don't
Let me
know
change
why
the
she
narrative.
did
Hold
that.
on. Let me change the narrative just a little bit. If it was one of your homeboys, another dude who did that, would you still be as upset as you are right now?
What? Hell no. No.
Why? But why?
Because me and her, like we
Because y'all wasn't fucking. Boom. Boy, you full of shit. Get the fuck out of here. You
what?
told that bullshit story. I don't believe
What
that one
dude?
bit. I
Wait,
don't
wait,
believe
wait.
that.
What are you
Bro, I'm
saying?
sorry. It makes no sense. It
Well, I'm
makes no
sorry it
sense.
doesn't make sense, but it did happen. I promise you
Y'all
it
were
happened.
just friends. Y'all were just friends. She went through your phone and got mad because y'all were living together and she didn't have a job.
No, we
No.
were living together. And then she charged up one of my old phones. She made me break it with a hammer, like an
Hold on.
iPhone 2 or an iPhone 3.
What?
Prior to that, hold on. Prior to that,
And
I'm
then
not
we
saying
got
y'all
new
never. Hold on.
and then
I'm not
we
saying.
both got new phones and she jailbroke that phone and yeah.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying y'all never lived together. My only question is this: have y'all ever messed around? Have y'all ever messed around with each other?
Which one? The one that was living with me?
Dude, whoever broke your phone.
Yes, yeah, she was living with me for 3 months. Like we
No,
FaceTimed
again,
every night.
no. Listen to me. Have y'all
Like,
ever messed around?
You
oh
might be
no,
using
no,
another
no.
word or something. You might be
No,
mixing up stuff.
seriously, I never. I don't think she did either, really.
No, you.
So my
Wait. You
question.
misunderstanding. You misunderstanding. Bro, he's asking you, you ever slept with the lady that you were with that broke your phone?
She was living. She's the one that did it. She was the one that
So
lived
that's
in
a
my
yes or
house.
that's
So
so
she was
yes,
living with
that's
me. So yeah,
so that's
we
yes. Okay.
yes.
Because what this
That's
Okay.
why I
he was
thought so.
asking you,
Right. That's
he
what.
was
Because
asking you
that's
that
what.
from the
Like,
So I'm
beginning, and
getting.
that's
All
what
right.
was causing
That's what
confusion.
Mika was saying
Because
in the
if
comments that he think he talking about
yeah,
cheating around. You know what I'm saying? So I can get
No.
that.
yeah,
Okay.
right.
so
So
let
Oh.
there we
me.
go.
Okay. Oh
So
yeah.
Yeah,
so
you got your answer, Mika. It was it. I was wondering too because it sounded off. I'm like, wait, what?
yeah, that
He
story was
doing all this
crazy.
stuff, and now they seem like they sleeping with each other. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Oh, for sure. Yes. Yeah. We lived
there you
together.
go.
Yeah.
That
if
was
me
his
and
whole
Every
point. So
night.
that
Every
yeah,
night we
that
mess
was his
around.
whole point.
Yes.
Yeah.
so
Every
so
single
so
night.
so, so again, I'm not gonna say I believe that because I think you full of shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think you bullshitting. But with that being said, we
I'm
do
not.
have
I
real
promise
men.
you.
No, again, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not God. All I'm saying is
I
this.
mean, everything is legit now from this point. He said he's sleeping with her, so of course she gonna be over there.
So
hijacking
I
his
mean,
phone and stuff.
so I mean, so certain men have been in this position before. Okay, but that's because I lied to so many. Oh, baby, yeah, I pay your bills and card this, that. Don't do it.
All
But
right,
man,
so
I
real
mean,
quick, when you were saying messing around, I thought you meant was I messing
Yeah.
around with another woman.
Yeah, we figured that.
Never.
That's what
So
Mia said in the
yes.
comments. I was
So
thinking about
that's the
that too.
main
Something,
thing that
something.
I want to get across. Yes,
no,
me and
no.
her,
I also
yes.
said
Like
no.
once
I
she moved
also
in,
said that was
we were
speaking to him.
messing around every single night, like for sure. Like
Yeah, I
Okay, so
figured
so
that.
so then it makes sense why she
so
went through
I
your phone,
thought
right?
Yeah.
that you meant like was I messing
Hey,
around with
Chris,
somebody
catch up,
else?
man. We've been saying this. That's what we just came up to the conclusion already.
No, I know that. I just wanted to hear him say. I just wanted to hear him say it.
Oh yeah.
The story didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it
I
made
only,
sense after you told him that, and he said we would change the wording up, and then he said, "Oh yeah,
yeah.
I've been going crazy on
So
it."
so anybody who's ever been to like psychology school classes or whatever, they know what I'm doing. But I'm about to mute myself. I'm about to sit back and listen and cook some more. This
He
shit
no
is
longer
funny
using
right
that hand no more, boy.
here. Let me mute. Let me mute. Oh,
There's some more room up here if y'all want to come up here. They got me all up now. I'm getting mad at this game. Now I'm over here now.
No, but I promise you, what I'm saying is my story. So if anyone wants to ask question, like I'm just telling you what happened.
We got you. You got one that was addicted and had to. Yeah, we got you.
okay, so let's kind of go back a little bit. All right. I'm sorry. It's just a habit. So y'all messing around with each other, right? Y'all move in with each other.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what did you do to make her think like, hey, I'm not the only chick he messing with. Like, let me look at his phone. Like, what did you do for her to do that?
It was the first time that I sent money to that different girl that I
Mhm.
hadn't seen for probably a year and a half or so.
But you had seen,
And
right?
I sent her money she
Hold
sent
up.
me a picture, and then my ex found out about that, and that's where she got mad.
That makes sense.
Okay. So that's why you had to send. That's why you had to send in the first place,
Right.
man.
And but I thought then when you kept saying like messing around, I like to me messing around means
Man, how
like
old are
with
you?
somebody else. Well, of course,
How
like
old are
she's
you?
living with me.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
exactly. When you say messing around back
Ever
then.
since the third date, like yeah, that's
How old are
why
you, man? How old are you, man?
I'm 43.
Nigga, you know damn well what messing around means.
Yeah,
At
messing
43.
around did mean what Wild talking about. That
That's what
was what
I'm.
messing around meant. It was like cheating on
That's.
somebody and all that stuff though. But I get it's like I don't think he get the in the lingo that you saying it though, which I can get that too.
I mean,
But you
if
know,
they're living with me, like I would think, like yeah,
I gotta
messing
say
around,
something
of
going on if you
course,
checking
like
your
yeah.
phone and all that stuff. Y'all gotta be doing something.
Oh, for sure.
We kind
That's
of
why I
see,
kept on saying messing around. Like, oh yes, we were ever the third date, yeah, and
yep.
we're
then
about to get in
and then
detail. Boy,
and then
okay.
we just liked each
No.
other, and she moved in with me and never left, and then
She
things
didn't move
got
in with you.
weird.
Hold on. She didn't move in with you. Let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
Again, again, I study shit like this. So let me tell you what happened. Y'all started off as friends. Yeah, was messing
No,
around. Hold on. How did you meet her? Y'all didn't start off as friends. Watch this. How did you meet her?
no, I met her online.
How did you meet her?
No, I met her online.
Jesus Christ. So y'all weren't friends online?
What?
Hmm.
Wait, I
Were
didn't hear
y'all
what you
friends
said.
online? No. Were
No,
y'all
I met
friends
her
online?
on wait, what's it called? Because ever since this, I haven't trust me, and this
Hmm.
is like the most like scarring thing
I'm not talking
ever.
about ever since. I'm not talking about ever since. When y'all first met, where did you meet her? Online.
She
Are you
came to
sure?
my yeah, so it was on one of the dating apps. I'm trying to think of what it
Ain't nothing wrong with
was
that. Hold
now.
on, hold on. If there's nothing wrong with that, I'm not judging you off that. I'm about to walk you through it real quick. You met her on the dating app, right?
Right?
Nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Oh, I can get there
And
by
then what?
being friends.
But there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
No, I'm
illegal
about to
about
say if it's a date nap, nobody that has to be friends. They've let out like, yeah, let's go on a date.
it.
Right.
Mm.
The first date that we had, she went to my house, then we went to Red Lobster, and then the movies. She came to my house, and then she went through my whole house to make sure that
a seafood
it
boy.
was good. And then we went to Red Lobster, and then a movie. And then the second date, we hung out at my house again, and I think ordered some food or something. And then the third date, I mean, I
Hold
kept
on.
on, I'm a
Hold
man,
on.
so I
Hold on.
keep on
Hold on.
asking her to just spend the night,
Hold on.
So the third night,
So the first two
or
nights.
maybe the fourth night. I can't remember our third and fourth
Okay.
dates.
Hold on. So the first two nights, y'all just hung out. You didn't sleep with her, right?
No,
What about the third night?
I can't remember if it was the third or fourth night or day.
That's why she went through your phone. So okay, so let me break it down to you like this. This is just me, and I could be 100% wrong. This is what
Okay.
happened. This is what happened. You meet her online. You ain't had a woman in months. So you meet this girl online. Y'all hang out 1-2 times or whatever. You take her to her house. She put that little kitty cat on your ass.
Meow meow.
Oh, and you telling her all kinds of dumb shit. You telling her all kinds of crazy shit. You the only one for me, but bye. You
No.
start acting weird. Hold on. You start acting weird. She goes through your phone and goes, "Oh, I'm not the only chick that this motherfucker talks to." That's why she spazzed out. You understand? Like, I get where you coming from. I've done it before myself, which is why I know that you
No,
be bro.
you're actually wrong though. So
How?
she,
Let's
all right.
go.
So she, the whole time, it was weird. She, like, even though probably after like I can't remember, the first time she spent the night at my house was either the third or fourth.
Did y'all sleep around? That's the first night. Did y'all sleep around?
And then she left, and so now we're on like 8, 9, 10, and then I had to go to Chicago, and
Hold on. Did y'all sleep around the first night she stayed the night at your house?
wait, what?
Did y'all sleep around the first night she stayed at your house?
Yes.
Okay, well there you go.
That was like I think it's the fourth time we like met each other.
And you told her some bullshit like I'm gonna take care of you the rest of your life. You can live like Queen Elizabeth. Hey, let's get some females up here. I
No,
want to get
not
like a female.
necessarily. Like I wasn't going overboard. Like I wasn't.
Oh, I agree. No, we all do it. We all men. We all do it. I've
Right.
done
So
it.
I was just saying, and she liked the comfort of my house. So and then it was probably maybe around date 8. Like she would stay the night and then go home.
What's the comfort of your house?
She lived with her mom. She still lived with her mom, even though she was like 27. And
what's the comfort of your house?
What's that?
Said you live with your mom, but you gonna call me daddy.
No, never.
You said that she liked the comfort of your house. So what's the comfort of your house?
I think that her mom was a little bit overbearing to her, and then every time, like, we'd always like eat good, like especially because I worked from home 3 days a week and went to the office 2 days a
What
week.
is the comfort of your house that she couldn't have at her mom's house?
I think it's more so the way we were eating, and like we would just like lay in bed and
Dude,
like
that's not a
and eat,
comfort.
and
That's
then
not a comfort. You fucking with a fat chick, as far as I know. You're
no,
describing a
she was
fat
not
chick with
fat
low
at all.
self-esteem. A fat
No,
girl with low self-esteem. That's why she went to your phone.
no.
That's why she went to your phone.
We
You're
went to like
describing
a
a
lot
fat
of.
girl with low
No, you're getting
self-esteem.
it wrong, man.
Okay. Go ahead.
My boy trying to get some stuff down. He like, no, what's going on?
It makes no sense to me. I'm gonna listen. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's
Go ahead.
some pretty girls that be doing the same thing, man. You
Seriously,
know,
doubt that.
come on.
No,
It's
she's
the
very
prettiest
pretty.
girls be
Like
the
she's
most
very
insecure
pretty.
ones.
She was very
Insecure
pretty.
about what?
Like I promise you.
They
Like
be the
Hold on.
main ones sitting there because they so used to getting
Hold
by in
on.
life just because they
No, no,
pretty
no,
and
no, 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 no. Insecure about what?
insecure in themselves. They have no confidence.
About what though? I get what you're saying.
How the
Pretty
heck I'm
girls
gonna
are insecure.
explain that though? I'm just saying they got insecurities
I
about
mean,
Go
themselves.
ahead,
she
guys.
she had
Like you
so
just said
she had
about that
daddy
big
issues
girl.
for sure. She had
Same
daddy.
issue.
She did
Boy,
have daddy
you.
issues.
No, she didn't. She
Yes,
did
she
have
did.
that. Look here.
I promise you, she did. Like, trust me.
I'm gonna break this down for you because I did this shit for like 4 years. Let me break it down too.
Okay.
You lonely, ain't had no ass in months. You get on a date app. You meet this one girl who catfished you. Look fine as hell. You met her in person, fat as fuck. But guess what? You ain't bust no nut in months. You bring her home, you break her down. She goes to your phone because you telling her all sorts of stupid shit. You the only one for me, and I want you
You're
to be the one
wrong.
in my
You're
chest.
wrong 5 times already.
Okay, right? What?
Hey, you know the big girls be the super confident ones today, especially today.
Not
No,
not only that, not
I would
only
tell
hold
you the
on.
truth.
I be like,
She
Not
yeah,
only
showed
are they
up.
confident,
man,
not
am
only
I
are they
big guy?
not only are they confident, but that put that motherfucker on you real good and have you in your
Yeah,
phone
because
and
it's so
forget
many
that.
guys. Because they scared. That's what it is. It's
Right.
so it's different now because these guys they so afraid of the pretty ones, and then they go for the big ones because they just seem like I guess they be like, nah, you ain't got no body for me, you know.
So what happened is he broke her down. Oh, he was hitting that shit.
For sure.
Then
Yeah.
he called filming. It wasn't her. He told her some bullshit, which is why she went through his phone. It is what it is. Admit that, bro.
You didn't change their
No.
name.
All right. So first of all, she did not catfish me at all. She was
Okay. So
amazing the
she
day she
so she
walked
was big
into
online.
my
She was
life.
big online and in person.
No, she was like I was like, wow, I can't believe how this went and
So then why were you mad?
she
So
looked
why were you
amazing.
mad?
She looked
So why were
absolutely
you
amazing.
mad? So
What?
why were you mad when so why were you mad when she went to your phone and called you out some bullshit?
Well, no, because then after a couple of times of us like her
Couple of
staying here
times.
every night, I was like, hey, if you don't want to leave, you don't have to. And then she went through like all my drawers and found like an old phone with a fat plug. Like, so I don't even know when that generation of iPhone, I forgot I even had it. And she went
Yeah,
through all these text messages of things
bro,
that
bro,
happened before I even met her.
bro.
And then she made me break that phone with a hammer. And I
There
was
is
like, okay,
nothing.
I'll do that.
There is nothing wrong with loving a heavy set woman. That's your issue. You insecure about that. It's a big bitch and you don't like it. I know a lot of big fine motherfuckers. Oh god damn, they fine.
No, so do I. Like, what?
But you
No,
tripping
you're
out because
wrong
she need.
about that.
I'm not wrong about it. I'm not
Yes, you
wrong
are.
about it.
Like, okay, how
I'm
can
not.
you,
All right.
dude?
I'm
I
with
can
you.
send you a picture of her,
Yo,
Mm,
can I
no,
ask a
no.
question? Can I ask a question, man?
but
Like,
I'm not going to.
how did she make you break your phone?
With the hammer.
No, no,
It
no.
was an old
How?
phone. It was an
How?
old phone that she found and recharged
I said,
Ain't
how
nobody.
did
while I was
she?
at work.
Listen, how did she make you break your phone?
I mean, I didn't really care about that phone anyways. So
Okay.
I was like, okay, if this makes
What the
you happy,
So,
Hold
I'll
on.
do it.
so
Whatever.
she didn't make you break your phone, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
You broke your phone.
She asked me
So
to. She
to
gave me a
appease,
hammer and told me to.
you,
Like, so I
you,
did it.
you appeased her. So basically, what I'm trying to say is all of this shit happened because you allowed it.
Okay.
That's the point. I'm just gonna try to keep it real. I've been listening this whole time. You were taken advantage of because you allowed
Yep.
yourself to be taken advantage of, probably because this is a woman that you found attractive, and maybe in the back of your mind
No.
you didn't think you could do any better, and so you let her do all of this shit. This is the reason why she felt she had the leverage to do all of these things to you. So what
Nope.
I'm
Let
just
me tell you
saying
what it
is,
was. I'm
huh?
sorry. I
What?
apologize. Let me tell you what it was. You
It
were right
wasn't your cousin
50% of the
said. It
way.
was what I said.
That's a little bit closer to the truth.
Nah, yeah, right, Chris.
Oh
You
my
about to
God.
give up, man. Even cuz has been sitting here quiet all this time.
I'm good. Never
He
mind.
was closer than what you did.
Nah.
Right. That is definitely closer.
He said, "No, let me really tell you what." He gonna keep saying, "Let me really tell
But
you."
hold on.
I've been sitting
I
here
just
the
want to
whole
point out.
time.
I just want to point out the fact how many times the story done changed. I'm not gonna say nothing else. It is what
What's
it
up,
is.
everybody? How you doing?
It's none of my business.
Let me
The
It's
really
none of
tell
my
story
you.
business.
changed, dude. I promise you, this is a real life story.
No,
That
Is this
I'm not
really?
saying it's
This is
not.
a
I'm not saying it's not a real life story. I just think some of the facts that you're saying is bullshit.
all right. Which ones though?
I'm trying to see.
Because
Oh, bro, from beginning to end.
which
So,
ones?
What do you say?
so you mean to tell me it went from y'all were just friends, she was living with you, she broke your phone, and then it went
Never
from oh
friends.
no,
We were never just friends.
and then it went from that to oh no, we were sleeping together, and she found my phone, my old phone. She
No,
didn't
we
break your
were
new phone.
never just
Hold
friends.
on, she didn't break your new phone, right? She didn't break your new phone, but she broke your old phone. How much sense does that make? This is me being me. It makes no sense. Why would she break your old phone and not your new phone?
She charged while I was at work. She went through my drawers and found an
I
old
get that.
iPhone that I had,
I get that.
and then went
I'd
through
have
my
broke it
old
too.
text messages, and
Had that
then
been me and my girlfriend, I'd have broke that phone too. But again, my question is, not only would I have broke my daughter's mom's old phone, I'd have broke her new phone. So why did she break your new phone?
wait. What?
I didn't care about that phone anyways. So
But
like
why did
she
no
charged it
no?
up and went through old text messages and was kind of
Mhm.
weirdly holding things against me that happened way before I met
So
her.
again, but my question is, why would she break the old phone and not the food and not the new phone? That makes no sense to me.
What? What are you
Okay.
confused
I
about?
don't know either.
No, no,
What?
no,
What are
no.
you?
This,
I
this, this, this is what I'm confused about for everybody who's playing stupid. All right. He literally just said that she went through his old phone and found all these old text messages between him and other women, which is why she broke that phone. But if
Right.
in that own phone, if he had all those numbers and all that other bullshit with all these other girls in the old phone, I guarantee you he got it in his new phone. Yes or no?
So why? But okay. Well,
that's true too. Yes,
he's
that's
So
also
break
true.
both phones. So
no,
break
no,
both
no,
phones.
Chris.
That's also true.
He's in possession of his current phone. So why would he let her break the other one?
Because I didn't care. Like, yeah, I don't care about that old phone. I had no use
So
for it.
again, because
Okay.
I've lived with my daughter's mom for like years. Okay. Let me tell you something about the old phone and the new phone. She found my old phone and she broke it. She took my new phone and broke it. There's nothing you can do. I don't believe that she found our old phone from 5 years ago and broke it. But they kept your new phone that's more up to date with the
Well,
same numbers in it. It makes no sense to me.
bro, if she found the
Listen,
old
listen,
phone
listen,
while
y'all.
he,
It's
if she,
this. This is the reason why it doesn't make sense is because it's not about the phone. I think y'all are missing the point. She
No.
didn't give a fuck about the phone. The reason why she wanted him to break the phone was so she can have control and she
Right.
could put
No.
That's what I
leverage
think
on him.
now too. Yes.
No,
No.
that is what happened. That is the
Right.
reason
For sure.
why the phone. I'm telling you, this is what it is. Because
Okay.
the new phone, she knows she needs a phone. She's not
Mhm.
crazy. So she knows
Right.
that I'm not gonna break the new phone, but if I can get him to break the old phone, it tells me that he will do what I say because I want it. That was the
Yep.
game. And
Yes.
I'm, and I
Yes.
and I'm breaking it down. This is what it was. That's why she didn't give a fuck about the new phone. Because if it was really about the phone, it would have been the new one. But it wasn't. It
No.
was about her manipulating you into
You're right.
doing what the fuck she wanted you to do,
Yes.
and you did
You're
it.
right.
So now,
Yes.
at the end of the day, right? I hope this is a lesson to know that you got to stand on your square, because if you would have been like, "Hey, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. You can get it. You can do it. You can get it packing. You're not about to touch my
Right.
phone. This is what my boundaries are. This is what," she would have backed the fuck down. But since you did
You're
so,
right. Yeah.
she said, "Oh, okay. I got this dude under my thumb. And guess what? You about to break that phone." I'm surprised he
Right.
didn't do more. But That is what that was, and that's what it sounded like to me. Now, somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, ladies, or men, or whoever, but that's what it
That
sounded
sounds
like.
like the correct
No,
analysis.
yes, you're
I'm
exactly
gonna tell
right.
you this. Watch
All
this.
day I'm over there talking all that time. Chris, you can't just let cousin out psych you, man.
Mm-mm.
Look at.
He
Don't
did it
fall
off
for it,
the
Chris. He
first
trying to play. He
try.
trying to
Hold
play
on,
us
hold
against
on,
each other.
hold on,
He
Hey, he
trying
did
to
it off
play
the
us
hold
against
on,
each
first
other,
try.
Chris.
All right, look, can I say something real quick to this
hold on.
whole scenario?
Go,
All right, but
I ain't
then
said
things got
I ain't
worse
said
too.
nothing.
go
So
ahead.
basically, this is how it played out. Cousin on the money, and my boy that's been the detective is on the money. Look, this is what's going down. Yes, she wanted him to break the old phone so that way she could have some sort of resemblance of control over him. That's manipulation. One. Two, the fact that she jailbroke the phone to track him was the other thing because she had
Right.
him break the old phone that she put the GPS tracker on that ran through to the new phone. She had all the contacts and information from the new phone off the old phone. She was playing the game to the point that she had him hook, line, sinker, and she had him trapped. Now, with that being the case, at the end of the day, he got set up for failure because he wanted to keep knocking it back. He wasn't cheating on her. He wasn't messing around since we want to keep using messing around. Just say, are you fucking another bitch? Just do that. Instead of like trying to be all TikTok friendly. Be fucking adult
Right.
about it.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Right. And he wasn't messing with no other bitches. That's
For
what he
sure.
stated.
Absolutely not.
But because she was insecure and she was a psychopath, she wanted
Exactly.
to make. Okay, quit talking. Listen. Okay, we ain't
Jesus
doing that
Christ.
here. Right?
Okay.
Mute up. Mute up. Just matter of fact, mute up for me. Wow. Okay.
Let me
Just
mute. Hold
just
on.
do
Let
that
me
real
mute.
quick. All right. No disrespect, my brother. Just mute up real quick. Because I'm giving a synopsis and I'm breaking it down. The end of the day is this. What he's saying is she already had all the information she needed. She just wanted to play out and see how far it was willing to go to make this man bend to her will. And that was the end of it. Now, the fact that he wasn't messing with no other females, she knew the whole situation because she was smart enough to jailbreak and hack his phone. So let's go ahead and leave that where that is. We'll just leave that
No.
at right there.
Bro, and we're only at like we're only at
I
halftime now.
listen. Go ahead and
We're
mute
only
up.
at halftime, by the way.
Right. But go ahead and mute up. I don't need nothing else. I got the whole game unlocked.
Hold on.
All right,
I'm
so
about to disprove you. Hold
all
on.
right, so
Hold on. No,
real
Say
wait.
that
quick.
last
All
point
right.
Chris,
again.
hold on. Chris,
All right,
let me
so
run
can
this
I
fade.
add a little bit more
No,
context to the story?
no. Do not
No?
add
Hold
no
on.
more
I want him to
context yet.
repeat the last
That's our
statement.
cousin
Don't
Repeat the
already
add.
last
broke it.
statement.
Hold on. Don't add no more context yet. Okay? Because this is the
Repeat the
type of
last
shit that
statement.
right. The point that I'm making is this. She already had all the information. The pictures were old, the messages were old, blah, blah, blah. Oh, well. The point was, she already knew what he was going to do. That's the point of the scenario that he's given. No more context is needed. And Chris, if you want to like push back against it, go ahead, bro. But I'm gonna say it like this. What it sounds like is he ran into a psychopath that literally there's a reason why she was still living with her mom.
For sure.
Just saying.
For sure.
So, but yeah, Chris. So go ahead and break it down because we get the psychological part. We can hit the detective part all day because I'm really good with both. That's
I don't know
some
what
of my
y'all
fun.
break it down from this point. Cousin was done already.
All right.
I
So
mean,
so you
cousins
want to
was
hear a
done.
couple of weird things that also
No,
happened?
no.
I'm
No.
up, Shy. Let's see what Shy
Let's
got.
go.
I don't know
All
what
right.
happened.
You want me to just leave then?
No, don't leave. I'm saying
No,
I'm
go,
Uh,
go.
messing with you, bro.
Shy request back
I'm
up.
giving you shit.
Everybody, if
You
y'all
can
want to
say
get
what
into
you
this
want.
thing, we can wake up. Oh, y'all can.
no, dude, because before this, she had a friend that had prairie dogs. She made me get 2 prairie dogs in a big cage, in like a crazy prairie dog cage. That was probably
Can I say something?
after we dated
How did
for
she?
like a month. And then the prairie
How did
dogs
she?
were the worst things you could ever get a day in your life. And then her birthday is 2 days after Valentine's Day. So on her birthday or on Valentine's Day, we got a pit bull. And I had a Yorkie, and then she's like, "Oh," and then she wanted this pit bull and has to pick out like the biggest one, the most hardest one to control in the bunch. He's still on my bed right now, and my Yorkie is too. You know, but this all happened 8 years ago.
Hold on. How did
So,
she make you?
and then the prairie
Hold on.
dogs, like, it was
How did she
crazy.
make you get?
But
How did she make you get a prairie dog?
she didn't make me. I was just too nice. I didn't say no enough
Okay.
early on in our
Okay.
relationship.
So she didn't make you get it. She suggested it, and you said okay,
She
right
like
or wrong.
begged me and like wanted, I think, like a little bit psychopath, but like testing my bound, like as to how much I'd say
Okay,
no. And
but
all these things reminded her of a little bit of her
do
childhood. She said she had a friend that had prairie dogs, and
hold
then
on,
she
wow.
got like 2 1-year-old prairie dogs.
Hold
And I
on,
was like, a 1-year-old prairie dog is like an adult, you know? This
hold
is
on,
probably
hold on,
no
hold on,
good.
hold on, because hold on 1 second, okay?
All right, my bad.
Just like you said, she didn't make you get it. She
No.
suggested
Yeah,
that
she
you get
didn't
it,
make.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, for
You
sure.
could have said either yes or no, and you said yeah,
Absolutely.
let's get one.
Right.
And you said like yeah, let's get one. Why? Uh, and the reason I say that, my brother had a favorite who was like not premature. What's the word I'm looking for? But it wasn't
Like a
an
runt?
infant. It wasn't a run. It was just like it was just born a couple weeks old, and that thing was fucking vicious.
Yeah. Oh, for
You
sure.
know what I mean? I would never get a Perry dog.
Me
I
neither.
would
Never a
never
day in
get a
my
Perry dog.
life. Like, but she had just like started staying, like almost living exclusively in my house, like for
No, she
2
wasn't living
weeks, and then she wanted one really bad, and then like she
because
was
y'all were dating.
always
Hold on,
going
hold on,
through and like
hold
she
on,
found some.
hold on. Y'all were dating, right or
What?
wrong? At that point, y'all were dating, right or wrong?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
she
She's
moved in.
already living in my house.
So she okay, and then she suggested getting the Perry dog, right?
Right. Yeah.
And you could have been like, "Nah, it's my house,"
Right.
and you
I know.
didn't.
I
You
know.
didn't
I
do
know.
it,
Trust me,
dude.
that's my biggest mistake. Absolutely.
You made
And
a
then
lot of
also
mistakes.
for the dog too. Like the dog, like my life
Don't
was
call it
easy
a
when I
dog.
just
It's
had
not
my
a
little
dog.
Yorkie.
Oh, okay, the Yorkie. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
My
like
bad.
so I had a York, and then she wanted a pit bull because one of her friends had a big pit bull. Now I have a pit bull and a York. She when we broke up, like she tried to take the pit bull and have her mom made the pit bull come back after 2 days.
Yeah. Why didn't
And
you give
now
her the pit
like my
bull?
dogs are my best friends. What?
But why didn't you give her the pit bull?
I did. It was hers. She gave it back to me
Why?
because she lived with her mom, and her mom was like, "Nope."
But did you just say her mom came back to get the pit bull?
Wait, what?
Didn't you say the mom came back to get the pit bull?
No, no. The mom
Oh,
would
okay.
no, no. I didn't say that.
I misunderstood the conversation.
So I know, like, I think I only have one video. You could see my Yorkie and Pitbull. That's when that video is probably 8 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when the Pitbull was a puppy. He was probably 4 months old in that video, and yeah. So even at so wait, I'm trying to yeah.
Yeah,
So
get the timelines right because I'm paying
right.
attention
Well,
and
I'm
I'm writing
trying to
notes.
like it's 8 years ago, so I'm trying to like on the spot. So I
So
think this is
so
actually a little bit after all this happened, and then we actually got back together and stuff,
mhm.
and then things
Couples do
just
that.
got worse and worse, you know.
Couples do that. And the fact that you trying to make it seem like she was like this crazy deranged woman, I don't believe it, dude. Like
No, she was
I'm not
really
saying
sweet.
no, no,
She's really
and I'm
sweet.
not. And just for clarity, I'm not saying what you're saying she did. Never. I'm not saying it. All I'm saying is like you kind of invited a lot of that bullshit.
Of course, I'm
Like,
telling.
like,
Yeah, right.
like. So, I mean, so like, what's the issue? If you
What do you mean?
invited, if you invited 80% of that bullshit, like, what's the issue with her? Like, I don't get that, dude. Like, oh, she laughed and she came back 2 days later. Oh, we were just friends, but we were just sleeping together. Like, I mean, like your story.
No, a lot of it is my fault too. So, like, if you, all right, so once she put the tracker on my phone, I freaked out. I
She didn't put
couldn't
the tracker on
sleep.
your phone.
I
She didn't put
couldn't
the
sleep
tracker.
at all. Wait,
Let,
what?
hold on. And let me tell you why I say this. She didn't put a tracker on your phone. That makes no sense to me. She breaks your old phone with women. You had numbers of all these.
She did put it on my phone. So I'm
Mhm.
telling you the truth. So I,
So she broke that phone with all those numbers, but she didn't break your new. Like that's what I'm confused about. She didn't break
no,
your new phone.
and then, but my new phone. So my old phone was like maybe an iPhone 2 or a 3. And
Hmm.
then when I met her, I had like maybe an iPhone 6 or 5 or 7. I don't know exactly. And then we both went to the iPhone store and we got new phones together. And that was
Okay.
maybe like an iPhone 8 or 9. I don't know.
Okay.
Or
But
something
understand
like
where I'm.
that. Maybe an iPhone 7. I don't even know.
Understand.
But,
But understand where I'm coming from. She breaks
right.
your
No, I
old
get it.
phone, but she breaks your old phone, but keeps your new phone. That makes no sense. Break them
Right.
both.
No.
Me
But then we
personally,
both
it's
got
like
new
break them
phones
both.
together, anyways. Like, so she
But
could have
break them.
even broken my new phone. Like,
But break both of them, right or wrong.
I mean, maybe, but
No,
that's
get
not what
cousins
happened
up
to
here.
me. So I can't
Get cousins
explain.
back up here. I want to hear cousin.
What?
Cousin. I'm talking to the host. I want cousin to come up here and
Oh,
I
okay.
want I want to hear what he's saying because he was saying a lot of stuff I disagree with, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, it's my story, so.
No, which is totally cool. It's fine. I'm not. I'm just. If you go tell the story, tell it right.
No, I know. I'm about to get into because I only told you like the first half.
No, but you were full of shit in the beginning.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna debate that. It is what it is. But I want cousins to come up here and speak on that part.
Well, if he doesn't, So we had a cruise plan, right? And that's after. So once I found out that she broke into my phone, I was super paranoid.
What kind of phone was it?
It was a brand new phone that
What
I
brand?
got. I can't remember. It was an iPhone, maybe
Or
7,
Apple?
7 or 8, I'd say.
Okay,
I
so
don't
so
know. I don't know exactly which one.
so so in order to get into that phone, because I have one, you either need a fingerprint,
Right.
a password, or a face code, correct?
Right. So, but we both went to the Apple store together and we both got new phones. And then that's when
Okay.
she jailbroke my
Okay.
brand new phone that we had both gotten together.
Okay. I'm not going to debate it. Yes or no. I'm just. But so we agree. In order to get into that particular phone, you need a phone print or a passcode or facial recognition. Correct. That's all I'm saying.
She did it right out of
Hold
the
on. No,
box.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying she did or didn't do it. I'm just
I
asking you a
don't think
question.
so. This one I think was fingerprint. I don't think, no, it was not it was not facial recognition yet.
Okay. So we're dealing with a thumbprint, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then,
That's all. That's all I need. That's all I wanted to know. That's all.
right.
Okay.
And then
Go
she
ahead.
made me set up my phone and put on my thumbprint. And then it's like, hey, give it to me. And
No woman
then
can.
she
No
installed like
woman,
some kind of tracker.
bro. No woman can make you do that.
I know. When I say make, I don't mean it like she
No, I
for
get it, but no, I
I
get.
I did it lovingly. Like,
Okay.
like I
Yeah,
did
I
it.
get it.
So one and then once she did like something to me, now I was like, well, all is fair in love and war, right? And then I I went into her email and I was like, hey, like, look at this. You did all these things in your past too. So now she was super mad at me. And that's before we wait, hang on.
I'm just saying, I
Let me get
believe
my
you,
time
but
and
there's a
right.
lot of I believe you. It's just a lot of bullshit in your story. That's all I'm saying.
No, there is no no.
I
Like
completely
everything I'm
understand where you're
telling
coming
you
from.
is the truth. I promise you. Like I still have
No,
the
no.
dog that she picked out. Like everything I'm telling you
How
is the truth.
how old is the dog? How old is that dog right now?
That dog is 9 years old. And my
Which,
Yorkie is 11.
so they both old as shit, and
Right,
dogs
yeah,
old
they're
as shit.
both now my dog,
Okay.
like they both calmed down a lot. Yeah, for sure.
And when did you say you met her? What year?
In Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving of 2015.
Okay. Okay. Cousins, you ain't got this. You ain't got this. Cousins, like this
What?
shit is everywhere. Nothing. I just want to hear what cousins got to say because I
I
want to
mean,
get
this
on
is
his
my
side about something
story,
that
so
way.
like I don't mind questions, but
It ain't questions. I'm just doubting a lot. I'm just doubting how it went down, how you say it went down. Maybe it wasn't her who was the issue. Maybe it was you.
no, a little bit was me because
Okay.
here's where I messed up. All right. So this is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. So I was super paranoid after she tracked me and everything. Then we bought a cruise. It was like the first or second cruise from like a new ship, and we had like a suite in it was like
Is this
Norwegian Cruise Line. Norwegian
is
Cruise
this
Line.
before? Hold on. Is this before or after she tracked you?
After what?
Is this cruise that y'all went on? Is this before or after she tracked
We bought it before, but we had all these things happen where it really fractured our relationship.
you?
And then
And you still went on the cruise, right?
yeah. No,
Okay.
no, no. So actually, all right, so this is the most messed up thing I ever did. We're supposed to go on this cruise and she doesn't show up. We have to go all the way to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
And she was afraid to fly and doesn't show up until we almost can't make it. Like I went to my sister's house and I'm almost like crying and all this
Why are you crying?
and I'm like and I was really weird and paranoid and then
So hold on.
so
What
anyway,
year is the cruise?
We drove to Savannah and I was so paranoid
Mm-hmm.
because she was tracking tracking of me that I pulled into the
Hold on.
Savannah airport. I
Hold
bought
on. Hold on.
myself an airline ticket and
Hold
I
on.
left her.
Hold on.
So that yeah. So
Hold on. Hold on.
right.
What year did she put that track on your phone?
So it must have been like early 2016, probably.
Uh-huh. And what year did you supposedly have went on this little cruise?
It would have been in April of 2016.
So the same year.
Yeah, we met in
Okay.
late November of 2015. We got the dog in on Valentine's Day of 2016, and then the cruise was somewhere in April of 2016.
But you said only one of y'all went to that cruise, right?
No, neither of us did.
Oh, okay. So did you get your money back for the tickets and shit?
No, she bought it on
Why? Hold on. Why did she? Why did she buy it if y'all were going through all this nonsense? Why would
Because I
she buy
wanted
it?
her to pick it out, like, and that was before, like, so it was 3 months in advance before a lot of things had happened. So,
Bro, you understand why I don't like? I
right,
believe
no,
you.
I
It's
know.
like
Trust me,
no, it's like
man.
I believe you, but like it's like you were kind of you were asking for it.
Right, no, for
Like,
sure.
okay,
I wish I could do things over too, man. Like,
we
so,
all do. We all do.
but
But don't
it's
make it
not.
seem like she. Hold on.
What was something where you could buy something like it's not like Priceline. It was something like that, and not Priceline.com. Like
Bro,
something, back
bro,
around that time.
bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I believe you like 90% of your story,
No, I promise you,
but
everything I'm telling you.
I honestly believe that you full of shit on like a lot of certain things. I believe you full of shit.
How could I make this up? That like I promise you.
So earlier in 2016, she found your phone when she broke it because you talking to all these other women. But later on in 2016, she bought cruise tickets to just you two.
That what? So she
So
broke my phone
early
probably in like early March.
in 2016, like you said,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
L-
Somewhere around that, I think.
later, so later in 2016, she buys cruise tickets for like $250 a
No, we
week.
got the cruise tickets back in January and they weren't
Oh
leaving
Jesus
for like
Christ!
another 3 months. We already went to a
You know
couple
what? You know
places
what?
together.
So this is
We
what I would
already
say
went
to
to
that
like
situation.
Asheville together. We got a cabin. Like,
Yeah.
so we already went
So
a few places.
now, keep in mind, in the beginning, when I first jumped in this line, you was making it seem like she was just crazy. Oh, you was demented, blah, blah,
Right.
blah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. You're the fucking weirdo,
Okay.
not her. It's you.
Okay.
It is what it is, bro. We all been there, but I've never been dumb enough to allow a woman to break my phone, and then 3 months later, allow that same woman to buy me a fucking cruise ship ticket to throw me over the balcony and drown me. I'm not that dumb. I'm not going. Look.
Okay.
I mean, how you get down is how you get down. If that's how you finesse women, then it's what it is. And I'm not saying that you are finessing women. I'm just saying it sounds like you're finessing women, and now
No,
you're mad whenever they.
I never wanted, like, we watched everything. Like, so that's when, like,
Okay.
Orange is the New Black. Like, so
Okay.
I mean,
Bro.
we loved the time we spent together. Like,
Yeah.
and
No doubt about
we
it.
spent
No doubt
all of
about it.
our, like,
But can we
waking
agree? But can
moments
we agree?
together.
But can you?
So
But
I
can we
loved her
agree?
very much. I
But
really
okay.
did.
But can
So
we
what?
agree that you? But again, can we agree that you never stated that in the beginning of this entire conversation? You never once said that.
Said what?
I loved her to the fullest degree. You never said that in the beginning. You just made it seem like, oh, she was stalking me for no reason. Which
Oh
is
no.
why I
Well,
should
I
have
never
questioned.
meant to
Hold
think
on,
that.
hold
No.
on, hold on, hold
No,
on,
I never meant to convey that
hold
message.
on. Okay, no, I get it.
So I loved her out of
But
any girl
again,
I've ever met. I loved her the most.
bro, again. This is why I was questioning certain aspects of your story. I don't care.
Okay.
You a grown man. I don't care what you do with her. I really don't care. But if I call out the bullshit, like you never once said that in the so in the beginning she was crazy, and now at the end of the story you loved her with all your heart. So which one? What should I
He
believe?
wasn't. All right. So we spend the
Hold on,
first.
hold on.
Okay.
Which one
What?
should I believe? Hold on. Was she crazy or did you love her with all your heart? Which one should I believe before you continue?
Okay. So. Uh.
Cousins,
I
can you
loved her
unmute
the
your
whole
mic? Hold
time.
on.
I loved her the whole
Cousins,
time. That's the
cousins,
only
can you
reason that
unmute?
made me go
Yeah.
back. So, all right. So,
I
all right.
don't
So,
blame you.
hang
Hold
on.
on.
All right.
Hold
So,
on. Hold on.
let
Let
me
me
get the
ask cousin.
timeline a little bit better down. So, I had a trip planned. So, we met on the day, our first day meeting was the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday of 2015. It was our first time hanging out. And she came over that night. We went out, had our first date. It was cool. And then we hung out the Sunday afterwards. And then probably like the Tuesday and then Wednesday, like back to back. And then, so by early December, like
But why wait this?
we were
Hold
doing
on.
everything together.
But
And
why wait this? Hold on. But why wait?
then she went through my phone, my first phone, and
You didn't say that in the
in
beginning.
early December. And it was the
Hold
first
on.
time that I told her that I can't remember if it. All right, so I had a trip.
No, hold on.
All right, so real quick, because I think this is important. All right.
Hold on. No, it's not important. The only thing that's important is the fact that you didn't mention any of this shit in the beginning of the conversation.
Well, I was trying to.
No, you didn't. I met this girl. She was crazy, and she broke my phone. Well, why did she break your phone? Oh, because I
No.
was cheating on her. We never lived together. Oh, you sure? Well, we lived together, and we had 3 dogs, and then she
Okay.
took 1 dog.
Maybe I went 2 dogs, not 3.
Bro, look here. I don't care what you do in your personal life. You're a grown man. I can care less.
Right. No, I hear you. But yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
didn't mean
But
to.
all I'm saying is simply this: if she's crazy in the beginning of the year, do not expect a fucking ticket to take a cruise on a river 3 months later. Still the crazy person. Still breaking your phone. She broke your phone. Y'all met in January. She broke your phone. And y'all went on a fucking trip in June. Like, it's crazy.
No, the
It's
trip
not
was
her.
in April. Like we went in early January to a
My
cabin in the
point being,
mountains.
hold on. My point being, I don't care when that trip was taken. All I know for a fact that you said that in January she was crazy and breaking your phone. Later on in
Right.
that same calendar year, in the same time in
And
that
then
same
Prairie
calendar
Dogs
year,
mixed in there somewhere. The Prairie Dogs
okay,
had to be January or
yeah. Which
yeah,
again,
they had to be January actually.
but my point being, in that same calendar year, you go on a trip for $250 a ticket a piece.
No,
It's
actually,
not,
we got like
bro,
that.
certain
Wait, no.
women.
So it's the
Hold on,
first or second. We were going
hold on,
all. It was a 7-day cruise,
hold
so it
on,
was like,
hold
and we
on.
got a suite with a balcony, so it was
Okay,
like.
but you're making my point for me
I
again.
know,
I
messed it up too.
If she was crazy in January, why go on a cruise with her in fucking February? That's all I'm saying.
No, it was in April, but so we got it on Groupon. We got it on
Hold on.
Groupon. It was on Groupon.
Okay.
And then they wouldn't
Again,
refund me. And then Groupon was
okay.
like, oh,
So
yeah. So it's Groupon.
either you're too stupid to know how to troll, or you just don't know how to keep a story straight. So I'm gonna ask you again.
What?
You met her in hold on. You met her in January.
I
She
met her
broke
in
your phone.
November.
Which is before January of 2015.
Yes.
2016, she breaks your phone because she's crazy. And then in June of 2016, you go on a fucking cruise.
April. No, our cruise was planned for April.
Okay,
So
clearly, you're missing the bigger picture.
okay.
I'm not going to
Like,
debate.
but
I'm not going to debate with you. I'm not going to
how could
disagree
you
with you.
debate my
But
own story? Like I could understand
because it
debating
makes
about.
no sense.
I get it. I get it that it's weird, but
It's not weird. It's not weird. If what you're saying is true, it's not weird. What I don't like
it
is that
is true though.
You
Everything is
lied.
true.
You lied. No, it's not true.
Yes, it is. Like, how could I
No, it's
make this
not.
up?
Because you keep changing your story. So in the beginning, cousin can tell you, I don't like cousins. That motherfucker will tell you, you done changed your story about 15 times already.
Okay.
You changed the story 15. Yeah, we get it.
Well,
We're
I
not
haven't
Laura.
changed the story details at all because, like, if I'm telling the truth, so
Okay.
maybe I didn't explain every detail, and I told you I was only getting to the halfway point about some things. So
You went
I
to
don't mean
you
to.
went. Hold
But
on.
I
Hold on. Hold
promise
on.
you,
Hold on. Hold
everything
on.
that I'm saying is true. Like the day that we
You went
met,
from.
like there's
You went
certain
from.
details
Hold
that I
on.
know
No.
absolutely, and there's
Here's the
certain
details
things
that
that
I
I
know.
don't know. I still have the
Here's the
dog right here in
details.
front of me.
Here's the
Like
details that I know. Here's the details that I know that you told me.
Okay.
You didn't know her in the beginning. You met online.
Right.
In November, she went crazy and broke your phone. Of
No, not that
2015,
early. It wasn't that early. That was in January.
of 2016, correct?
Yes, early
But in
January
20,
sometime.
but you met her in 2015, right?
Right, November, like late
She went
November.
crazy. Yeah, and then she went crazy in fucking
No, like
January.
I wouldn't say she went crazy. She just surprised me.
Hold
I
on,
would
hold
never
on,
say she went
hold on.
crazy. She just surprised me
Whatever.
by
Hey,
doing that.
whatever terminology you want to use, okay? It is what it is. In January, this happened, that happened. In 2016 of January, and then you go to her. Y'all go on the cruise in fucking April of the same year, 2016, or June, July, whatever the case may be. You meet her in November 2015. She went crazy January 2016. You didn't trust her, and then you go on a fucking cruise with her?
Well, we had already got the tickets in
Oh my God.
January for the
No, I
April
get,
cruise.
hey, cousins.
So I'm just saying, like, so we
No, no,
went
no.
to a cabin
I
in
get what you're saying. No. I completely get
like
what you're saying.
Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Yeah,
We got a cabin and went there.
yeah.
Then we came back and we're like, oh, let's do something else. And
Gatlinburg is nice. But my question to you is this. If she was crazy in fucking January, why go on a cruise with her in April?
well, none of that really happened until a little bit later
Okay,
in January,
hold
I'd
on.
say. All right, so check this out. So I
No.
had a
Hold on,
trip.
hold on.
All right, so
Hold
I had a
on,
trip
hold
planned
on,
to
hold on, hold on.
Chicago.
I'm not going to overtalk you. I'm not going to yell. All I'm saying is simply this.
Okay.
Personally, I can't speak for everybody else. Personally, I debate for a living, okay? Your story makes no sense. It makes no fucking
Well, I'm
sense.
sorry it doesn't make sense, but it's my
Okay?
story. That...
It's your story. And I'm okay with that. Okay?
All right,
You're
so
not you're not
what?
hold on, no, don't explain no more of the story to me because
Okay.
you sound fucking stupid. That is the craziest shit I've ever
Okay.
heard in my entire life. I don't care what y'all had going on. I really don't care. But be honest about it. Be honest about it.
I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
Well, you keep changing your story.
All
Every
right,
time,
so
hold on,
let me just say
no.
this.
Hold on. Because I want cousins to jump in here. I'm
So,
like, I get what you're saying. No. I get what you're saying. I agree or disagree. It is what it is. Boom. Don't tell us no more of the story because the shit keep changing. I don't got the mental capacity to keep following that bullshit. Cousins, you still there, cousins?
Say again. I'm sorry.
My bad. I just want to talk to somebody else who's not him. That shit is fucking ridiculous. But do you
Hey,
understand where I'm coming from, right? You understand where I'm coming from, right?
hey, yeah. You know what? It's. I don't want to say life is like that sometimes, but I guess it is.
Hmm.
Yep. That's
And
all
I
I
agree.
got. Yeah.
And I agree. Like you like you do have women who will do shit like that, bro. But like, why lie about it? And I'm not saying he's 100% lying. All I'm saying is his story just don't add up to me. Yeah,
Right.
some of that shit that he went through, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. I feel like this: if you lie to me one time, you lie to me two times.
but I promise you, I never lied to you.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you didn't.
Okay.
All I'm saying is your story don't make sense to me. To me, maybe
Okay.
I'm wrong.
I get it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. So you meet
So,
a girl.
so
Hold
I
on,
was
hold on,
supposed to be
hold
in
on,
Chicago right after Christmas till right after New Year. I changed my flight to be with
hold on.
her
No.
on
Hold
New
on, hold
Year's
on,
Eve.
hold on. You
So,
met her
Chris,
in 20.
what part
Go
of the
ahead.
story is that got you perplexed? Is it his timing? Is it the certain details? Like,
Everything. So let me walk you through it. And I apologize, host, for taking. If you feel like I'm taking over, I'm not taking over. But this is where I'm coming from, cousins. He said in November of 2015 they meet. I don't know what happened between November and January because he didn't say anything, so I ain't got no comment on it. One thing I do know is that somewhere between November 2015 and January 2016, she went crazy, broke his phone, and put a tracker on his other phone. Why not break both phones if you feel like he's doing something? In January of 2016. So she's crazy, she's this, she's that. Some women can be like that. I'm not disagreeing with that. Why would you then turn around and go on a trip, on a cruise, on a river, ocean, or whatever the hell it is, in April of that same year, 2016, with a woman who's crazy, who broke your phone, who you met in fucking November of 2015? I'm confused about that. Because if I meet you in November 2015, you're showing signs of being fucking crazy in 2016 of January. Why would I go on a cruise in 2016, the same year? Like I'm confused about that. Cousins.
So I would say that the simple answer is dickmatized and pussified. So
We've
what
all
that
been there,
means,
correct?
so what that means, is it was a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
And you know, like I know, if you get entangled with a toxic relationship, those seesaw battles are major. So you fighting, you doing all this old shit, and all of a sudden now everything is good and you back together. And that happens when, like we said earlier, she was hot to him. This was probably somebody that, hey, I can't believe she with me. So I'm gonna put up with shit that I normally wouldn't put up with, right? So normally when that woman go through your phone, she up out of there immediately. But
Instantly.
this hot one, you like, wait a minute, you know what? I'm sorry. Okay, you know what? Shit, you right.
Hold on, cousins.
Maybe I'm gonna pass through. So I'm saying it don't make sense because you got that X factor. That's what I think. You see what I'm saying?
But cousins, if what you're saying is true, okay, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I completely agree. All I'm saying is this: if what you're saying is true, even if she does go through my phone, like maybe it's just me. I'm not gonna go around the homies and make it seem like she was the one who was. What did she find in his phone? What did she find in his phone? What she felt justified in breaking it? She found that in his old phone, but she didn't find it in his new phone. Explain it.
I already told you. So the main thing was, so she got into a lot of my emails and saw that, and then she got a picture of.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, host.
Yeah, I'm about to call it, y'all. I'm tired. I'm snoozing and everything.
No, just go ahead and close your eyes. We got this, man. Like,
nah, man. I'm about to call it.
all right, man. Cousins, it was nice meeting you, bro. At least you neutral. I'm gonna try to send you a fucking request. I don't know how to do that. So,
hey man, absolutely, man. I appreciate the
I
conversation.
promise you, everything that I said, it was the truth. Things
I'm
that
not saying
start to break
bro,
down
I'm
until
not.
late January.
Hold on, because host getting ready to leave. Let me clarify. I'm not saying that you're 100% full of shit. I'm just saying you're 80% full of shit. That's all I'm saying. It could have happened to any of us. Cousins, let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to find you. I'm trying to send you a request because I want you to start up a line, bro. Talk some one-on-one shit. If you can find me and see how to send me a fucking request, go ahead and do it, bro. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But while I'm not saying that you a liar 100%, I'm just saying the
So
story don't add
I
up.
just followed you back.
All right, bro. Go ahead and like start up a live, man, and send me an invite.
Shit, I was about to get down myself because I got to go ahead and start doing some things.
Well, damn. It's just me and Wow. Wow, go ahead and send me a request. No, I'm joking. All right, I'm gonna fuck with y'all later on in life, man. Y'all be easy, man. Be cool, and praise be to Allah. All right.
All right. All right, good.
Hey, well, look, man. Yeah, y'all stay up, man. Y'all have a good weekend, brother.
For sure.
All right, man.